When I woke up, the first thing I noticed was a beautiful woman hugging me tightly, calling me Xiao Man and sobbing that I had scared her. I was confused. Since when did I have a mother? I had been raised as an agent by an organization, knowing nothing about family or love. The last thing I remembered was trying to escape from the organization, fighting for my life when they betrayed me. I fainted on the roadside, thinking I had died. But now I was here, alive, in a fancy room that felt unfamiliar and suspicious. Could this be a trap? I quickly pushed the woman away and raised my guard. But then I noticed something strange. These weren't my hands. They were delicate, with smooth skin and pink nails, far from the rough, scarred hands I was used to. I stared at them in disbelief, realizing I was in someone else's body. The woman, who seemed to be my mother, kept crying and saying something about me marrying someone named Zhang. That name hit me. It was from a novel I had read aloud once while undercover. I was now in the body of that sure man, a spoiled supporting character doomed to die tragically. In the story, Sherman had everything: wealth, love from her family, and an engagement with the male lead, Zhang. But her jealousy toward the heroine, Su Tang, led her to ruin. Zhang eventually killed her, destroying her family's happiness. Feeling anger rise in me, I knew one thing: Zhang wasn't worth it. I wasn't going to follow the same tragic path. I don't love Zhang anymore. Let's cancel the engagement, I told the woman firmly, testing this new body's soft voice. Her shocked face made it clear this was unexpected. Sherman had obsessed over Zhang before and even tried to take her own life for him just days ago. But that wasn't me anymore. Before I could explain further, someone else burst into the room, calling my name and wrapping me in a tight hug, filled with relief. When I woke up, I found myself surrounded by a group of young men. It took me a second to realize they were Sherman's four brothers: Shirku, Shirju, Shirhe, and Shirmu. They were all ridiculously good looking, just like their mother, Shinxian. Even though they looked alike, their personalities were very different. Shirku, the eldest, had a serious and responsible vibe, while Shirmu, the youngest, was reckless and a bit of a handful. Poor Shir, he had been stuck taking care of Shirmu since he was a baby, which left him exhausted. Shirju, the second brother, tucked me in and told the others not to overwhelm me. When I read the novel before, I liked Shirju the most. He was kind and calm, someone even the old Sherman would go to when she was upset. In the novel, he ended up becoming enemies with Zhang to defend the family, even though it cost him dearly in the end. Zhang's influence wore him down until he died of depression. Their father, Shi Zhong, soon entered the room, hugging Shinxian and telling her to rest. But she refused, saying she had to stay with me. I was stunned by all this love and attention. This was what it felt like to have a family. It was strange, but warm. Just then, a tall, pretty girl named Shi Jing appeared. Shinxian greeted her warmly and said she trusted Shi Jing to take care of me. But I knew better. Shi Jing was no friend. I remembered from the novel that she was a manipulative snake. She pretended to be sweet, but behind the scenes, she pushed the old Sherman to do terrible things. In the end, she even betrayed the Shi family and helped Zhang destroy them. I wasn't going to let her fool me. I acted scared, clinging to Shirju and letting a few tears fall. Sister Jingjing, I don't want to cut my wrist again. It hurt too much, I whimpered. Shi Jing's smile froze. She tried to deny everything, but I pressed on. Didn't you say Zhang would come if I cut my wrist? You even brought me the knife and made me do it. Shinxian's face changed instantly, her kindness replaced by fury. Shi Jing, what is this nonsense? She snapped. Shi Jing tried to backpedal, calling me crazy, but I wasn't done yet. I picked up the chicken soup she brought and pretended to sniff it. Do I need to test this too? Why do you always put strange things in my food? I said innocently. Shi Jing was caught off guard, and I knew I had the upper hand. This time, things were going to be different. When Shi Jing tried to speak, Shinxian cut her off and ordered the butler to take the chicken soup for testing. Shi Jing panicked and tried to stop him, but Shinxian grabbed her and slapped her hard. The sharp sound echoed through the room, and Shi Jing's cheek swelled immediately. Shinxian's expression was cold. This woman wasn't going to forgive anyone who hurt her daughter. Watching this unfold, I knew Shinxian would take care of Shijing, so I decided to focus on a more urgent matter. I suddenly remembered the next mess the original Man caused in the novel. Mom, I just remembered something important. Go home and wait for me, I said quickly before anyone could stop me. I jumped out of bed and rushed out the door. I had to act fast. In the novel, while Shijing distracted the old Man with the wrist-slitting drama, she secretly ordered thugs to kidnap the female lead, Su Tang, intending to ruin her. Yi Zhang, the male lead, managed to save Su Tang just in time, but that incident pushed him to break off the engagement with Man. The host, drugged by depressants and abandoned by both Yi Zhang and her father, spiraled into madness. Her desperation and jealousy towards Su Tang only worsened until the male lead finally had enough. That was when he threw Man into the bestial battle arena, where she was killed by wild beasts. I wasn't going to let any of that happen. I ran out of the hospital and hailed a taxi. Take me to the 21st factory on XX Road, I told the driver. When I arrived at the factory, Su Tang was already tied up inside, looking terrified. She had been shouting for help, but nobody came. Just when she seemed ready to give up, 3 large men appeared, clearly the thugs hired to harm her. They looked her up and down, saying disgusting things, their eyes filled with malicious intent. Don't be afraid, little girl. Play with us, one of them sneered. Yes, we promise you'll enjoy it, added another, moving closer. Su Tang, trembling, tried to shrink away, but her hands and feet were tied. No help, she whispered in fear. Just as they lunged at her, the steel door flew open with a loud bang. The men turned around, stunned, and saw me, just a girl in a hospital gown, standing in the doorway. My pale face, dark hair, and delicate features made me look like a fragile porcelain doll, but I wasn't here to play. I met their stares with a calm expression. You can get lost, I said, my voice cold and steady. For a moment, they were too shocked to react. Then the scar-faced leader grinned, placing his hand on my shoulder. Well, seems we've hit the jackpot. 2 girls in one night. Looks like we'll have some fun. The other 2 laughed and agreed. Looks like we're getting one for free. I stood still, unfazed. These men had no idea what kind of trouble they just invited. When the scar-faced man grabbed my shoulder, I didn't hesitate. In one quick move, I twisted his arm 180 degrees, and the sound of it craning filled the factory. He let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, clutching his now useless arm. I tossed it aside, wiping my hands on my hospital gown in disgust. His 2 friends rushed to help him, but the scar-faced man, gritting through the pain, shouted, "Kill her!" I just stared at them, calm and cold, as if they were already corpses. For a moment, they hesitated, but then they charged at me, cursing. They didn't last 30 seconds. I shattered their knees and left them writhing in agony, their hands feeling like they'd been skewered with iron rods. They never even got close to landing a hit on me. Soon, the 2 thugs lay unconscious on the floor, groaning softly. I walked over to the scar-faced man, who was still conscious, trembling on the ground. I leaned over him, my voice icy. Do you want to die? He whimpered and begged, please, spare me. I ground the tip of my bloody shoe into his shoulder. He let out another groan, but didn't dare move. Get lost, I said, kicking him away. And think carefully before you go after someone you shouldn't. He scrambled out of the factory, terrified, while his companions lay limp like broken dolls. In the corner, Su Tang huddled, her eyes wide with fear. She knew me. I was Man, Yi Zhang's fiancé, the one who'd been tormenting her. She stared at me, confused. Why? Why did you save me? I didn't answer. I wasn't expecting gratitude. I just wanted to clean up the mess left by the old Man. I stepped toward her to untie the ropes, but Su Tang shrank back, clearly scared of me. She used to think I was just a spoiled, harmless rich girl. Now, after seeing what I did to those men, she looked at me like I might kill her. What do you want? She whispered cautiously. I sighed. Don't move, I said, focusing on untying the ropes. Su Tang stayed silent, staring at me, confused. Sweat dripped from my nose as I worked, my lips pressed tightly in concentration. I could feel her suspicion. She thought this might all be a trick, but I didn't care what she thought. I had other things to deal with. I needed to move fast. I'd learned long ago in the organization that speed was everything. Finish the task and move on. If I decided someone was worth helping, I helped without hesitation. That attitude had made me one of the organization's top agents, but it was also why I never realized they planned to kill me after my retirement. My thoughts wandered briefly, but I stayed focused on untying Su Tang's ropes. There was no time to waste. I still had more to fix. I tossed the ropes aside and stood up quickly, but dizziness hit me hard, and I almost fell. I had forgotten how weak this body was after the host's wrist-cutting stunt. Su Tang caught me from behind, balancing me while still holding her torn clothes together. Her kindness surprised me for a moment, but then I remembered. Su Tang was written as a kind-hearted girl in the original story. Once I steadied myself, I shrugged off the hospital coat and handed it to her, leaving me in just a vest. She refused at first, saying I should wear it since I was the patient, but I ignored her and helped her into the coat. Wearing only a vest didn't bother me. During my time in the organization, I'd worn far less. "Oh, right," I said, remembering another reason I came here. I pulled out a card from the coat's pocket, the one I'd asked the maid to bring. "Take this." Su Tang looked confused. "What? Why are you giving me money?" "It's to settle things between us. Consider it an apology for everything the old me did to you," I said casually, waving her off and turning toward the factory door. With this, I had cleaned up the mess left behind by the original Sherman. Now, I could focus on dealing with that schemer, Shi Jing. But before I could leave, cars surrounded the factory, and a swarm of bodyguards in black rushed in, forming a line. Then, Yi Zheng walked in after them, looking cold and handsome. When he saw me, his eyes flickered with surprise. "It's you? You still dare show your face here?" I sighed internally. No wonder the old Sherman was obsessed with him. Even I, after all I'd seen, had to admit he was impressive. His sharp features weren't delicate like my brother's, but they gave him a dangerous, captivating charm, arrogant, commanding, and strangely appealing. Why wouldn't it be me? I met his gaze head on, my eyes steady and clear. Yi Zheng stared at me, looking as if he didn't quite recognize the girl in front of him. The way I stood, calm and unbothered, seemed to throw him off. "What's wrong?" I asked flatly. "Isn't your precious woman behind you?" Su Tang stepped forward awkwardly, trying to ease the tension. "Brother Yi's just helping me because my uncle asked him to. There's nothing else between us." She sounded tired, like she'd explained this many times before. Yi Zheng visibly relaxed when he saw Su Tang was safe. He noticed her tattered clothes beneath the coat I gave her and seemed to understand what had happened. "Did you save her?" he asked. "Not really," I replied, brushing past him toward the door. "Let's just say we don't owe each other anything now." Without looking back, I walked out of the factory. It didn't matter to me what Yi Zheng or Su Tang thought. I had done what I came to do. Whatever the old Sherman had done before had nothing to do with me now, and I was done with both of them. As my figure disappeared into the distance, I heard Su Tang ask Yi Zheng softly, "Brother Yi, are we going home?" Yi Zheng stayed quiet for a moment, lost in thought, before motioning to his bodyguard. The man quickly escorted Su Tang to the car. "Find out everything that happened here," Yi Zheng ordered, his gaze lingering on the bloodstains in the factory. His right-hand man, Tangja, nodded and got to work. Behind them, one of the injured thugs groaned in pain, only to be dragged away by the bodyguards without another word. When I returned home from dealing with the mess involving the male and female lead, night had already fallen. The manor's beautiful decorations stood out under the glowing street lamps, and I found myself admiring it. Back when I was an agent, I had sneaked into the homes of many wealthy people, but this place was on a whole other level. It made me realize just how high the Shi family's status really was. My good mood didn't last long, though. As I noticed someone kneeling at the entrance, it was Shi Jing, her cheeks swollen from a slap. The moment she saw me, she crawled over, clinging to my pants and begging for forgiveness. "Xiao Man, please help me. I made a mistake." I swear I won't do anything against you or the Shi family again. Just convince madam to let me stay." Before I could respond, Shunxian, my mother, came outside in a silk robe. She told Shi Jing to leave, reminding her that the Shi family had already been more than kind. Shi Jing's father was only a distant relative, barely connected to us, and we had helped her out of pity. But instead of being grateful, Shi Jing had used the Shi family's kindness to manipulate me, making me dress poorly, embarrass myself at parties, and even drug my food to make me anxious. In the end, she drove me to attempt suicide. Xinxian was furious. She had already shown mercy by throwing Shi Jing out instead of punishing her harshly. As Shi Jing continued to plead, I was about to kick her away when my father, Shi Zhong, appeared. He draped a shawl over my mother's shoulders and glanced at Shi Jing with pity. "She's learned her lesson. Let her go back to her room." Xinxian exploded. "She nearly killed Man, and you still take her side?" Shi Zhong just gave me a look full of disdain. No one forced her to hurt herself. She did it all for that family boy. My mother was enraged, but before she could argue further, I cut in. Let her stay. Both Xinxian and Shi Jing were shocked by my words. Even Shi Zhong seemed surprised. But I had my reasons. Shi Jing was an important character in the novel, and sending her away might cause more problems down the line. It was better to keep her where I could watch her. With her limited intelligence, she wouldn't be a real threat. My father looked relieved, thinking I was being loyal for standing up for Shi Jing. In truth, I just wanted to control the situation. After my father, Shi Zhong, decided to let Shi Jing stay with reduced expenses, he told me to go clean up before dinner since everyone was waiting for me. Even though it was summer, the air around the manor was cool because of the mountains and rivers nearby. Wearing just a vest and hospital pants, I felt the chill and knew I needed to change. As I was about to leave, Shi Jing called out to me. She probably thought I was still the same foolish girl she could manipulate with flattery and sweet words. But when I turned to face her with a blank expression, she froze, as if I'd shattered her little act. I knew what she wanted: apologies, fake compliments, and attempts to get back into my good graces. But I wasn't the old Shi man. "If you have nothing to say, I'll leave," I told her calmly and went upstairs. I smiled to myself. If Shi Jing wanted to play games, I'd play along, but on my terms this time. Upstairs, I encountered my first real struggle: the closet. It was filled with absurd outfits: Barbie, pink dresses, mismatched jumpsuits, and hideous embroidered tops. No wonder my father felt embarrassed bringing the old Shi man out in public. After some searching, I found a simple white shirt. It was oversized, probably not even hers, but it worked. I rolled up the sleeves and added a black belt with gold buttons, which matched the shirt's subtle gold stitching. Finally, I looked normal. When I came down to the dining room, everyone was already seated, waiting for me. Shi Jing was nowhere to be seen, probably hiding in her room. Aside from my father, no one here liked her, especially after finding out what she had done to me. As I sat down, all eyes turned to me, which made me a little uncomfortable, but I kept my composure. Shi Ju, one of my brothers, looked stunned when he saw me. Even my mother, Shunxian, commented with a smile, "You look different today, Xiao Man." "I don't like the clothes in my closet," I replied simply. And just like that, I began to eat, adjusting to this strange new life. When my mom, Xinxian, heard me say I didn't like the clothes in my closet, she got excited. "Let's go shopping tomorrow. I'll have Butler Chi close down the entire shopping district, just for us." I didn't care much for shopping, but honestly, the clothes I had were terrible. "As you please," I answered casually. Then Shi Ju, one of my brothers, adjusted his glasses and pointed out, "You're wearing Big Brother's uniform today. That's the Castle Academy uniform you asked him for, right?" I glanced at the badge on the shirt. Castle Academy? That name rang a bell. It was a top aristocratic school, known for its strict standards. The original Shi man had desperately wanted to attend because Yi Zheng had studied there. Since she couldn't get in, she had asked her brother Shi Ku for his old uniform as a keepsake. "I just grabbed it without thinking," I said, brushing it off. Honestly, I had no particular feelings about the school. But Shi Mu, another brother, misunderstood my indifference. He thought I still wanted to join Castle. If you want to attend, I can ask the principal. He'll listen to me since I'm the student union president, he said eagerly, thinking I was dropping hints. In truth, I didn't care which school I attended. I had finished my education ages ago while working with the organization. I wasn't planning anything grand in this new life. I just wanted to live normally for once, without missions or constant orders. It's just school. It's the same everywhere, I said calmly. My brothers seemed shocked, probably wondering if I was really the same person. But I could see they were determined to fulfill what they thought was my wish. Shirka smiled and handed me a folder. This is a gift for you. Curious, I opened it and found an interview invitation for Castle Academy. What's this? I asked. Shirku explained. Castle offers these rare invitations for outstanding transfer students. If you pass the interview, you can join the school next year. Shirmu's jaw dropped. Big brother, how did you even get this? Shirka just shrugged. I'm a well-known alumnus. It wasn't hard. I looked at the invitation, thinking about it. If the original Sherman had wanted to go to Castle Academy so badly, I might as well check it out for myself. I smiled at Shirku and said sweetly, thank you, big brother. When I smiled and thanked my brother Shirku, his usual serious expression instantly melted. Don't thank me. Just tell me what you want, man. I can get you anything, he said, completely smitten. My other brothers jumped in too, eager to win my favor. Xiao man, I'll take you to Castle Academy myself. I'm the student union president. No one will mess with you while I'm there. Shirmu said eagerly. Shirju rolled his eyes. You're about to graduate. How much protection can you offer? He adjusted his glasses and added, man, if anyone at Castle bothers you, tell me. I'll sue them until they're bankrupt. I've got connections with the legal team there. Not wanting to be left out, he chimed in. Forget school. If you ever get tired of studying, I'll take you to concerts or introduce you to any celebrity you like. We'll have fun. Their excitement was too much, and I couldn't help but laugh. It was strange to see them, usually so composed, acting like fools in front of me. Thanks, second brother, third brother, and big brother, I said sweetly. They were over the moon, looking like my kindness had made their entire day. As we ate, Shunxian and Shizhong smiled at each other. The manner felt light and joyful, like it hadn't in a long time. But not everyone shared the happiness. In the kitchen, Jing sat alone, listening to everything. Her heart twisted with jealousy. Why does she get to go to Castle? With that dumb face of hers? Dark thoughts clouded her mind. If she couldn't go, then no one would. Outside the villa, a group of men in black lay in ambush, their weapons trained on Shizhong and Shirku. Targets locked. We're ready to strike, one of the men reported through his comms. Wait, aren't there 7 people in the Shir family? Another asked, realizing something was off. We're missing the youngest daughter. Forget her, the leader replied. She's just useless. Focus on Shizhong and Shirku. Then, a calm but sharp voice cut through the night. Who are you calling trash? The men whipped their heads around, searching for the source of the voice, but they saw nothing. Before they could react, knives and forks flew from above, striking them with precision. One sniper yelped in pain as the utensils pierced his arm. Others were also hit in critical spots, thrown into chaos. Retreat, the leader ordered, panicked by the unexpected attack. His men scrambled to gather their weapons and flee. Watching the scene unfold, I grinned wickedly and silently followed them. I'd sensed something was off earlier during dinner, like eyes were watching us. So, I pretended to eat as usual, excused myself, and grabbed some knives and forks on my way out. I didn't expect the intruders to be so cowardly, running off after just a small surprise. But I wasn't going to let them go that easily. Those guns they carried looked interesting, and I wanted a closer look. In this world, the weapons and technology felt a bit different from what I was used to. This was my first chance to get my hands on some serious gear, and I wasn't about to waste it. Following the trail of blood and footprints they left behind, I inhaled the metallic scent of blood carried by the cool night breeze. It guided me like an invisible thread, leading me straight to them. Tracking the group of mercenaries wasn't easy. They were highly skilled and had good anti-tracking techniques, but thanks to my experience, I stayed on their trail. After following them for a while, I found myself standing outside a warehouse, their base. Inside, the men in black shed their coats and treated their injuries. Their leader, a bald man with a dragon tattoo snaking from his head to his neck, grumbled, "We're an international mercenary group, and we couldn't even take down 2 merchants?" The rest of them were in rough shape, especially the 2 snipers. My knives had almost severed their wrists, something that only years of precise training could achieve. Just as one of them began explaining their failure, the lights went out, plunging the warehouse into darkness. Moonlight from a skylight provided just enough visibility. Moving swiftly, I darted through the shadows, taking them down one by one. Before they knew what hit them, several of the mercenaries were already on the ground. When I finally stepped into the moonlight, the leader stared at me in disbelief. "Who are you?" he demanded, clearly unnerved by how quickly his men had been defeated. Then recognition flickered across his face. Are you sure, man?" I smiled. "Is there a problem?" He clenched his fists, realizing there was no way out except to fight. I could see the decision in his eyes just as I launched my attack. The man tried to counter, but my speed caught him off guard. Even though he fought back with skill, it didn't take long for him to tire. To me, it felt more like a game. Every strike I landed drained him further, and soon he was struggling to keep up. Panting, he asked, "What do you want?" I hadn't killed any of his men. That wasn't my intention. I just wanted to know who dared to come after the Schur family, I said with a smile that, under the moonlight, must have looked eerie. "So, who sent you?" The leader clenched his jaw, refusing to answer. Mercenaries never reveal their employers. That's the rule, even if it means death. "If you're going to kill me, get it over with," he said grimly. His loyalty to his team was clear. He was ready to die to protect them. By now, some of the knocked-out mercenaries were waking up. I tightened my grip around the leader's neck and stared him down. "I'll ask one more time. Who sent you?" One of his subordinates blurted out, "We don't know. Employers hide their information from us." Satisfied that they truly didn't know, I released the leader, who gasped for air and collapsed on the ground. His men rushed to his side, making sure he was okay. I raised an eyebrow, watching their loyalty with interest. This was the kind of team that might be useful. "I have a proposal," I said, smirking. "Why don't you consider working for me?" "You want them?" The leader frowned. "You want us?" The mercenaries under him exclaimed. "Yes, I want you." Schur Man saw the other party's shocked expression and was a little amused. "How about it? Do you want to consider hanging out with me?" "What are you talking about? How can we follow you?" Hearing Schur Man's words, the people in black who had just fallen perked up and retorted in disdain. They did not know that while they were unconscious, this little girl defeated their boss. "What do you say, little green dragon?" Schur Man ignored the others. Little green dragon? Darn, how could this woman call their boss that? The lackey felt that his boss was being looked down on and wanted to rush up to teach this arrogant little girl a lesson, but he was stopped by his boss. "I'll think about it." The leader looked troubled. Although the mercenaries valued money more than their lives, everyone was a brother who had gone through life and death together. He did not want anyone to die in vain. When they attacked the Schur family this time, they were discovered. If they did not listen to Schur Man, both the Schur family and their employer would not let them off. At that time, it would not be a matter of guns and dignity. Moreover, although this Schur Man looked like an ordinary girl, she had such strong skills. It meant that the Schur family was far more powerful than they had imagined. After some consideration, he decided to listen to Schur Man. Schur Man nodded in satisfaction. She didn't know that the Baldy had considered so many factors, but it was fine as long as the result was what she wanted. "Then from now on, I'll be your boss. Let me introduce myself. My name is Schur Man." The bald man knelt down on one knee. "Greetings, boss. Boss, don't." Before the others could recover from their surprise, they saw their boss paying his respects to someone else. To top it off, this person was the daughter of their target. What was this about? "Shut up and listen to me," the bald boss scolded. "Come and meet the new boss." The mercenaries were still a little unconvinced, but they obediently knelt on one knee and bowed to Schur Man. Boss must have a reason. No, they had to call him second boss in the future. Boo-hoo. Man was dressed in white and sitting on the black leather sofa in the middle of the warehouse like a noble and cold queen. In this case, bring out all your firearms. I need some weapons that can be used easily. The people below moved when they heard that. They placed all the handheld equipment in the warehouse neatly in front of Man. As for the large weapons and ammunition, they showed them to Man in the form of pictures. Man took a look. It was barely satisfactory. It seemed that the firearms in this world were not very developed. In the end, Man picked a few that were still usable and reluctantly used them. The host's body was relatively small, and the size of the pistol was still a little inappropriate. However, this kind of thing could not affect Man at all. In addition to the pistol, Man also picked 2 military knives and put them in her boots. There would always be a time when the bullets were used up, but cold weapons could be used repeatedly. After choosing both melee and long-range weapons, Man remembered something else. What's the name of your organization? The mercenary who was asked was very proud. He stood up straight and said, Azure Dragon Gang. Man was speechless. It's nice, right? Our boss. No, our second boss came up with the name. Man couldn't believe her ears. Azure Dragon Gang? This name was too old-fashioned. Man held her forehead and sighed. From today onwards, it'll be called Immaculate. Immaculate? Yes. Man nodded, unaffected by external forces and focused on the purity of the heart. Wow, the mercenaries looked at one another. This boss was so cultured. Although they didn't understand, she seemed very powerful. It seemed that following her wasn't bad, and she seemed to know a lot about armaments. Could she be some hidden big shot? Man ignored the mercenary's curious expressions and asked the bald man standing beside her, What's your name? My second in command? The bald man felt a little uneasy being called by Man a him. My name is Sean. Man nodded. Then Sean, you'll be in charge of Immaculate from now on. You can continue to take orders, but every mission needs to be reviewed by me first. Sean nodded. From now on, Man would be their boss. Apart from accepting mercenary missions, do you have any other sources of funds? Man asked again. Sean shook his head. Nothing else. We're an organized and disciplined mercenary group, not just any small organization. Man understood. Then this shouldn't be your base camp, right? Right, Sean said. This is just one of the strongholds. Storage points are usually used for transition, and there are rest stops to complete missions in the city. Our camp is in City M because most of the missions are concentrated in Southeast Asia. It's more convenient to operate from City M. City M was located at the border of Country Z, not far from City G. Compared to the extremely urban City G, City M was more like a small city on the border that had yet to be fully developed. There were all kinds of people there, and it had the largest black market in Country Z. Then how many people are there in the mercenary group? Man needed to know this organization well. With the abilities of Sean's mercenaries, they would be a great killing weapon if they were used well. There are about 300 of us. Other than the brothers stationed in M City and our brothers here, some of us are out on other missions. Sean thought for a moment and added, This time, the ones who came with me are the core brothers in the regiment. Man knew that he was telling her that as long as everyone on their side acknowledged her, the other mercenaries would be easy to deal with. Mercenaries had always been loyal and only cared about money. Although she had become their boss, they would not be too calculative if she did not restrain them and did not hinder their way of earning money. That's it then. You guys continue doing your things. If you want to contact me in the future, just come to the house. With that, Man left the warehouse and disappeared into the night. She would let them digest what happened today internally. She was also a little tired. She had done so much just after her rebirth. She had to rest well. After the encounter, Man returned to the family residence. Man was about to go upstairs when she heard movement from the kitchen. She walked closer and saw that Jing was doing something. What are you doing? Man leaned close to Jing and whispered in her ear. Jing did not notice Man's approach and was shocked. The soup spoon in her hand fell to the ground. Xiao Man, it's you. I'm making soup for third brother. He just said that he's a little hungry. I want to make him some supper. Jing's timid look was completely different from before. Previously, She was always either obsequious or disdainful in front of Sherman, but she was never afraid. It seemed that Shun Xian's slap had temporarily restrained her. Sherman glanced at the chicken soup simmering on the fire. If she remembered correctly, third brother liked what Shi Jing made because Shi Jing added drugs to his food. In the novel, not only did Shi Jing want to replace Sherman, but she also had a good impression of Shi Ju and Shi He, who were the best looking. As a lawyer, Shi Ju was too sharp. So Shi Jing picked Shi He. By feeding him the food she had drugged, Shi He gradually became addicted and could not leave her. It seemed that she was going to use the same trick today. Sherman raised her eyebrows. All right, continue. When she got close to Shi Jing just now, she wanted to see if she had done anything to the soup. Now, it seemed that she had not had the time to put it in the soup, but with her sharp nose, she could already smell the drug on Shi Jing. This was an addictive drug. Overconsumption could even cause hallucinations. After taking it for a short period of time, the person would feel abnormally clear-headed. Dopamine would be secreted in large quantities, creating an illusion of pleasure. Shi Jing wanted to make sure he think that he had fallen in love with her food. Sherman still didn't know how far sure he had taken it. She could only put the matter aside for the time being and not stop him. Otherwise, if he suddenly stopped taking the drug and something went wrong in front of the public, it would be a devastating blow to his career. But why did she start thinking about her brothers? Sherman did not stay any longer and turned to go upstairs. She should take a shower and sleep. Behind her, Shi Jing's expression changed when she saw Sherman go upstairs. She returned to her original hatred and disdain. When did Sherman stop wearing the clothes she picked carefully? She was dressed properly today and actually looked quite pretty. Moreover, she knew that she had drugged her. Shi Jing thought that her actions were flawless. With Sherman's brain, it was impossible for her to suspect anything. If it weren't for the fact that the drug she gave Sherman only had half an hour of effect, she would really be finished after the chicken soup was sent over to be tested. Shi Jing picked up the soup spoon on the ground and washed it. Then, she took out a bag of red powder from her pocket and poured it into the soup. After adding the powder, the soup emitted an alluring fragrance. In a few seconds, it disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. As long as there was still someone in the Shi family who needed her, and as long as she could continue to control Shi He, she still had a chance to take down Sherman. A vicious expression appeared on Shi Jing's face, but it disappeared the moment she went upstairs. She turned back into the gentle and lovely obedient girl. Holding the soup, she knocked on Shi He's door. When Shi He saw her, he didn't say much. He just took the soup and let her leave. In the night, the worries of many people shrouded the Shi family's villa, but morning would eventually come. The next day, Shi Mu woke up early. He was neatly dressed in the uniform of Castle Academy. He sat in front of the dining table and obediently waited for Sherman to come down. He had not expected this. First, it was Shi Ju, then it was Shi Ke. Even Shi He, who usually didn't wake up in the morning, came down for breakfast. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? When Shi Mu saw them taking their seats, he shouted, Big brother, shouldn't you have gone to the company long ago? Second brother, you too. Didn't you go straight to the law firm? Why are you here for breakfast? Shi Ju smiled kindly at his younger brother as he drank his coffee. Shi Ke ignored Shi Mu and sat at the dining table reading the newspaper. Shi He looked sleepy as he grabbed a piece of toast and stuffed it into his mouth. If you're tired, go back to sleep, okay? What was wrong with these people? They actually came to ruin his romantic breakfast with Man. He was still thinking of sending her to school after eating with her. I don't want to. I got up to have breakfast with Man. Sure, he tried his best to force himself to wake up. Darn it. He had planned to sleep after drinking the soup yesterday. Who knew that he would be alert and frustrated? He didn't rest well the entire night. Shi Ke folded the newspaper and placed it aside. Xiaoman is going to Castle Academy for an interview today. She might be very nervous. As her big brother, how can I not accompany her to deal with all the challenges? Shi Ju, who was sitting beside him, nodded. That's true. Shi Mu sat back down angrily. He could not win against three people. Just as they were loving one another, Sherman came upstairs. She didn't have a uniform from Castle Academy yet, But she had an interview today, so she couldn't possibly dress too ridiculously. So she did something to the clothes in the closet. She cut off the outer layer of a gorgeous red princess dress, leaving only the pink silk dress inside. Although Sherman's clothes were all very strange, they were all very expensive without exception. The lining was often the most comfortable and made of top-notch material. Then, she cut another piece of a white and translucent knitted long robe and made it into a small shawl fastened with a peony-shaped jewelry brooch. Her hair was casually tied up with a hairpin, making her look like a gentle Jiangnan woman. Looking at herself in the mirror, Sherman went downstairs to eat in satisfaction. Morning, brothers. Sherman sat down beside Shermu. Her brothers seemed to have come down long ago. She woke up a little late today. Sherman's morning temperament was a little strange. She had just woken up and her reaction was slower. Her words and actions were like those of a sloth. In order not to let her condition affect the mission, she usually exercised for an hour after getting up to wake her body up completely before meeting people. This led to her needing to wake up earlier than the others. But she had just been reborn into this body and was still a little uncomfortable. She needed to sleep a little more than her previous self. When the brothers saw Sherman sit down, they pushed the food in front of her. Xiaoman, Big Brother specially asked the kitchen to prepare 2 types of breakfast today. What do you want to eat? Shirku said to Sherman gently. Shirju was not to be outdone. Xiaoman is going for an interview today, so it's not suitable for her to eat something too greasy. Second brother got someone to make green tea for you with pastries. It won't be too greasy. Shermu was not as thorough as his 2 brothers. He only knew to pile everything in front of Sherman. Sure, he took out a row of car keys. Which car do you want me to drive? Third brother will send you to school today. Sherman smiled sweetly at her brothers and took a sip of milk. She randomly picked one from the row of car keys. I'll go to school myself. After saying that, Sherman left the house with her car keys. I knew it. I knew it. Man must like the car I gave her the most. Shermu was very happy to see that Man was holding the key to the silver sports car he gave her. Sure, he sighed. Not only did his sister not let him drive her, but she had also stopped driving the pink Lamborghini that she had said she liked the most. Not driving? Wait, Xiaoman is driving there herself? I thought she didn't know how to drive. Shirju suddenly reminded them. The 4 members of the Shir family immediately took their things and drove after Sherman, afraid that something would happen to her. Sherman did not know that the hosts did not know how to drive. At this moment, she was following the navigation and heading toward Castle Academy. At the entrance of the academy, a group of students was frightened by the wild silver sports car and avoided it. The moment the sports car was about to hit the academy's sign, it did an extreme drift and parked into the lot. Okay, full marks for parallel parking, said Sherman as she got out of the car. The school gate of Castle Academy was very imposing, comparable to a city wall. At the entrance of the academy, there were students walking in 2s and 3s. Although they were all wearing uniforms, they could not hide their nobility. The cars that sent the students to the academy were all parked by the roadside. They were not as luxurious as Sherman's car, but they were still expensive. Who is this? A few students gathered to discuss. She's not wearing a uniform. Is she from our academy? Don't you know her? She's the daughter of the Shir family. She's infamous for causing trouble every day just because her family is powerful. It's her, Sherman. She only knows how to pester men every day. She's so fair and clean today that I didn't recognize her immediately. I'm dying of laughter. Does this piece of trash think she can come to Castle? She might as well go and look for Yizheng. That's right. Why did she come to our school? How unlucky. She must have a back door. Otherwise, how can a lousy person like her enter? I thought she only wanted men and isn't interested in studying. How shameless. Sherman heard the surrounding people discussing her and did not take it seriously. Previously, because of Shi Jing's manipulation and her family's dotage, Sherman was very arrogant and domineering. At a young age, she wore thick makeup all day long, making it impossible to see her original facial features. The current Sherman did not like to put on makeup, so she only put on a little makeup when she went out this time. Her clear skin and exquisite facial features made it difficult for those who had seen her to recognize her. But even if they recognized her, they wouldn't dare approach her. Although Castle was a noble academy, and the students here were either rich or noble. Members of the elite were also divided into different ranks. As the richest family in this world, there were not many people who dared to provoke the Sher family. If they angered her, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Sherman did not want to spend time on meaningless people. She followed the sign to the interview venue where the receptionist was waiting. "Heko, Miss Sher, please sit here and wait for a moment. The principal is interviewing a student." Sherman nodded and sat down. The reception room was large and decorated in European style. It was filled with all kinds of books and maps. Sherman picked up a book from the shelf and read it. It was a book about ancient Roman history. The waiting process was boring, so Sherman simply started reading with interest. The receptionist, standing at the side, curled her lips in disdain, thinking that Sherman was pretending. After all, this was an English book. How could an uncultured fool like Sherman, who only knew how to enjoy herself and think about men, understand it? It didn't take long for the door to the principal's office to open. "Miss Sher, this way please." Sherman followed the secretary into the principal's office. As soon as the door was closed, the room outside was filled with people. "Is this Sherman? Please don't pass the interview." Almost all the form teachers in the academy came to take a look and expressed the same thought. How could she not pass? Don't you know the status of the Sher family? Back then, Sherman couldn't blame anyone for not being able to pass the written test. It's written there in black and white. If we don't let her pass this interview, isn't it obvious that we are disrespecting the Sher family? Anyway, don't let such a person enter Class S. Not everyone can enter Class S. The form teacher of Class S was a capable woman. Don't come to Class A either. Just throw her to Class F. Why do we need to feel conflicted? The form teacher of Class F was already a little unhappy that they had pulled him over. They relied on the fact that their students were outstanding and were always mean. Every time there were bad students, they would push them into his class. This caused the average score of their class to become lower and lower, becoming the so-called Class F. When the teacher of Class B saw that the form teacher of Class F did not look too good, he hurriedly nudged the few teachers who spoke and asked them to restrain themselves. After all, they were all colleagues and should not make things too ugly. In the principal's office, Sherman was introducing herself. The commotion outside was too loud. With her hearing, she could make out everything clearly. "Class F? Interesting. Student Sher, I have some questions for you for the interview." The principal of Castle Academy was a very wise-looking old man. He wore a gold-rimmed chain monocle on his right eye and looked like a 19th century British noble. It was said that the principal of Castle Academy was of a mixed blood heritage. It was no wonder that the style of the academy was so European. "Go ahead." Sherman nodded slightly and was polite. "What do you make of the rumors about you?" Sherman did not expect the principal to be so straightforward. The principal must have known about her style and rumors in advance. The reason why he asked this question was probably that the Sher family had already given Castle Academy an offer that it could not refuse. Since he could not change the outcome, he wanted to see if Sherman was really as the rumors said. Sherman looked into the principal's eyes and said bluntly, "I don't care about them." The principal raised his eyebrows and gestured for Sherman to continue. "We can't chase the past. We can only look towards the future." Indeed, what had already happened was in the past. The current Sherman could not change it, but anything that happened to this body in the future was under her control. A very philosophical thinking representative of the Eastern culture. The principal nodded. "Then let's start the rest of the interview process." After asking Sherman some questions relating to professional specialization, the principal changed his opinion of Sherman. Then one last question. "Which class do you want to go to?" With Sherman's potential, he could even arrange for her to go to Class S. On the one hand, Sherman did have this ability. He believed in his judgment of people. On the other hand, it could be considered as giving the Sher family respect. In the future, if there was anything in the academy requiring support, he could reach out to the Sher family. Sherman shrugged and relaxed her body slightly. She leaned back in her chair. She could actually not take this interview so seriously. Considering the strength of the Sher family, it was already certain that she would enter Castle Academy. However, she still tried her best. Showing her strength was also an ability, wasn't it? Now that her ability had been recognized, She had to start doing things she liked. Class F then, Sherman said briskly with a standard smile. Class F? The principal looked at Sherman with interest. He didn't expect Sherman to make such a request. Although the teachers of Castle Academy were very outstanding, the atmosphere of the class and the character of the students also affected the students' learning. Could it be that Sherman had no intention of coming to Castle Academy to study? Yes, Class F, Sherman nodded. She did not intend to improve by studying. She just wanted to experience the atmosphere of the school and the feeling of studying. When Sherman was studying in the organization in the past, she never had people she could call her classmates. They were all colleagues, competitors, and even enemies. Everyone only wanted to improve themselves through learning, defeat others, and become important people in the organization. Once they could not keep up with the organization's progress and were eliminated, no one knew what would happen. In short, they would never appear in front of others again. Sherman had already experienced such high-pressure learning and high-intensity training. There was no need to torture herself again. In addition, she also wanted to see what Class F, which everyone despised and avoided, looked like. After all, wasn't Class F more suitable for the legendary Sherman? Seeing Sherman's confident look, the principal knew that she had thought it through, so he personally led her out. In the reception room, when the teachers saw the principal come out, they all stood up to express their respect. The principal briefly introduced Sherman to everyone and handed her to the year head. In the future, this student will be studying in Class F. Director Zoe, bring her to collect her books and send her to Class F for class. After the principal finished speaking, he turned around and returned to the principal's office. The teachers from Class S and Class A gloated and nudged the form teacher of Class F's shoulder maliciously. It was only right. A student like her should be assigned to Class F. All right, you guys should go back quickly. The morning class is about to begin. Director Zoe said to the teachers who had come to watch the commotion. Fortunately, the principal did not fuss too much about it just now. Otherwise, she would have been reprimanded again with these teachers around. Student Sher, follow me. Sherman nodded and followed behind Director Zoe obediently, listening to her introduce the various places and some characteristics of the academy. After receiving her books, Director Zoe brought Sherman to Class F and handed her to the form teacher before leaving. Heko, Sherman. I'm your form teacher, Mr. Gung Hui. Gung Hui led Sherman to the podium and introduced her to everyone. This is Sherman, who has just transferred to our class. She will be a part of Class F in the future. Gung Hui was a gentle but somewhat dense middle-aged man. Facing the many young ladies and young masters of Class F, he clearly did not have much presence. The class was in chaos. No one was listening to Gung Hui. Gung Hui seemed to be used to it. He pointed to a seat by the window and said to Sherman, Sherman, sit over there with the class monitor. Sherman understood and walked to the seat with the book. The girl at her desk was sleeping. Sherman raised her voice slightly. Student, move aside. The girl looked up at Sherman blankly. For a moment, both of them were a little shocked. It's you? Sherman's deskmate was none other than the original heroine of the novel, Su Tang. Oh right, Su Tang was indeed in Class F in the original novel. After her parents died, Su Tang stayed with her uncle and lived a relatively frugal life. Even her living expenses were earned by working and studying. Through her own hard work, she was able to gain admission into the Noble Academy, Castle. She had obtained a scholarship and a top student spot. It was just that in order to gather money to buy the uniform for the academy, Su Tang had been working part-time for the entire summer vacation. In addition, her uncle's sudden death had left Su Tang too overwhelmed to study. As a result, she failed the class allocation exam at Castle Academy and was assigned to Class F. When she started studying in Class F, Su Tang's excellence and seriousness made her a natural candidate for the position of class monitor. Su Tang, move aside. Sherman straightened out the plot of the original novel and quickly adapted. Okay. Go in. Su Tang was only stunned for a moment before she immediately reacted and let Sherman in. Today, Sherman gave her a completely different feeling. Not only did she look better, but her aura was also different. Su Tang's memory of Sherman was still from the last time she hit those thugs in the factory. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't afraid. but Su Tang still had an inexplicable trust in Sherman. As long as she didn't provoke Sherman, she wouldn't do anything to her. After confirming her thoughts, Su Tang mustered her courage and wanted to talk to Sherman, but she was interrupted by a voice from behind. Xiaohan, it's Sherman. She's a shameless woman who keeps pestering cousin Songji. Io, why isn't she dressed like a pheasant today? Fong Han sneered. She and Yi Zheng's cousin, Songji, were good friends. She often attended some banquets with the Song family. Every time, Sherman would dress inappropriately and become a joke at banquets. In the past, Sherman always came to please Songji for Yi Zheng's sake. Naturally, the people in their circle had always looked down on Sherman and mocked her. Su Tang heard them discussing Sherman and glanced at her awkwardly. Although Sherman had always caused trouble for her in the past, she had not suffered any substantial harm after all. Moreover, Sherman was a little jealous because her fiancé was living with another woman. Furthermore, Sherman had saved her previously. They're like that. Don't take what they say to heart. Su Tang hesitated for a moment before saying something comforting. Of course, Sherman didn't take it to heart. In fact, she didn't listen to what they were saying at all. She was used to not having much private time. As such, she usually didn't waste it on meaningless people. That was something she'd come to understand when she was an agent. However, Sherman was still a little surprised by Su Tang's attitude towards her. After all, Sherman had asked someone to kidnap Su Tang a few days ago. If Sherman knew what Su Tang was thinking, she would definitely be very shocked and puzzled. She did not understand how there could be such a pure and stupid person in this world. After being bullied, she even thought about how difficult it was for others. Yes, Sherman replied casually. She opened the book and started to compare it to the blackboard, not knowing what Su Tang was talking about. Gung Hui had already started his lecture. This was a history lesson. She happened to be very interested in the history of this world and wanted to listen carefully. Su Tang was a little relieved to see that Sherman seemed keen to learn. Previously, Miss Sher had been pestering Brother Yi and finding trouble for her every day. Now that she was studying hard, it meant that she was still motivated. Thinking that she still had to work part-time at night, Su Tang started to listen seriously. Gung Hui, who was on the podium, was very touched by the two students longing for knowledge. Other than Su Tang, no one had listened to his class seriously for a long time. No, to be precise, only Su Tang listened to the class seriously. The others ignored him. Although Castle Academy was a school, it was essentially a service for the young masters and young ladies of the nobles. Even his salary was paid by the families of these young masters and young ladies. It was very difficult to discipline them. However, as long as someone listened, Gung Hui would teach them seriously. Moreover, there were already two serious students now. He didn't know if this Miss Sher was really different from the rumors on a whim, but this was no longer important. Gung Hui seemed to have been inspired and instantly perked up. He recounted the recent history of this country vividly. However, there were still many students in the class. His mouth was no match for the dozens of mouths below. As Sherman was seated by the window, she could not hear what Gung Hui was saying. She turned to look at Su Tang, who was carefully taking notes. Sherman was puzzled. What did you hear Gung Hui say? I can't hear him, said Su Tang, but I can read lips. Sherman was speechless when she saw Su Tang's serious expression. I'm joking. I'm already used to it. I can learn from the blackboard and textbooks. Su Tang tilted her head and revealed an innocent smile. Her cheeks were slightly pink, and her small canine teeth made her look even more exquisite and cute. Sherman looked at Su Tang's smile and thought carefully about what she had done these past few days. Were the two of them on good terms? Or was Su Tang a spontaneous friend? No matter what, if this continued, she would not be able to listen to the class today. Sherman closed the book and turned to look for the source of the noise. The students who were playing in the rear suddenly felt a chill down their spines. They looked around and met the silent oppression in Sherman's eyes. Just by meeting her terrifying gaze, they couldn't help but keep quiet. After the noisiest few shut up, the classroom became much quieter. At this moment, Sherman slammed the book on the table. The sudden sound attracted the attention of the entire class. Mr. Gung, you can continue. Sherman glanced around and flipped open the textbook on the table in front of her. Gung Hui was also shocked just now, but this was good. It had been a long time since he had such a quiet class. At this moment, he was considering whether he should let Man be a disciplinary committee member. After all, she was such a good seedling. All right, students, turn to the 7th page now. Gung Hui was in a good mood, and even his tone became lively. Fang Han sat at the back and wrote a few words in her book. Pheasant dressed as a phoenix. Her deskmate laughed when she saw this. It was very obvious in the quiet classroom, so she quickly controlled her voice and retracted it. That's right. She probably wants to please the teacher so that she can go to Class S to look for Songji in the future. The textbook that was handed back said. Fang Han imitated Man's gaze and revealed a disdainful expression. She thought to herself, an idiot who only knows how to cling to men really thinks highly of herself. Man heard faint laughter from behind and did not care. The history of this world was still a little different from the world she was in before, but fortunately, the general direction was similar. It meant that the knowledge she had learned was not completely useless in this world. As Man listened to the class, she took out a ring with a black Shek pearl from her bag. This was given to her by Sean when she left the warehouse. He said it was a symbol of status. This ring was completely black and looked very low key. The black pearl was round and smooth, and its surface was suffused with a blue luster. Man did not wear the ring on her hand. Instead, she played with it in her palm. The black pearl felt very good, moist but not astringent. She still did not know how big Immaculate was, and if its reputation in the underworld was good. She did not know what effect it would have if she rashly revealed this card. As she thought about it, the class bell rang. Su Tang got up and went to the bathroom while Man planned to rest. She did not rest well last night and was still sleepy. Let's go. Fang Han gave her 2 lackeys a look. They tacitly followed Su Tang out of the classroom. Man's eyes moved, but she did not move. She was not the savior, and her relationship with Su Tang was already settled. Moreover, Su Tang had the male protagonist backing her up, so she did not have to interfere. Su Tang came out of the washroom cubicle and met Fang Han and her lackeys. Monitor, our homework is missing, one of the girls said, poking Su Tang's head. As the class monitor, are you going to help your classmates solve the problem? Why don't you give me your homework? Fang Han said. Also, please do theirs. Su Tang did not speak. She wanted to walk around them and return to the classroom, but she tripped over one of them and was pushed by Fang Han. She fell straight into the pool. TSK, how dirty. It's perfect for a poor girl like you. They stepped on Su Tang's shoulder. I asked you to do our homework for us. Do you hear me? Yes. Su Tang whispered. If you hear me, you have to say yes, Missy. All right, Missy. Su Tang's voice was very soft. This was not the first time this had happened, but she could not resist, nor could she completely abandon her pride to compromise. She did not dare to tell Yi Zheng since she had already caused him a lot of trouble. Moreover, Yi Zheng would not care about such a small matter. Seeing that Su Tang had compromised, Fang Han and the others left in satisfaction. The bell rang for a long time, but Su Tang still did not return. Due to Man's deterrence, no one made a fuss during this class. Even if they did not listen to the class and did their own things, they tried their best not to make a big commotion. The entire Class F was so quiet that when Teacher Run came to class, she was shocked and incredulous. Report. Su Tang appeared at the classroom door. Come in. Teacher Run frowned unhappily when she saw Su Tang. She remembered that this girl was the class monitor and had always abided by the school rules. Why did she come to class dressed like this today, and was even late? Su Tang lowered her head and quickly walked to her seat, burying her face in her book. Man glanced at her. It looked like she had been bullied in the washroom. Her hair and uniform were wet, and one could vaguely see the color of her underwear. She was not wearing her uniform jacket. Instead, she stuffed it into a drawer. The jacket was even wetter than her shirt, and there were a few shoe prints on it. Man sighed silently in her heart. She had been taught since she was young, the principle of an eye for an eye. She would treat others the way they treated her. When they hit her, she would hit them back until they were unable to retaliate. If they were enemies, she would kill them directly. As long as they were alive, they might pose a threat to her in the future. Back when she was reading the novel, She had expected better from Su Tang. Fortunately, Su Tang did not tolerate her again and again. Instead, she proved her ability and value in her own way, making the male lead, Yi Zheng, look at her in a different light and fall in love with her. She even obtained the approval of others and became someone who had the ability to walk side by side with Yi Zheng. Seeing that she would improve in the future, Sherman softened. Wipe it, Sherman instructed and handed her handkerchief over. Stunned, Su Tang took the handkerchief. Sherman heard the sound of tears hitting the textbook. She pretended not to see and turned to look out the window. Su Tang secretly wiped her tears and the water off her body with a handkerchief. Ever since she entered school, Sherman was the only person who had reached out to her. Although the teachers knew that Su Tang had been bullied by her classmates in school, almost all of Castle's students were children with formidable family backgrounds, so the teachers could not control them. Since nothing serious happened to Su Tang, they naturally turned a blind eye. I'll return it to you tomorrow after I go back and wash it. Su Tang put away Sherman's handkerchief. The pure white handkerchief emitted the refreshing fragrance of orchids. Su Tang looked at the person sitting beside her and couldn't help but think that perhaps she had never seen her true self before. After all, no matter how she looked at it, Sherman was not as unreasonable and cunning as the rumors said. No, throw it away. What was there to wash a handkerchief for? It wasn't anything expensive. Su Tang's hand paused as she put the handkerchief back on the table. It was time for class to end again. A few people surrounded Su Tang's desk. Su Tang, what's wrong? Su Tang's appearance was outstanding among her peers. Her personality was pure and non-aggressive, so she naturally attracted the attention of some boys. However, they were only interested in her appearance. I'm fine. I just fell. Su Tang smiled at them and said it casually. Then do you want to go play after school? We have an appointment to go to Nightless City. Nightless City was a famous bar in G City. From the service staff to the performers, all of them were good, looking and capable. The young masters in G City liked to go there. Hearing that, Su Tang's face stiffened. I won't go. Don't make things difficult for the class monitor. Fong Han walked over and stood between Su Tang and the others. With the class monitor's family situation, she can't afford to go to such a high-spending place. Su Tang saw Fong Han coming over and lowered her head again. Don't you think so, class monitor? Fong Han sat down at Su Tang's table when she ignored her. There was not much space on the table, to begin with. As soon as Fong Han sat down, she pushed all the books on the table to the ground. The textbooks and stationery were scattered on the ground. Su Tang hurriedly bent down to pick them up, but Fong Han stepped on a textbook. Seeing that Fong Han was making things difficult for Su Tang again, the students did not want to be nosy and dispersed. Su Tang resisted the urge to say, Fong Han, please move aside. I didn't see it. Sorry, class monitor. Fong Han pretended to be innocent and kicked the textbook further away. Su Tang was about to pick it up when Sherman stopped her. Sherman walked to Fong Han's desk. She handed the book to Su Tang and kicked Fong Han's entire desk. Sherman. Fong Han saw Sherman's actions and shouted in shock. Are you crazy? What's wrong with you? Fong Han was about to attack when Sherman grabbed her and pressed her against the table. Let me remind you that you're very annoying. After Sherman finished speaking, she took off Fong Han's uniform jacket and threw it down the window. Sherman. Fong Han rushed to the window. Outside the school building was a huge water fountain. Fong Han's coat had undoubtedly been thrown into the water. If you disturb me again, it won't be as simple as a coat. Sherman cleared her ears from Fong Han's loud voice and said impatiently. Initially, Sherman didn't want to care about their small matters, but Fong Han was really too annoying. She kept circling around Su Tang, and it was too noisy. Fong Han's eyes were filled with resentment when she heard Sherman's words. Sherman, just wait. I'll tell Gigi everything that happened today. Let's see how you can appear in front of Yi Zheng then. Who's Gigi? Was there such a character in the novel? Why are you pretending? Do you not know Songji? Fong Han mocked. Songji? Sherman remembered. She was the male lead's cousin. Then tell her. Sherman shrugged indifferently. It didn't matter who she told. Anyway, she had nothing to do with Yi Zheng anymore. The engagement had to be annulled sooner or later. You. Fang Han wanted to say something, but she was frightened by Sherman's gaze. Strange. When did this idiot's gaze become so terrifying? Every time she looked at someone like this, it was as if she was already looking at a dead person, making one feel a chill down their spine. Behind Sherman, Su Tang watched her leave with mixed feelings. Initially, she was a little grateful to Sherman for handing her the handkerchief. However, Sherman had asked her to throw it away. Just as she thought that Sherman didn't want the handkerchief back because she despised Su Tang, Sherman stood up for her. At this moment, Sherman did not know that Su Tang's imagination was so rich. If she knew, she would sigh at Su Tang's simple and sensitive mind. The first day of school quickly came to an end. Gung Hui gave Sherman the address of the uniform tailor shop at Castle Academy and instructed her to customize an autumn school uniform and a summer school uniform. Sherman took the address and planned to go on the way home. Unexpectedly, she saw her 4 brothers at the school gate. Early in the morning, after Sherman drove out, the 4 of them followed her worriedly. Seeing that their sister was studying in the classroom safely, they were relieved. Shirku went to look for the principal in the morning and found out that his sister had taken the initiative to go to Class F. He returned to the company to work with relief. Not only did his sister perform well, but she was also so humble. She was afraid that others would think that she had relied on the Shir family's background to enter Class S, so she chose to enter Class F first to prove herself. This really touched him. Shirju did not stay idle either. He first used his legal identity to retrieve the surveillance cameras at the school gate. After confirming that his sister was indeed not hurt, he ordered someone to go to the uniform shop to customize his sister's uniform and bring it over. Sure, he didn't have any work today. After going home to catch up on his sleep, he appeared at the school gate to pick up Man from school. 4th brother Shir Mu had just finished dealing with the student union and was waiting at the door for Xiaoman to go home. The 4 young masters of the Shir family appeared at the entrance of the academy at the same time, causing quite a commotion. Especially Shir He, who was wearing a casual work suit with a vest on his upper body and a jacket tied around his waist. He was fashionable and casual, and he exuded a hint of beautiful handsomeness, attracting many fans. Before Sherman reached the school gate, she heard everyone discussing. Come quickly, come quickly. Sure, he is here. Really? It's really at the school gate. The president is here today. The president is really handsome. Why did these 4 come together today? Sherman raised her eyebrows and thought. In order not to cause a traffic jam at the entrance of the academy, Sherman quickened her pace and arrived at the school gate. Xiaoman. Sure, he was the first to see her. He took off his sunglasses and waved at her. Sherman walked to the 4 of them. Brother, why are you all here? You're still talking. Shermu tapped the tip of Sherman's nose dotingly. Are you not supposed to know how to drive? Why didn't you say anything before driving to school alone today? Sherman was a little embarrassed to be treated like this by Shermu. After all, Shermu was only 18 years old this year, even younger than she was. Touching the tip of her nose, Sherman smiled slyly and said coquettishly, Hee, in the past, I wanted my brothers to send me off more, so I pretended that I didn't know how to drive. But after this incident, I feel that I still have to grow up. Sherman's sudden maturity caught her brothers off guard, and they felt mixed emotions in their hearts. On the one hand, they were relieved that their sister had grown up and become sensible, but on the other hand, they were filled with heartache and pity for her. Xiaoman, you can always be insensible in front of your brothers and be a child forever. Do you understand? Shirka touched Sherman's head. Go home with us first. Mom is waiting for you at home. Waiting for me? That's right. Mom said that she's bringing you to the CBD to buy clothes today. Butler Chi has already gone over to clear the area. Shermu pulled Sherman to his car. Xiaoman, take little brother's car back. Sherman was about to take out her car keys to show that she had driven when she realized that the wild silver sports car had disappeared. Where was her car? Shirju could tell what Sherman was thinking and explained. In order to bring you home, we've already gotten someone to tow your car back. This was really unexpectedly domineering. Sherman looked at the expectant people in front of her and finally chose to take Shirju's car back. Shermu was too noisy. It was easy for fans to chase after Shirhi's car. Shirka's black business car looked dull. Please get in, my little princess. Ju opened the door for Sherman. His car was a blue-green convertible with a warm and bright interior. There was a bouquet of roses on the inside of the passenger seat and snacks on the table. Sherman smiled and nodded as she got into Ju's car. If not for the fact that the Sher family was too famous, the two of them would definitely be thought of as a perfect couple. The reason why Sherman chose this car was not only because of Ju, but also because it was a convertible. She had just come to this world and did not have the chance to appreciate the scenery. Of course, she didn't have much of a chance to admire the scenery in her original world. Therefore, she wanted to take this opportunity to relax. G-City was very romantic at dusk. The car was driven over a bridge, and she looked at the waves in the sea. The warm yellow light of the setting sun shone on the city, seeming to cast a golden shell over it. Sherman leaned back in her chair and looked at the scenery outside with the rose. The pastry was put back after a few bites. She didn't like sweet things. Ju seemed to have noticed Sherman's fatigue and turned on the central control to play a song. Broken walls intersect with broken bones. I hold fast to this moment of peace. Just for you, I will eventually meet what is mine. Embrace the thunder. Sherman's thoughts drifted to the sky with the music. For the first time, Sherman felt a sense of nothingness without purpose. She had been an agent for too long and had long been used to the life arranged for her. Would she meet the beauty that belonged to her just like in the song? Would she be able to live again in this world for herself? A figure suddenly barged into her thoughts. It was a cold and handsome figure in black. It was Yizheng. Sherman shook her head, not understanding why she suddenly thought of Yizheng. Not to mention that he was destined to be with Su Tang. Even if he was just an ordinary person who did not have a determined ending, Sherman would not like him. Ju noticed Sherman's sudden change in mood and thought that she was a little anxious, so he comforted her. Don't be anxious. Second brother will send you directly to the CBD later. Mom and Butler Chi are there. Take a rest, man. Sherman nodded and took a relaxing nap in her seat. When she opened his eyes again, she was already in the CBD. Shin Xian waited in the VIP room on the 6th floor. Butler Chi and the mall manager greeted her at the door. After arranging things with the manager, Ju returned home. The manager led Sherman to the 6th floor. This building looked tall from the outside, but after entering, she realized that it was completely different. Unlike ordinary shopping malls, the interior of this building was not only luxurious, but also very unconventional. The sightseeing travelator ran across the entire mall. The outermost booth was the core product of the shop. One only needed to stand on the sightseeing travelator to look down at the entire store. The mall was very quiet. There was no sound of anyone other than the pure music playing. It seemed that Butler Chi had done a good job clearing the place. This is it. Please come in. The manager stood outside the door and bowed slightly to guide him. Sherman entered and was shocked by what she saw. She had thought that the VIP room was just an ordinary lounge, but it turned out to be a huge display hall. Shin Xian sat in front of the runway and watched as the models of various brands walked on the runway to show her how the outfits looked when worn. There were rows of clothes hanging around the runway, waiting to be chosen. Xiaoman, you're here. Come and sit beside mommy. Shin Xian waved at Sherman excitedly. Ever since Man was hospitalized, she had become more and more beautiful. Shin Xian looked at her slender daughter and couldn't help but sigh. Although she had always known that her daughter was beautiful, Sherman had always felt strongly about her sense of aesthetics and insisted on liking her own style. As a parent, she prioritized their daughter's happiness, so it was not appropriate for her to interfere. After all, it was normal for children to have their own thoughts when they grew up. However, seeing that Man's taste had become more palatable recently, Shin Xian was very happy. She immediately decided to update Sherman's wardrobe. Xiaoman, the ones on the runway are the new designs of the season that haven't been released yet. They're women's clothes designed by the designer. If you like them, we'll buy them. Buy as many as you want. Shin Xian pulled Sherman to sit beside her. Today, Xiaoman was especially gentle and pleasant. She had really inherited her genes perfectly. Sherman looked at the dazzling clothes around her and felt a little dizzy, so she called the salesperson over. Ask them to find some simple, elegant items made with comfortable fabrics to show me. Take a little of each style and try to stay with basic colors. The salesperson noted down Sherman's needs and immediately arranged for someone to bring Sherman clothes that met the requirements. Sherman was not in the mood to nitpick on too many details. About 10 minutes later, she was almost done picking. With the speed at which she picked out clothes, she was afraid that the room wouldn't be able to fit her if it took any longer. With Shunxian's personality, she would probably arrange another room for her. That's all, man. Shunxian hadn't had enough yet. Seeing that Sherman had finished choosing, she felt a little regretful. Sherman pretended to wheedle. I'm a little tired. Mom, continue looking. I'll walk around outside first. We'll go home together after you're done choosing, okay? It had been a long time since Shun Xian had seen such an obedient daughter. She couldn't stop smiling. All right, then take a breather outside first. If you need anything, just tell the manager. Sherman nodded and left the VIP room. She began to wander around the mall. The manager introduced some information about the mall to Sherman, who listened casually. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the mall. Why can't we enter? Aren't we clients? Outside the door, a girl's sharp voice sounded. Sherman found it familiar, so she walked forward to find out. Unexpectedly, it was Fong Han. Fong Han was holding her skirt and shouting at the staff at the door. The girl she was with also looked unhappy. Do you know who we are? How dare you stop us? Fong Han was arrogant and did not seem to have been stopped outside. I'm really sorry, Mississippi. Our mall was booked by a VIP today and is not open to the public. I'm sorry. The staff kept bowing and apologizing, but she did not receive any understanding from Fong Han and her companions. If I can't enter today, you can forget about working in this mall tomorrow. The girl at the side said ruthlessly. Well, the staff looked troubled. Sherman sneered. She thought that waiting for Shanxian would be very boring. Now, it seemed that something interesting had come knocking on her door. What happened? Manager He. Sherman brought the manager to the entrance of the mall and asked. The manager beckoned to the employee who was apologizing and asked her to return to the mall. He apologized to Sherman. I'm sorry, Miss Sher. Our staff didn't handle it well and disturbed you. Fong Han looked at Sherman walking out of the mall in disbelief. It's you? You booked the mall? Sherman nodded. Are you surprised? Fong Han said disdainfully. When did you have the ability to appreciate the clothes in this mall? After saying that, she pointed at the girl beside her and said, Since you booked it, why don't you let them bring us in? Sherman looked at Fong Han's arrogant expression and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I see that Songji is here. So? Fong Han's eyes widened. What was this idiot talking about? Didn't she jerk up Songji every day? Songji was also a little surprised. In the past, whenever Sherman saw her, she couldn't wait to come over and give her the world, hoping that she could say something good about her in front of her cousin. Songji also enjoyed the feeling of being flattered by Sherman. Although Sherman's reputation was not good, the Sher family was indeed very powerful. Being fawned over by the young lady of the Sher family augmented her status in the upper-class socialite circle. Sherman, if you don't let us in today, you can forget about seeing my cousin again. Songji revealed a proud expression and said to Sherman. Sherman looked cold. As you please. Even if you don't say it, I won't see your cousin again. Fong Han chuckled. Do you believe what you're saying? Everyone in the upper class in G-City knows that Sherman would commit suicide if she can't marry Yizheng. Sherman didn't want to bother with them anymore. She turned around and returned to the mall. Think whatever you want. Manager He, no one is allowed to let the two of them in today. Manager He nodded, and a few staff locked the entrance of the mall. Sherman stood in the viewing gallery and looked down at the two exasperated people at the door. She couldn't help but laugh. She should go back and look for Shinxian. She did not know if she had finished shopping. In the end, when Shanxian returned home with Sherman, another room had to be used to make a new cloakroom. She and Sherman added another one. At the dining table, Sherman watched as Shanxian told everyone how she felt about shopping today and the clothes she chose for her daughter and sons. Her beaming expression unknowingly touched Sherman. She had never experienced the days when the family gathered for a meal with laughter. Sherman did not realize that in just a few days, the hostility she had when she first came to this world had dissipated a lot. If she saw the gentle smile on her face as she ate, she would probably be shocked. But happy times never lasted particularly long. Someone had to break this peace. Not good. Master and Madam. A servant ran over. Miss Shijing committed suicide. What? Everyone was shocked, including Shanxian and Sherman. Shanxian's concern was that no matter what, Shijing was a distant relative of the Shi family and committed suicide in the Shi family. If news of this spread, it would probably affect the Shi family's reputation greatly. Sherman was surprised that Shijing was willing to commit suicide. Shijing was an absolute egoist. She was extremely selfish and absolutely narcissistic. Would such a person choose to commit suicide? Sherman did not believe it. Why aren't you calling an ambulance? Get Kate to give Shijing first aid first. Shizhong instructed. Mr. Kate has already gone to her, the servant said. Dr. Kate was the Shi family's private doctor. He usually lived in the Shi residence and checked on them. If there were any emergencies, he could deal with them in time. Back then, Sherman relied on Dr. Kate's emergency rescue to survive. The ambulance soon arrived at the Shi family manor. Shijing, who was covered in blood, was also carried down by Dr. Kate. Sherman looked at her wrist and narrowed her eyes. She had actually cut her wrist. The shrill wail of an ambulance siren pierced the night. The night was destined to be restless. After Shijing was sent to the hospital, the Shi family chose to stay behind to accompany Sherman and only sent Butler Chi to take care of her. On the one hand, it was to investigate the reason for Shijing's suicide at home. On the other hand, they were worried that Sherman would be agitated when she saw this scene and recalled how she cut her wrist. Xiaoman, Mom will sleep with you today, right? Shinxian looked at Sherman worriedly. Ever since Shijing was sent to the hospital, Xiaoman had been distracted. Shinxian was worried that she was frightened by the scene just now, so she suggested sleeping with Sherman. It's fine. There's no need. Sherman rejected Shanxian's suggestion. At this moment, the servant also walked over with the suicide note that she found in Shijing's room. Master and Madam, this was found in Miss Shijing's room. Shizhong took it and looked at it. He sighed and threw the suicide note on the coffee table. Sherman leaned over and glanced at it. The content related to how Shijing had been bullied in her original school. Her classmates had all bullied her and knew that she was close to Sherman, so they asked her to instigate Sherman to cut her wrist. Otherwise, they would beat her up in school every day. Shijing couldn't stand the students' long-term bullying, so she listened to them and did as she was told. She thought that it would be fine as long as she didn't cut too deep, but she didn't expect Sherman to not be able to control her strength, so she snatched the fruit knife. In the note, other than describing the bullying she had suffered, there was also an apology to Sherman and gratitude to Shizhong and Shanxian. This will was written so well that it made one sorrowful to read it. Shanxian also picked up the note and looked at it with a conflicted expression. After all, this was only Shijing's side of the story. However, Shijing was usually obedient and sensible. They also felt that there was something wrong with this act that seemed unusually out of line. From the looks of it, this was the only explanation. If what Shijing said in her note was true and she had lived such a life in school, it would be certain that they would transfer schools for her after she recovered. Sherman looked coldly at the suspected tear stains on the suicide note and could guess at Shijing's goal was. The next morning, when the hospital sent the news that Shijing had woken up, Shizhong planned to visit Shijing with Shanxian. Dad, Mom, I'll go with you. Sherman woke up early and put on the uniform of Castle Academy that Shiju had brought back. She put on some light makeup and tied her hair into a high ponytail. Shizhong looked at his obedient daughter who was carrying her school bag and was in a good mood. It was not that he did not love his daughter. On the contrary, he loved Sherman too much. That was why he acted sternly when Shanxian and his 4 sons doted on Sherman. Although he was confident that he could protect Sherman for the rest of her life, he also hoped that Sherman could become a talent and not a ruthless and brainless heiress who could only rely on her parents. Now that he saw Sherman like this, it was as if he had seen the light at the end of a tunnel. It was as if his daughter had returned to her cute and sensible self. Okay, if Man wants to visit sister, she can go with Daddy and Mommy. Shizhong nodded in satisfaction. Then, he said to Shirmu, when you go to school, apply for leave for sister. Shirmu's face fell again. All right. How unlucky. He couldn't go to school with Xiaoman today. Xiaoman was so cute today. He really wanted to drive her to school. In the hospital, Shi Jing was lying on the hospital bed. Her face was pale, and her eyes were red as if she had just cried. Her delicate appearance was very lovable. That was how she looked when Shi Man and the others arrived. Xiao Jing, are you feeling better? Shi Zhong walked in and asked. In their hearts, Shi Jing was an obedient child. After seeing the note, Shi Zhong believed that she didn't mean to hurt Shi Man. Shen Xian also came to Shi Jing's bed to check on her. If word got out that Shi Jing was bullied while she was with the Shi family, it would damage the Shi family's reputation. Shi Jing, on the other hand, looked like a pitiful victim. She answered Shi Zhong softly, Uncle, I'm much better. I'm sorry for causing trouble for you and Anne again. When I think of how Man was injured so badly because of me, I feel sorry for all of you. How would I have the cheek to stay with the Shi family? Uncle, let me repay Man. Speaking of the emotional parts, Shi Jing shed a few more tears. Her teary look made people unable to believe that she was the one who forced Shi Man to commit suicide. Shen Xian went forward to pat Shi Jing's back and comforted her. Xiao Jing, what happened to you in school? Don't be afraid. Tell me. As long as it's true, I will definitely make the person who bullied you suffer. Shen Xian's eyes were sharp, and she did not look like she was comforting anyone. Shi Man knew that Shen Xian meant that if this matter was fake, she would not let Shi Jing go easily. That's right, Xiao Jing. There was a hint of displeasure on Shi Zhong's face. How dare a person bully someone with our surname in G City? Wasn't this clearly going against the Shi family? There were few people with the surname Shi, to begin with. Even if she was an outsider, one should consider it carefully. Uncle, Aunt, I'm studying in a public school. My classmates are all ordinary people. I believe they didn't mean to be like this. My classmates are still young. If their families are involved because of me, I'm afraid it won't be good for the Shi family. Shi Jing looked like she was about to cry again. Shi Man glanced at her disdainfully. What Shi Jing meant was that the students of the public school did not know people from the upper class like them, nor did they believe that she was related to the Shi family. She did not want Shen Xian and the others to investigate with great fanfare, lest it seemed like the Shi family was bullying them. To put it bluntly, Shi Jing did not want her lie to be exposed. Then what do you want? Shi Man raised her eyebrows and spoke from behind Shen Xian. Didn't she just want to follow her to castle? That's right, Xiao Jing. Tell uncle and aunt. How do you want to resolve it? Shi Zhong also asked. Shi Jing bit her lower lip and looked at Shi Man fearfully. I want to accompany Man and atone for my sins. Huh? What? Shen Xian was stunned. I want to stay by Xiao Man's side and take care of her. I heard that Xiao Man went to a new school. We used to study together. I'm afraid Xiao Man won't be used to being alone in school. I know I hurt her this time, but I really want to make it up to her and win her forgiveness. As Shi Jing spoke, she struggled to sit up and held Shi Man's hand. Xiao Man, can you give me a chance? I will definitely take good care of you. Shi Zhong was very moved when he saw their sisterly relationship. Therefore, even if Shi Jing's family was unrelated to them, Shi Zhong was willing to help. Shen Xian stole a glance at Shi Zhong. She naturally knew that Shi Zhong valued brotherhood. The reason why she was willing to marry him was because of his loyalty. Now that Shi Jing said this, there was a high chance that Shi Zhong would agree. It was not good for her to embarrass Shi Zhong. Xiao Man, since Xiao Jing has spoken, you should express your stance. Shi Zhong said to Shi Man pretended to be obedient. As long as sister can enter castle, I'm definitely willing. Shi Zhong looked troubled when he heard this. He had just stuffed Man in 2 days ago. Now that the summer vacation had passed and Castle had started school, he had to stuff another Shi Jing in. He was afraid that the old man from Castle Academy would be unhappy and would definitely ask for an exorbitant price. Shi Jing saw that Shi Zhong's expression was wrong and quickly expressed, I can do it, uncle. As long as there's a chance, I won't disappoint you. I've been receiving scholarships in public school. Uncle, have you forgotten? Shi Zhong nodded. Xiao Jing, I still believe in your ability. I'll get Big Brother to help you ask around and see if I can slot in an exam for you. However, whether you can enter depends on yourself. Shi Zhong was actually confident that Shi Jing could enter the school, but after all, the children were still young. He had to let them know that they could not rely on the adults for everything. I understand, uncle. I'll definitely work hard. Shi Jing was excited and tried her best to suppress her laughter. If even that idiot Sherman could enter, it would be easy for Jing. She had to snatch everything that Sherman had. Her face was filled with gratitude, and she said obedient words. However, her thoughts were vicious. Sherman knew that Jing had achieved her goal, so it was not strange. In the previous novel, Sherman brought Jing along after transferring schools. Although many things changed after she was reborn, the general direction was still the same as in the book. However, she definitely wouldn't die foolishly like Sherman in the book. Sherman did not continue to look at Jing. That level of trickery could not affect her. After greeting Shinxian, she drove to Castle Academy for class. In the classroom that was originally noisy, everyone automatically fell silent when Sherman appeared at the door. Sherman wanted to return to her seat, but Su Tang stopped her. Don't sit on it. Seeing Su Tang's aggrieved look, she must have been bullied again. But what did it have to do with her? Separated by Su Tang, Sherman looked at her seat. The drawer was filled with wet textbooks, and there were earthworms squirming on them. The chair was also covered in a transparent glue-like substance. It was probably glue. Looking at Su Tang again, her cheeks, which were covered by her hair, were red. If Sherman guessed correctly, Su Tang should have wanted to stop things, but she was beaten up. Fong Han? Sherman asked. Su Tang just lowered her head without saying anything. Sherman looked around and saw Fong Han looking at her with a smug expression, waiting to see her embarrass herself. Get up and get out of the way, Sherman said to Su Tang. Su Tang did not understand, but she obediently did as she was told. The teacher was uneasy on the podium. What was this little ancestor of the Shi family trying to do by not sitting down for class? He wanted to interfere, but he didn't dare to. But if the leader saw this, it would be difficult. Sherman didn't care how difficult it was for the teacher. She walked up to Fong Han, pulled her up, and threw her heavily onto her own seat. Sherman, what do you want? This is class. Fong Han shouted. What do you think I want? Sherman's expression was cold as she pressed Fong Han onto the chair. She grabbed her arm with one hand and stuffed her head into the drawer with the other. Fong Han was about to cry. She shouted, Help! Help! You lunatic! Let go of me! Help! Seeing that the matter had blown up, the teacher hurriedly ran over to stop the fight. Student Shi, calm down. You can tell me what happened. Don't be rash. Every one of them was a young master and young lady. He could not afford to offend them. If they were injured in his class, he would not be able to bear the consequences. I'm playing with Fong Han. Right, Fong Han? Sherman said with a sweet smile. If not for the fact that Fong Han was still struggling under her hands, no one would have thought that a girl with an angel's face could have such ruthless methods. Who's playing with you? Fong Han denied it, but she was so agitated by the pain in her arm that she could not speak. She could only beg for mercy. Yes, it's just playing around. In that case, sit here and listen to the class on my behalf, Sherman said as she let go of Fong Han's arm and pressed her hand on the table. The table was also covered in glue by Fong Han and the others. The glue stuck to her skin, and the burning sensation made Fong Han cry out in pain. Sherman pulled Su Tang to Fong Han's seat and kicked her deskmate away. The two of them sat down. Su Tang was stunned, not knowing how things had turned out like this. She originally wanted Sherman not to be bullied, but she did not expect Sherman to retaliate and teach them a lesson. However, it made sense. She looked at the petite girl beside her. Not only could she save her from a few burly men, but she also beat them up. How could such a person let herself be bullied? Su Tang was relieved. Sherman was targeted by Fong Han and the others because she was close to her. Initially, she felt a little guilty, but seeing that Sherman could protect herself, she felt much more at ease. Sherman didn't care about Su Tang. She only taught Fong Han a lesson because she couldn't stand Fong Han's sidekick. As for Fong Han, Sherman knew that she wanted to take revenge on her for chasing her out of the CBD. But these were the lousy tricks they had up their sleeves. Sherman flipped open the book. Fong Han's textbook was as clean as her brain. Sherman nodded in satisfaction. These books would belong to her. She would give her table of earthworms and wet textbooks to Fong Han. Seeing that both sides had stopped, the teacher returned to the podium to continue the lecture. However, he was still a little worried about Fong Han. so he secretly sent a message to the school doctor. When the bell rang, Fong Han was taken away by the school doctor in tears. Everyone in the class was surprised to see Fong Han being taught a lesson by Sherman. It was not that they had not heard of Sherman's reputation for being unreasonable, but they did not expect that even Fong Han could be controlled by her. Such a girl was really scary. Those boys who had designs on Sherman because of her cute and beautiful face also retreated. It was better to tease Su Tang. She was soft, tempered, and easy to manipulate. As for Sherman, the boys glanced in the direction of the infirmary and shivered. Forget it. In the medical room, Songji was accompanying Fong Han to apply medication. I must kill Sherman. Fong Han gritted her teeth. How dare she make her hand look like this? She must make Sherman pay. All right, stop it. Songji frowned. Her best friend sometimes didn't know her limits. What's the Sher family's background? Do you still want to kill Sherman? If you do it for real, your family will be implicated. But Fong Han didn't dare to be too impudent when she heard Songji start to talk about her. She hurriedly said to Songji aggrievedly, Gigi, you have to help me take revenge. I was just joking with her, but she ruined my hand. Songji naturally wouldn't let Sherman go so easily, but Sherman no longer liked Yizheng. How could she control her? Didn't you always dislike that Su Tang who followed your cousin around? I think she's quite close to Sherman. Does Sherman think that pleasing her can make your cousin happy? Fong Han raised her guess. Otherwise, why would Sherman come to Class F and defend Su Tang? She must be trying to get close to Yizheng through her. Besides, she was still dying for Yizheng previously. No one would believe that she suddenly said that she didn't like him. When Songji heard Fong Han mention Su Tang, she was furious. Don't mention her to me. Isn't she just an orphan entrusted by a dead person? Cousin is already doing a lot by helping to take care of her. What else does she have? Could an orphan become a phoenix after staying with the Yi family for a few days? No way. Of course, I know. Su Tang is brother Yi Zheng's ward. To put it bluntly, she's just a leech of the Yi family. Fong Han quickly echoed Songji. I'm just afraid that fool Sherman doesn't know. Songji narrowed her eyes. Indeed, I should show Sherman who she should please. After school, Shermu still couldn't go home with Sherman. When Sherman, who had finished school early, saw the packed door, she knew that sure he had come again. Xiaoman. Sure enough, sure he appeared at the school gate with red hair. He leaned against his sports car and waved at Sherman. Third brother will bring you home. Sherman lowered her head and quickly squeezed through the crowd. Sure he was simply like a peacock with its feathers on display. His facial features were already very stunning, and his upturned phoenix eyes and the mole at the corner of his eye were captivating. For some reason, he even dyed his hair red today, making him even more eye-catching. Third brother. Let's go. Sherman didn't care about her car anymore and pulled Shurhi back into the car. She had already heard the students in the academy spreading this matter. If she didn't leave now, she probably wouldn't be able to leave. Although Shurhi had come once previously, there was little chance of a commotion because the school term had not completely started yet, and a number of students from the academy had not come. In addition, the 4 young masters of the Sher family appeared at the same time. The ladies still had to pretend to be reserved and not embarrass their family in front of the Sher family. Shurhi looked at his sister lovingly as she pulled him into the car. His heart was filled with happiness. He hugged Sherman and rubbed her head. I understand. Get in. Sherman touched her head blankly and sat in the front passenger seat. In the past, very few people touched her like this. After coming to this world, she was treated like a child every day. It was the same with Shurka previously, and now it was Shurhi. It was just that. It felt good. Sherman didn't know the expression on her face. The corners of her lips curled up slightly, and her cheeks were slightly red, like a child who had received a reward. Sure, he was very happy to see his sister's cute appearance. It had been a long time since he had interacted with Man like this. Ever since Man fell in love with Yizheng, she had been pestered by Shi Jing to get close to Yizheng every day. She had distanced herself from her family. Thinking of Shi Jing, a complicated look flashed across Shi's eyes. He didn't like Shi Jing very much and felt that she had led his sister astray, but at the same time, he couldn't reject the food she made. Other than Shi Jing's food, everything else tasted like wax. After staying on the production team for a long time, he would especially slip back for a few days just to eat the food Jing made for him. Otherwise, he would be especially frustrated and couldn't calm down. Sometimes, he couldn't tell if the joy he felt after eating was because of Jing's cooking or because he saw her. Third brother, Man suddenly said, interrupting He's thoughts. Seeing Man sitting beside him, he strengthened his heart. No matter what he felt for Jing, he would cherish his current sister more. As for Jing, she should scram as far as possible. It would not be worth it if she led her sister astray. What's wrong? He asked lovingly. If his fans saw him like this, they would definitely scream. He had never spoken so softly to anyone. There are people following the car, Man reminded. She really didn't know what he was thinking. The convoy behind was long enough to form the Big Dipper constellation. Only then did he notice the situation outside. 7 or 8 cars of different colors followed them closely and were even accelerating to try to catch up with him. In addition to the fanatical fans in the cars, there were all kinds of cameras aimed at them. The paparazzi had probably received the news and come over. It was fine at Castle Academy since the strict security would not let them in easily. After leaving the academy's outer wall, the paparazzi seized the opportunity and began to surround them. He's expression was solemn. It didn't matter if he was alone, but Man was still in his car. It was very easy for cars to flip over when being chased. If Man was injured because of this. At this moment, He's agent called. Man reacted quickly and helped He answered the call on the central control screen. Are you being chased? I received news that a few groups of paparazzi are rushing over to stop you at the bridge. He's agent's name was Ning Hui. His name was like a girl's, but he was a decisive boy. Shoot, he cursed. The bridge was the only way back to the family from Castle. They knew that Man was in the car, but they still came to stop him. I've arranged a few cars for you. Take the Z-Way Road and come to Nightless City, Ning Hui said on the other end of the phone. He looked at Man awkwardly and said into the phone, Man is in my car. It's okay. I'm fine with anything. Let's do as brother Ning says. Seeing him like that, Man roughly knew what this so-called Nightless City was. Then come over quickly. It's easy for Man to be in danger if you're late. On the other end of the phone, Ning Hui was obviously relieved. Today, little ancestor was very easy to talk to. He hung up the phone and hesitated for a while before driving to Z-Way Road. As soon as they arrived at Z-Way Road, they saw several small trucks rushing out from all directions, filling the entire road and successfully separating He's car from the cars of the paparazzi and fans behind. He accelerated and immediately left them behind as he drove into a small path beside the Z-Way Road. They turned left and right before finally stopping at the entrance of the Nightless City. Ning Hui had already been waiting for a long time. The higher UPS opened a private room for you and called for a technician. There's another car parked in the garage. Do you want to change cars and go back to the family now, or stay and play for a while? Looking at Ning Hui's skilled operation, he had probably encountered this situation many times. As for this technician, Man raised her eyebrows and looked at He with interest. He coughed awkwardly. It's just an ordinary massage technician. Man, don't think too much. Let's go back. I'm so tired. Man suddenly wheedled. Third brother, I want a massage too. He had never seen his sister like this before. He immediately pulled Man into the Nightless City and said to the manager who welcomed them, call all the best technicians here immediately. As many as you can. Ning Hui couldn't help but laugh when she saw He like this. After handing the key to He's sports car to his assistant and instructing him to drive it back to the family, he took out his phone and started to contact his group. Nightless City SVIP 556. The little princess is here too. Come quickly. He didn't know what kind of person his sister was, but he did. These few young hunks in their company had been called out to play with Man a lot. Whenever Man had a setback, they would sing around her in a private room to cover her cries. Yizheng was really a god. He had tormented the only daughter of the family to this extent. After sending the message, Ning Hui followed her to the private room. The sky was not completely dark yet, so there were not many guests in the Nightless City. Su Tang changed into her work clothes and began to sort through today's orders. After her uncle died, she started working part-time to earn living expenses. However, she was not yet 18 years old. So many places did not accept her. Only a gray industry like Nightless City would want a young waitress like her. She also knew that she was most likely arranged to be a waitress here because of her looks. However, as long as she earned money through her own labor, she would be clean. Rosie, let's start work. Her colleague called out to Su Tang. Everyone here had an English name, so she was embarrassed to work here with her real name. Coming. After tidying up a little, Su Tang carried the tray of wine to the hall. On the other side, Sherman was enjoying the technician service that he had arranged for her. In the past, every time she came to such places, it was to kill people. She did not expect to become a customer this time. She had never experienced it before. He looked at Sherman's enjoyment and was very happy. Just as he was about to chat with Sherman, he was stopped by a group of people who suddenly barged in. Why are you here? He looked at the juniors in front of him and said in a low voice, Heko, brother he. The celebrities greeted he one by one. We're here to accompany Miss Man-Man. Miss Man-Man? Who allowed you to call her that? He retorted. Who dared to call his little sister by her nickname? We. The people looked at each other, not knowing what to do. They looked at Sherman, hoping that she could speak up for them. Sherman looked at the celebrities in front of her and was very curious. The men she had come into contact with when she was an agent were all more powerful and strong. She rarely saw such fair-skinned weaklings, let alone those with exquisite makeup on their faces. Seeing that Sherman was just staring at them in curiosity and not saying anything, the few young hunks looked at Ning Hui for help. Ning Hui stood up to smooth things over. It's rare for Man-Man to come to play, so I called them over to accompany her. I'm afraid that Man-Man won't be happy. Ning Hui paused for a moment and continued. She keeps thinking about that person surnamed E. He was silent for a moment when he heard what Ning Hui said. What Ning Hui said made sense. He had dated many girls and knew very well that the best way to forget someone was to fall in love with another person. Although he didn't like the people in front of him, he felt it wasn't impossible for them to make Man happy. Find a place to sit. Seeing he relent, the few young hunks hurriedly sat around Sherman. For some reason, Sherman was actually dressed so beautifully today. Although she had only put on light makeup, she looked especially pure and charming in her uniform. It made them a little tempted. In the past, Sherman was always dressed in a mess and had heavy and exaggerated makeup on. It was not that she was not good looking, but she was a little scary. Therefore, they regarded the past sessions as work. Now, not only could they get money, but they could also. A boy was fantasizing when he subconsciously reached out to He grabbed him and said, You better behave yourself. The piercing pain in his wrist woke him up. He hurriedly nodded and admitted his mistake. Originally, if he didn't make a move, Sherman would have done it herself. However, since someone was guarding her, she couldn't be bothered to do it herself. A few young hunks began to play with Sherman, and the atmosphere in the private room gradually became hot. A waiter came in to deliver wine. After seeing Sherman, he secretly stuffed something into her hand and quickly left. He was from Immaculate. Sherman had seen him before. There was a black S-shaped tattoo on the back of an Immaculate mercenary's left ear and neck. She had seen it when the waiter placed the wine. She opened her palm. In her palm was the packet of chocolates that the person had just given her. She read the words on the package. 80% concentration of black art. Sherman smiled and found an excuse to leave the private room. She came to the door of the SVIP 80 private room. At this moment, Sean and the others were trading in the private room. The guard at the door knew Sherman and opened the door for her respectfully. Second boss is here. Sherman walked in and raised her eyebrows when she saw the table full of guns and ammunition. Was he trading firearms in such a place? Sean seemed to have sensed Sherman's thoughts. He introduced the supplier to her and explained, The Nightless City has its own security and means. It's safer to trade a small amount of equipment here. Sherman nodded without comment. Sean was more experienced in such matters than she was. There was no need for her to get involved. Why did you call me over? Sherman asked directly. Sean had specially asked someone to dress up as a waiter and sneak into her private room to call her over. If it wasn't important, he definitely wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Boss, we're going back to M City. After Sean gestured for his subordinates to bring the supplier out, he said to Sherman, I have something to give you before we leave. I wanted to visit you at your residence, but I was afraid that you didn't want to make it public. Coincidentally, we met this time. With that, Sean lifted the box beside him, opened it, and placed it in front of Sherman. Inside the box was an exquisite silver pistol. The barrel was carved with roses coiling around it, and there were a few dazzling red diamonds on the spear. It was very dazzling. This pistol was clearly smaller than the average pistol. The handle was covered in sheepskin, making the grip softer and preventing the palms from sweating and slipping. Sherman picked up the pistol. It was just the right size for her to hold. The muzzle was slightly smaller, but judging from the sound of the gun being loaded, it was not just a pretty accessory. I saw that the guns you picked out weren't very handy. I happened to have the chance to acquire this gun, so I bought it, Sean said casually. Although Sean did not describe the origin of the gun, Sherman knew that it must not have been easy to get hold of it. She was very satisfied with this subordinate. There were also some bullets and cartridges in the box and a dagger with the same rose pattern. The dagger's outer sheath was also inlaid with red diamonds. Sherman picked up the dagger and gestured twice. The weight, length, and sharpness were all okay. I also modified the gun and added a dagger, Sean said, as if forging a suitable dagger was as easy as buying groceries. Sherman smiled and poked Sean's chest. Not bad. You deserve encouragement. Ahem, I was just doing my job. Sean's dark face flushed. Sherman didn't know how to reward her subordinates, so she could only let them relax. Take a break tonight. Call your brothers over and play in Nightless City. Open a few more SVIPs and spend as much as you want. Boss will pay. Hearing their boss's words, the lackeys below instantly cheered. Sean was helpless. He had wanted to go back to the base and reorganize everyone tonight. He had been too laid back in G-City recently, but since his boss had said so, he had to do it. Sherman looked at everyone's happy expressions, and her thoughts returned to the past. Although they were all colleagues in the organization in the past, they were also competitors. Not to mention having fun together, they rarely even had a good meal. Boss. Amidst the laughter, Sean handed Sherman a communication phone. We often go to places without cell towers to carry out missions. We can't contact one another using ordinary phones. This is a satellite phone. The channel has been set. If you want to contact us, call me anytime. Sherman nodded. He was quite thoughtful. I won't take them. My brother will be suspicious when he sees them later. Send these to my room for me. She meant the bullets and the communication device. After Sean expressed his understanding, Sherman left. On her way back to the private room, she accidentally bumped into someone she knew. Just play with us. Is it difficult? Isn't that what you do? The person who spoke was a boy from Sherman's class. There were males and females in the group. They were surrounding a waitress and making things difficult for her. It seemed like they wanted to harass her. That's right, Su Tang. Play with us today. I guarantee that you'll get more than what you earn in a month, another boy said. Wait, Su Tang? Sherman, who had already passed by, returned and took a closer look. The waitress whom they had surrounded was really Su Tang. She remembered that this plot was not in the novel. Sherman thought about it carefully. Indeed, in the novel, when Su Tang was working as a waitress, she met a wretched old man who wanted to force himself on her. Su Tang resisted with all her might and was saved by the male lead. But this was clearly not a plot from a novel. In order to observe the direction of the incident, Sherman decided to stay and hide in the dark to see what would happen. Get out of the way. I still have to work. It was rare for Su Tang to be stubborn, but one could hear that her voice was still trembling. Work? A girl took the lead and laughed mockingly with the others. Your job is to sell yourself, right? That's right. It doesn't matter who she sells it to. Young Master Du, she probably refused to go with you because she looks down on you. Another girl fanned the flames. Darn it. You witch, you're looking down on me, aren't you? Young Master Du threw a wad of money in Su Tang's face. Is it enough? Sherman knew this person. In school, he often pestered Su Tang and made all kinds of dirty jokes at her. Every time Su Tang was bullied by Fong Han, he would say a few words. It looked like he was helping Su Tang out, but in fact, he was looking down on her. Su Tang didn't take his money. Instead, she got up and tried to get out of their encirclement, but the girl pulled her back by her hair. I extended basic courtesy to you, but you don't want it, the girl said as she started to take Su Tang's clothes. I'll take a photo of you and let everyone in school see what a shameless woman you are. Seeing this girl move, a few of them also started to take Su Tang's clothes. Another girl took out her phone and filmed Su Tang. No. Su Tang struggled, trying to escape their control, but she was held down. Sherman was furious. This incident was clearly not in the original novel. In the novel, after Su Tang was bullied by an old man, Yi Zhang made her quit her job in the nightless city and began to take care of her life. The relationship between the male and female leads also started to heat up after this matter. However, it was obvious that this was not the trigger for that incident. Moreover, Yi Zhang still had no feelings for Su Tang. If the video of Su Tang being bullied circulated in school, it was difficult to guarantee that Yi Zhang would not have a strange opinion of Su Tang. As for the girl standing at the side taking videos, Sherman narrowed her eyes. She recognized her. She was one of Fong Han's sidekicks. Now, the whole story was very clear. Sherman came out of the dark and rushed forward. She kicked away the boy who was stripping Su Tang's clothes. She turned around and raised her leg to kick the phone that the girl was filming. The phone hit and shattered the tempered glass wall. Who is it? Sherman, young Master Du, who was originally very angry, saw that the person who kicked him was Sherman and immediately turned off his engine. Only then did Sherman see their faces clearly. The boys were hooligans who had a good relationship with Fong Han. One of the girls was Fong Han's deskmate, and the other was Fong Han's follower. Get lost if you don't want to die. Sherman's voice was so cold that it made them freeze. The boys looked at young Master Du, waiting for him to speak. There are 5 or 6 of us. Why are we afraid of a woman? Fong Han's deskmate said fiercely. She had been kicked by Sherman in class today, and now she couldn't wait to take revenge. The boys were also tempted. That's right, there were many of them. So they were not afraid that Sherman would be good at fighting. Besides, Sherman looked. If they could play with 2 at the same time, things would be interesting. The boys rushed towards Sherman before attacking. Su Tang was not afraid. She had seen Sherman's skills and was just a little worried that she would be injured. After all, these people were not very clean. Sherman, let's call the manager over. Su Tang wanted to pull Sherman and run. There's no need. Sherman brushed away Su Tang's hand that was holding her hymn. The weapon she had just obtained was itching to be used. The dagger was unsheathed, and Sherman's movements were so fast that it was almost invisible. Sherman punched the person who was coming at her hard in the stomach and cut open his clothes with the dagger. She didn't want to kill anyone yet. She just wanted to try the knife. It was indeed sharp. It didn't take much effort, just a light touch, and their belts, clothes, and ties were all cut. Sherman controlled her strength very well. The blade cut through the clothes and skin, leaving a shallow wound on each of them. Although the cuts were shallow and would not bleed too much, they were still long and very painful for children like them. If the few burly men from before still had some skills and could barely withstand a few attacks from Sherman, then these young masters and young ladies were completely insufficient. Su Tang could tell that Sherman did not use much strength, and yet they had already fallen to the ground. Sherman wiped the blood on her dagger with the face of Fong Han's deskmate and put it back into the sheath. The students who had fallen to the ground wailed in pain, but they did not dare to be too loud, afraid that they would anger Sherman, who would beat them up again. You're just a bunch of bugs. In the future, don't attack your targets until you see them clearly, Sherman said leisurely. Also, don't believe any news given by anyone. Otherwise, you won't even know if you've been used. Seeing that they did not seem to understand, Sherman added, this clubhouse is the Yi family's business. Do you think Yi Zhang will tolerate the few of you bullying his ward in his territory? Sherman was not scaring them. This entertainment club was indeed Yi Zhang's. In the original novel, when Su Tang came to his club to look for a job, Yi Zhang ordered the person in charge to take her in, but he did not tell anyone else or give Su Tang any special treatment. When the boys heard her words, they clearly remembered something. Young Master Du cursed. Fong Han, how dare she trick me? After cursing, he glared at Fong Han's sidekick. After school, Fong Han sent them a message, saying that they would meet in Nightless City and have fun together. At that time, they were still wondering why Fong Han asked them out to play when her hand had just been injured. When they arrived, only Fong Han's two friends were there. Without waiting for the boys to react, they pulled them into the clubhouse until they bumped into Su Tang. Man had already expected this. These boys, especially young Master Du, usually looked at Su Tang strangely in school. They had probably wanted to attack Su Tang for a long time, but never had the chance to. Fong Han had somehow found out that Su Tang was working part-time in Nightless City, so she took the opportunity to trick them into going to Nightless City when there were fewer guests. Then, she asked her lackeys to calculate the time in advance to ensure that young Master Du and the others could bump into Su Tang. Then, they would encourage young Master Du and the others to take action. They could take the opportunity to take a few photos of Su Tang to threaten her, or even destroy her. Man glanced at those people coldly and turned to leave. Su Tang also packed up and stood up to follow Man. Suddenly, a phone flew over from behind Man. It was the phone that had just been kicked away by Man. Man tilted her head slightly. The phone brushed past her ear and hit the wall in front of her. With a wave of her hand, a shot rang out. The bullet grazed Fong Han's deskmate's ear and embedded itself in the wall. A trace of blood seeped out of her ear. It had been grazed by the bullet. Fong Han's deskmate's eyes were blank, and her legs were trembling. On closer look, she actually peed. She was too angry just now. She was angry at how Man could always suppress them. Therefore, when Man turned around, she picked up the phone that had fallen to the ground and threw it at Man. However, she didn't expect Man to have a gun. What was even more unexpected was that Man actually shot her. She could really have killed her. Next time, it will be aimed at your head. Man looked at her as if she was already looking at a corpse. Su Tang was also frightened. She did not expect Man to take out her gun in such a public place. As she walked away from the students who were frightened out of their wits by Man, Su Tang was in a daze. "Why are you in Nightless City?" Su Tang asked as she and Man walked away. Man glanced at Su Tang as if she was an idiot. "I came to play." Oh, did you have fun?" Su Tang continued to ask. Man looked at Su Tang's polite manner and couldn't be bothered to answer her. Instead, she asked, "Why are you still working here?" "Huh." Su Tang was stunned. "To earn living expenses. Isn't the card I gave you loaded with enough money? How much is in the card?" 3 million. After Su Tang finished speaking, she looked at Man's puzzled expression and quickly added, "I didn't use your money. I just looked at the number in the card." "Why not?" Man was puzzled. Why would someone take the money and not use it? She had already used the $500,000 that Shen Xian had given her yesterday to pay for Sean and the gang. "That's your money. I originally planned to find a chance to return it to you. It's just that I don't think you would want it even if I gave it to you. So I haven't given it to you yet," Su Tang explained. Indeed, Man shrugged. There was no reason to take back what she had given away. Moreover, this was the money she used to compensate Su Tang. "You can use it. Like I said, I've done a lot of things to you in the past. Although they were not done of my volition, I still have to compensate you." "This money is my compensation," Man said. Su Tang shook her head. "I know you didn't mean what you did. You don't have a bad heart, so I can't take your money." Why was she so rigid? Man's head hurt. After thinking for a long time, she changed her words. "Resign. I gave you money to help you lead a normal life. If you continue to work here and let it affect your studies, it will make me feel guilty." Man paused for a moment. "And your studies are affected." Man was not belittling Su Tang. She had to work part-time after school at night and was lethargic in class. Coupled with the mixed environment of Class F, Su Tang had no chance to learn. In the novel, her academic results could not be improved, resulting in Yi Zheng's bad evaluation of her. Later, after Su Tang stopped working part-time in the Nightless City, she went home early to study and often bumped into Yi Zheng, who was also coming home from work. As time passed, not only did the two of them develop feelings for each other, but Su Tang's academic results also improved, which also improved Yi Zheng's impression of her. Although she didn't know if the couple's lack of interaction would affect her, Man still subconsciously wanted their plot to develop normally. Su Tang blushed when she heard Man's words. During her time as Sherman's deskmate, she realized that Sherman was really serious in class and was especially good at learning. She could immediately remember what the teacher said. Twice, she could not keep up with the progress because she could not hear her teacher's voice. Sherman, who did not know how to do homework and did not even take notes, could immediately explain the solution to her. Now that Sherman said this to her, she felt a little awkward. This part-time job really makes it impossible for me to study well. Su Tang nodded. Thank you, man. Sherman looked at Su Tang in surprise. When did she become so familiar with Su Tang? Why did Su Tang call her that? It gave her goosebumps. Hurry up and clean up. I'm leaving. Sherman pointed at Su Tang's torn collar and turned back to her private room. Only then did Su Tang realize that she was not dressed properly. She exclaimed and hurriedly ran to the changing room. The person staring at them from behind the monitor finally looked away. Boss, should we send someone over? The manager stood behind Yizheng and spoke carefully. Yizheng's expression was dark, and he did not seem to be in a good mood. Tangja, deal with those people's families. Yes, Tangja replied. It seemed that these families were going to be skinned alive. The manager of the nightless city was trembling and didn't dare to say anything. Although the boss said that there was no need to give Su Tang special treatment, she was still half a member of the Yi family. If Su Tang was really hurt under his hands, losing his job was a small matter. His life would probably be in danger. Yizheng looked at Sherman, who had disappeared into the private room through the surveillance camera, in a daze. He had watched Sherman grow up and would be lying if he said that he didn't have any feelings for her. However, he couldn't remember how long it had been since he had seen Sherman like this. She was clean and bright like the cute man when she was young. After growing up, Sherman became more and more spoiled. Yizheng hated such women the most. His prejudice made him gradually forget Sherman's original appearance. Looking at Sherman, who had just finished off those captive and saved Su Tang again, Yizheng could not recognize her. Tangja watched his boss stare at the monitor in a daze and sighed in his heart. Previously, his boss had asked him to investigate the ins and outs of Miss Su Tang's kidnapping. Only then did he know that it was Miss Song Ji and Fang Han who couldn't stand Miss Su Tang staying by his boss's side. With their jeers, Sherman thought that Miss Su Tang was his boss's lover, so she got someone to kidnap her. She planned to cut her wrist to force his boss to choose between saving Miss Su Tang or her. However, Sherman probably didn't know that Shi Jing had bribed a few hooligans to attack Su Tang. Sherman, who had woken up, must have uncovered Shi Jing's plan, so she ran over to save her without taking off her hospital gown. After finding out the whole story, Tangja reported it to his boss without hiding anything. After Yizheng heard it, he was silent for a long time. In the end, he pretended that this matter did not exist. It wasn't his style. Tangja looked at his boss as the latter stared at the surveillance camera in deep thought. He had a headache. His boss had never cared about Miss Su Tang and Miss Sherman. However, after the previous kidnapping, his boss actually started to pay attention to Miss Sherman previously. He even asked him to investigate Miss Sherman's enrollment. Yizheng was staring at the surveillance screen as if he had seen something that surprised him. The manager looked at Yizheng's focused expression and did not dare to make a sound. He could only stand at the side and accompany him. Suddenly, Yizheng came back to his senses and instructed, "Take the bottle of 925 from the warehouse and come with me to give the Shi family a greeting gift." The manager was stunned for a moment before hurriedly ordering someone to retrieve the wine from the warehouse. Lai 925 Dragon's Tongue Orchid was a precious wine. After Yizheng bought it, he kept it in the warehouse. Tangja thought that his boss would take it out to drink at some major business meeting, but he didn't expect to give it to the Shi family just like that. However, it made sense. With the Shi family's status, they might not even take a fancy to a precious wine like 925. Previously, he had heard that the boss was going to break off the engagement with Miss Shi. Now, it seemed like it was probably a rumor. There was a knock on the door of SVIP 556. Sure, he was engrossed in a drinking game. This was the first time Sherman had played this world's drinking game. She was losing at the beginning, so sure he helped her drink a lot. After playing a few rounds, Sherman started to get used to it. Now, the people drinking were those young hunks. Ning Hui looked at the excited people and resigned himself to fate. He went over to open the door, but froze at the sight of Yi Zhang. What was he doing here? Ning Hui's eyes were heavy. The little princess and sure he would not want to see him at this time. Young Master Yi, what's the matter? Ning Hui blocked the scene in the room with his body, keeping Yi Zhang outside. Yi Zhang lowered his head slightly and looked at the man in front of him. He looked familiar, but he could not remember. I'm looking for Man. After saying that, he frowned when he saw that the person in front of him had no intention of making way. Why? You won't let me. How could that be? It's just that Man is drinking with He. It might not be convenient for her to see an important guest like young Master Yi. I'll pass on your message. Ning Hui's words were watertight. It's just some private matters. There's no need to trouble yourself. Yi Zhang was already starting to get impatient. He reached out to tug at his tie and loosened his collar. In an instant, his aura changed. Ning Hui was also a little flustered. Although he didn't want Yi Zhang to appear in front of Man again, he didn't have the ability to offend Yi Zhang. At this point, if he continued to go against Yi Zhang, he would be tired of living. After thinking for a moment, Ning Hui gestured for Yi Zhang and the others to enter the private room. After Yi Zhang entered the private room and saw the scene in front of him, he revealed an imperceptible trace of displeasure. Man, who was dressed in the Castle Academy uniform and had light makeup on, sat in the middle of a group of men with an innocent expression. Those men revealed greedy expressions like a group of flies and surrounded Man tightly. He sat beside Man and looked at the group of men cautiously, ready to stop them from crossing the line. Seeing that neither side spoke, Ning Hui took the initiative to say, He, young Master Yi is here. When He heard Ning Hui's voice, he noticed Yi Zhang standing at the side. He's gaze turned sharp. Why are you here? On behalf of Nightless City, thank you, Miss Shi, for helping an employee just now. After Yi Zhang finished speaking, the manager standing at the side pushed the ice cart and sent the 925 to Sherman. Sherman was stunned. Why was Yi Zhang here? She thought that this was outside the plot. Yi Zhang could not save Su Tang since he would not be in Nightless City. However, she did not expect him to not only be here, but also come to look for her. Looking at the gorgeous wine in front of her, Sherman instantly understood what Yi Zhang meant. He must have seen the entire process of her saving Su Tang on the surveillance cameras, and especially turned up to thank her. All right, I'll accept it. You can leave now. Sherman did not look at Yi Zhang from the beginning to the end. Instead, she was very interested in the 925. In the past, she had to stay sober at all times to deal with all kinds of sudden missions, so she almost didn't drink unless it was a requirement for her mission. However, in those cases, her mind was on the mission and she hadn't tasted the wine properly at all. Moreover, this wine looked very expensive. Help? What do you mean? He was stunned. Didn't Sherman go out for some fresh air just now? What happened? From what Yi Zhang said, he had already taken over Nightless City. It seemed that he had to come here as little as possible in the future. Yi Zhang didn't look at He. He kept staring at Sherman and the men beside her. It seems that third young Master still doesn't know. Miss Sherman just saved a waitress who was harassed by a customer in our Nightless City. Miss Shi's valiant and heroic posture is really admirable. When he heard Yi Zhang say this, he immediately pulled Sherman up and down to check. After confirming that Sherman was not injured, he was relieved. Man, if you want to help when you encounter such a situation, just get me or Ning Hui to do it. Don't go alone. Brother will be worried. Ning Hui adjusted his glasses. Please, he was a scholar. If they really fought, he couldn't imagine the outcome. Sherman didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she saw He like this. Don't worry, I'm fine. It was not her style to call for help over such a small scene. Besides, SVIP 80 had a room full of mercenaries. She would not need to resort to calling He and the others over. The artists present were shocked again when they saw He's nervous and coaxing manner. Originally, they were already a little embarrassed that Yi Zhang had come with such a big lineup. No matter what, Yi Zhang had yet to cancel the engagement with Sherman. It was a little inappropriate for them to interact with Sherman in front of her fiancé. Then, they saw He, a top actor, whispering in front of Sherman. It really made them feel like they were sitting on pins and needles. Why don't we leave first? Miss Man and Mystery, you guys chat. The celebrities looked at Yi Zhang and spoke under immense pressure. If they didn't leave now, they felt that their future career would be over. Okay, remember to leave from the underground garage. Ninghui brought them out. It was indeed not appropriate for outsiders like them to stay here. Is there anything else? Mystery? Sherman lost interest when everyone left. Yi Zhang didn't stand on ceremony. He walked to the sofa beside Sherman and sat down. It's been a while. I want to chat with Miss Sher. Sherman raised her eyebrows and looked at Yi Zhang, not knowing what he meant. Sure, he was also very frustrated. He did not want Yi Zhang to appear in front of Man. If there's nothing else, we'll leave. Let's exchange pleasantries when we have the chance to do so in the future. The Sher family and the Yi family were old friends. Even if they didn't like Yi Zhang because of Man, they would still go to the Yi family's ancestral mansion during the holidays. Seeing Sher's cold attitude, Yi Zhang naturally wouldn't stay here and ask for trouble. He ordered the manager to open the wine and pour it for everyone. Then I'll express my gratitude and not disturb you anymore. With that, Yi Zhang drank a glass. Sure, he was too embarrassed to make things too awkward and drank the wine. Sherman wanted to try this wine too. The light shone through the wine glass and reflected a beautiful light. She studied it for a while and drank it with interest. As expected of a precious wine, the taste was mellow with a trace of aftertaste. It was bitter but not astringent, stimulating the taste buds and throat for a long time. Yi Zhang stared at Sherman's hand holding the wine glass as if he was thinking about something. Since he was done being polite and was not welcome there, Yi Zhang did not linger and politely greeted them before leaving the private room. The manager followed behind Yi Zhang, not daring to breathe. The more approachable the boss was in the private room, the more oppressive his aura was when he went out. It turned out that the boss had restrained his aura in front of Miss Sherman. She was indeed his fiancée. While the manager looked like he understood, Tangja smiled knowingly. Yi Zhang did not restrain himself because that person was Sherman. As long as it was beneficial to business, he would not act too high and mighty. Moreover, the Yi family and the Sher family were considered relatives. After the commotion caused by Yi Zhang, Sherman and Sher he lost their mood. They called Ninghui and asked him to prepare the car before leaving. As a long time had passed and Sher's sports car had been driven away, those fans and paparazzi had dispersed. Sherman and Sher he arrived home safely. Since there was an enforced stand in the corner of the house, they gathered that Sher Jing had returned. She had only been hospitalized for a day before coming back. Sherman didn't know if Sher Jing was anxious to return or if she was fine. TSK, I should have eaten something before coming back, Sher he said. He had only been drinking in Nightless City today and had not eaten much. Sher Jing had just committed suicide and was still recovering. It was not good to wake her up to cook for him. In his opinion, the food cooked by the chef at home was just ordinary to fill his stomach. It was not good at all. When Sherman heard Sher's words, she realized that she was a little hungry, so she went straight to the kitchen. Sher he thought that his sister was looking for food, so he said, Xiaoman, why don't I call the chef out to make some food for you? No need. I'll just cook noodles. Sherman was picking out the ingredients she needed in the fridge. She turned to look at Sher he and asked, Do you want to eat? Since when did Xiaoman know how to cook? Sher he rubbed his chin and said, I'll eat. Even if his sister made a pot of heck, level dark cuisine, he would definitely finish every morsel. Sherman picked some vegetables and shrimp and started cooking. Soon, 2 bowls of braised shrimp noodles were out of the pot. Sure, he was still immersed in the joy of watching his sister cook for him. He did not expect Man to be so virtuous when she cooked. Her thick black hair was casually tied up, and the excess was tucked behind her ears. There was an apron tied around her waist, and the sleeves of her shirt were casually folded. She looked like the young Shunxian. Eat your noodles. Why are you in a daze? Sherman gently knocked Sherhe's head with her chopsticks, indicating for him to bring the noodles to the bar. Only then did Sherhe react, and did as he was told with a smile. It had to be said that Xiaoman's bowl of noodles did look decent. It was fragrant and seductive. It had been a long time since Sherhe felt this way about someone else's food. After taking a bite, Sherhe was even more shocked. It was delicious. Not only was it delicious, but it was also at the level of a chef. Most importantly, he did not have the same feeling as before. Looking at Sherhe eating the noodles crazily, Sherman was a little worried. Due to the special nature of her job as an agent, she learned how to cook when she was young. Sometimes, she had even disguised herself as a chef when she went on missions. She had always been diligent in building up her knowledge when nabbing her targets. She had especially added a lot of fennel when she made the noodles. It was mainly because the strong taste of the fennel could numb the taste buds and cover the taste of the food. This was a small trick when making augmented food. Shi Jing would obviously do the same. Shi Man made the fennel noodles to make sure he temporarily forget the taste of the drugs in Shi Jing's food and deceive his nerves, making him think that this kind of noodles was the same as Shi Jing's drugged cooking. In addition, Shi Man cooked in front of Shi He. The visual impact and psychological satisfaction also relieved his dependence on the drug. Third brother, Shi Man said, "You can tell me if you want to eat in the future. I especially learned cooking for you." Shi He didn't look up. He just nodded in acknowledgement. Compared to the feeling of not eating normal food for a long time, Xiao Man's performance touched him even more. He liked that unreasonable sister in the past, but the current Xiao Man made him want to be close to her and feel like a family. Now, he didn't know if he should thank Yi Zheng or hate him for letting his sister slit her wrist. He felt that Xiao Man had really become much more sensible and would take her family seriously. "All right, there's one more thing." Shi Man was thinking about something and ate the noodles quickly. "Wash the dishes, brother." With that, Shi Man immediately slipped upstairs, leaving Shi He downstairs to savor the soup. He could just throw the dishes into the dishwasher and hand them to the servants. While the Shi family was in harmony, Yi Zheng was looking at the surveillance cameras today with a serious expression. He especially went to Shi Man's private room to deliver wine today to take a closer look at Shi Man's ring. When he was watching the surveillance cameras today, Yi Zheng noticed the dagger and gun that Shi Man had taken out. The dagger was exquisitely made and had a sharp blade. There was nothing suspicious about it. However, the silver roses on the gun were custom, made by King Charles II of N Nation in the last century. It would be very expensive. Many years ago, it was bought by a rich businessman at an auction. After that, the rich businessman's family was cleaned up because of an underworld struggle. This gun had been missing since then, and now it had appeared in Shi Man's hand. Yi Zheng knew the Shi family's background very well. Although they were the richest, they did not care to wander in the underworld. Their business direction was different from the Yi family's. The Yi family had many businesses in the gray area. They include clubs like Nightless City, some entertainment companies, casinos, and so on. This would require the Yi family to have a certain reputation and power in the underworld. Therefore, it was not strange for this gun to appear in the Yi family, but it was very odd for it to appear in the Shi family. Moreover, it was in Shi Man's hands. Moreover, Shi He was clearly unaware of all of this. There was also the black ring that Shi Man was wearing on her thumb. When Yi Zheng arrived at the private room, Shi Man's hand was already empty. It meant that she was wearing that ring for someone to see, and this person was in the SVIP 80 room that Shi Man had gone to previously. "Boss." While Yi Zheng was thinking, Tangja returned. "Did you find anything?" Yi Zheng asked the SVIP 80 guest. Tangja sorted out the information and photos in his hand and handed them to Yi Zheng. The guest in the private room is a U.S. veteran named Sean. He's a mixed race from both countries. He's currently living in M City in our country. Most of the time, he's active overseas and rarely appears in our inland area. The identity of his subordinates is more complicated. Some of them are also veterans like him, but most of their identities are unknown. They had an appointment with an arms dealer today. Now, both sides have left G City. They left immediately after the transaction. "Have you found out anything about the transaction?" Yi Zheng asked. "We suspect that this is a small number of guns and ammunition, but they paid in cash. We didn't find any direct evidence. Moreover, their expenses in the Nightless City were paid for with Miss Sherman's card." Tangja seemed to have thought of something and handed over another photo. It was the black ring that Yi Zheng had not seen clearly before, but this ring was on Sean's hand in the photo. This photo was taken in M City a few months ago. At that time, Sean was still wearing this black ring, but after he came to G City, there were more videos or photos of him wearing it. In other words, what happened after Sean came to G City might have something to do with Sherman. So Sean gave this ring to Sherman, but Sherman didn't want anyone else to know. Didn't their organization find out? I found out. It's a mercenary group called the Azure Dragon Gang. but I don't know if this information is accurate. After all, it was hard to accept that an international mercenary group was called the Azure Dragon Gang. Yizheng did not say anything. What did an international mercenary group have to do with the Sure Man? Moreover, the mercenaries who had been operating in M City and overseas suddenly came to G City. It seemed that his fiancée had many secrets that no one knew. Things seemed to be getting interesting. Boss, Tangja called out tentatively when he saw Yizheng's interest. This mercenary group should be Sure Man's now. Yizheng paused the video of Sure Man shooting. The ring of the black pearl could be vaguely seen on her magnified finger. Sure Man? Surely not? Tangja said in disbelief. Could such a pampered young lady, who only knew how to fall in love, be the boss of an international mercenary group? We'll know after the investigation, Yizheng said as he patted the information on his chest and turned to leave. Tangja was left scratching his ears and cheeks. He had to investigate again. At this moment, Sure Man knew nothing about her identity being discovered by Yizheng. She had enjoyed her school days without Sure Jing. When Sure Jing entered school, the peace of her school life would be broken. Sure Man's studious performance successfully made the teachers in Class F look at her in a different light. Of course, the most important reason was that with Sure Man, the students of Class F did not dare to be rash. Although they were not listening seriously, at least no one dared to make a scene in class. After teaching those classmates a lesson in Nightless City that day, Fang Han's deskmate transferred schools and never came to Castle Academy again. The boys and the girl who harassed Su Tang also stopped their bullying and did not continue to find trouble with Su Tang. As for Fang Han, she seemed to have received some news from her deskmate or Song Ji. She didn't dare to cause trouble again. Sure Man had a few peaceful days. Sure Jing had been assigned to Class D because she had performed well in the written test that Castle had specially arranged for her. When she heard this result, Sure Man couldn't help but laugh. She thought that Sure Jing would be very strong, but she didn't expect her to go to Class D. Sure Jing was not too satisfied with this outcome. She looked for the teacher and principal several times, hoping that they would assign her to a better class on account of Sure Zhong. But the principal of Castle would not hear of it. It was already overboard for the Sure family to interfere, and now she actually wanted him to change her class. Seeing that the discussion was fruitless, Sure Jing had no choice but to accept it. On second thought, Sure Man was still in Class F and was still inferior to her. Sure Man didn't care, but she felt a little disgusted looking at Sure Jing's face. Xiao Man, I'll go to the library to study before going home after school. Do you want to come with me? Su Tang said to Sure Man. Ever since she saved Su Tang again in Nightless City, the latter seemed to have automatically thought that she had become friends with Sure Man and started to take the initiative to invite Sure Man to do some things together. Although Sure Man rejected her most of the time, she was never angry. Sure Man did not know where she got the illusion that she was very good to her. However, sometimes, when she saw that Su Tang was bullied and in trouble, she would walk around the school with her a number of times. After a while, everyone in the school knew that Su Tang and Sure Man were very close, so they naturally did not dare to provoke Su Tang. Sure Man was happy to be at ease. After all, most of the time, it would affect her if others came to find trouble with Su Tang. No, I'm going home for dinner. As expected, Sure Man rejected Su Tang again. However, she was not lying this time. There was a small banquet at the Sure family today to congratulate Sure Jing and Sure Man on their successful enrollment. Sure Zhong and Shun Xian especially reminded them to go home on time. Okay, then I'll go myself. Su Tang was already used to Sure Man's rejection. She continued, these are today's homework and notes. I've arranged them for you. Sure Man didn't say much. She picked up the bag that Su Tang had packed for her and left. Xiao Man. Sure Ku waved in Sure Man's direction at the school gate. It was her eldest brother's turn to pick her up today. Ever since they had discussed putting in place a rotation, she had not gone to school alone. It was not that she had not thought of rejecting them, but her brothers had decided that she was amenable to coaxing and did not want to attract too much attention. Therefore, under their continuous attacks, Sure Man finally compromised. When she returned home, the food had already been prepared. Sure Zhong and Sure He were still busy with work and had not returned. Sure Jing would be a little late because she took the school bus. Sure Man was in a daze on the balcony, looking at the scenery outside the window. Then something strange caught her attention. It was a monitor. It was in a tree outside the window. One wouldn't notice it unless he looked closely. Man jumped from the windowsill to the tree branch opposite. She pulled out the surveillance camera and checked carefully to confirm that it was not something from Immaculate. As Immaculate's items and firearms were smuggled in, there would be a very obvious foreign logo. Moreover, Immaculate had already been taken over by her, so there was no need to hide anything from her. But just to be sure, she contacted Sean. After receiving a negative answer, she took a photo of the monitor and sent it over, asking Sean to check on this thing for her. Boss, did the Schur family offend someone? Is there anyone more suspicious? Sean asked. The Schur family had a huge business and would definitely affect the interests of others, causing their enemies to take revenge. Actually, it was not that Man did not understand this logic. However, there were only a few brief descriptions of the Schur family's enemies in the novel. She did not know the entire story. In addition, she did not have memories of the original owner of the body, so she did not know much about the Schur family's past. There are too many. Let's check first. That was all Man could tell Sean. Sean didn't ask further. Instead, he got someone to investigate. Not long after, Sean sent a picture over. It was the manufacturer of the monitor, the Song family in G-City. The Song family was also famous among the upper class in G-City. In the beginning, they were just an ordinary business family who relied on the production of communication equipment. Later on, they got to their current position with the help of the Yi family. However, the fact that the surveillance cameras were produced by the Song family could not prove anything. At the very least, the Song family had no conflict of interest with the Schur family on the surface. There was even the possibility of them becoming relatives, if Yi Zhang had not wanted to break off the engagement with Sherman. Ding, ding, ding. Sherman's phone rang again. She thought that Sean had sent another message, but when she opened her phone, she saw that it was an SOS message from Su Tang. Help, I'm in the library. These few words made Sherman suspicious. She knew that this plot was in the original novel. Su Tang, who was studying in the library, did not rest well because she was working part-time in the nightless city. She was too tired and fell asleep in the library, causing her to be locked in. As she suffered from claustrophobia, she chose to send a message to Yi Zhang, and Yi Zhang quickly arrived to save her. According to the timeline in the book, Su Tang should still be working part-time in the nightless city. However, due to the interference of Sherman and the change in the situation, Su Tang had already resigned from the nightless city in advance. In that case, why would she be trapped in the library today? Another photo was sent over. It was a lady's shirt from Castle Academy that had been thrown to the ground. Could it be that because of her interference, the subsequent incident of Su Tang being filmed and the library had coincided? She couldn't care less. The current relationship between Su Tang and Yi Zhang hadn't eased up like in the original novel. If she didn't go over, Sherman didn't dare to think further and quickly rushed towards Castle Academy. When she arrived, it was already late. The school was empty and the library had long been locked. Sherman entered the library through the skylight, but she did not see Su Tang. As she looked around, she was attacked from behind. Sherman endured the pain and sprang away to distance herself from the person. Then, under the moonlight, she could vaguely see that it was a man, but she could not see his face and figure. She took out the dagger she had been carrying and went on the offensive to attack that person. However, she did not expect that person to be so skilled. After a few rounds, they were evenly matched. For some reason, Sherman felt that something was wrong the more she fought. Her body was getting hotter, her mouth was dry, and her lower abdomen was slightly itchy, making her feel uncomfortable. She had been drugged. No, she had to finish this quickly. She didn't want to make too much noise, but seeing that the situation was not right, she finally took out her gun. The silver rose was very dazzling under the moonlight. Seeing her gun, the person said, "Sherman?" It was Yi Zhang's voice. Yi Zhang? After Sherman finished speaking, the person turned on the flashlight on his phone. "Why are you here?" Sherman was also very surprised. "I received a distress message from Su Tang." "Did you receive it?" Yi Zhang frowned and looked around with the flashlight. He saw a pile of clothes and Su Tang's phone. There was no one else, and the trace of incense in the corner. It was obvious that it was the reason why they felt uncomfortable. It was an aphrodisiac incense. While Yi Zhang was investigating, Man did not stay idle. She checked the skylight. Indeed, it had been sealed from the outside. I set up surveillance on Su Tang's phone. She sent a message to her emergency contact in the library tonight. Zhang paused for a moment. I didn't expect her emergency contact to be you. They opened the phone that Su Tang had left behind and saw that the emergency contact name was actually Savior. Man was speechless. In other words, that person wanted to lure Yijing over, but she took the bait. Yes, escort. This body did not have much resistance. With just this amount of aphrodisiac, she was already out of control before Yijing could do anything. The ultimate goal of the mastermind was Yijing. Man was just implicated. She held her breath and focused, but she could not find the aura of a third person on this floor. Find Su Tang first. Man cursed in her heart. She resisted the desire that was about to devour her entire body and took a deep breath into the darkness. Behind her, Yijing stared at the girl's delicate back without moving. His Adam's apple bobbed as he suddenly opened his thin lips. Don't you know where Su Tang is? Man's limp body suddenly paused. She turned around and said impatiently, Young Master Yi, do you mean that I am responsible for this? Other than you, I can't think of anyone else. Yijing's dark eyes stared at her, not letting go of the expression on her face. Actually, he did not doubt Man in his heart. He only said this to test if she had really given up on him. The effect of the aphrodisiac was taking effect. The reason why he was still so calm and he had not lost his mind was because of the strange illness he had contracted. Every time Yijing's illness acted up, his entire body seemed to be bathed in magma. Every capillary was screaming in pain. To him, the burning sensation of the aphrodisiac could be easily suppressed without even frowning. Man looked at Yijing expressionlessly without any goodwill in her eyes. Young Master Yi, you're really forgetful. I've already said it the last time. In the future, we'll go our separate ways. What reason do I have to drug you? Yijing couldn't help but frown when he heard the same answer from her again. A strange sense of frustration suddenly ran through his body. His face tightened as he walked out of the moonlight coldly and threw himself into the endless darkness. Got it. Let me remind you out of kindness. The mastermind's goal this time shouldn't be just you. I'm afraid he also wants to test your relationship with Su Tang. Man moved away from him unintentionally. There was a meter between the two of them. She reminded him not because she was kind, but because she wanted the man beside her to pay attention to Su Tang as soon as possible, lest he suspected that she had evil intentions. As long as he fell in love with the female protagonist, she could escape the ending of her family being ruined. Castle Academy was indeed a top school in the hearts of the upper-class families. The library was built like a glorious palace. Not to mention the complicated layout, it would probably take half a day to tour this library based on its size. The two of them went from the first floor to the third floor without saying a word. During this period, Yijing deliberately paid attention to the girl's aura beside him, but he realized that even though she was drugged, she did not show any signs of instability. Other than occasionally seeing her flushed face when she stepped into the moonlight, he almost forgot that she was drugged. He almost blurted out the words he wanted to ask her about her health, but he swallowed them back. Yijing pursed his thin lips even more tightly, and the aura around him was intimidating. Man sensed the change in the mentality of the person beside her and thought that he was gloomy because he could not find the female lead. She could not help but restrain herself. She also wanted to find Su Tang as soon as possible so that she could go home and remove the aphrodisiac from her body. Otherwise, she would probably skin Yijing alive if she really couldn't control herself later. Time slipped through her fingers. It was already late at night outside. There was finally a trace of weak breathing in the silent library. Man reacted extremely quickly and was the first to follow the aura to find Su Tang, who had been thrown into a corner. When Su Tang saw her, her desperate eyes lit up and tears flowed unknowingly. Man, I knew you would definitely save me. In the darkness, a figure moved slightly. Su Tang looked up and saw the man who had appeared for some reason. For a moment, she forgot to cry and stared blankly at his cold face. Who did this? Man did not waste her breath. Her eyes swept across her entire body, and she heaved a sigh of relief when she did not see any substantial harm. If Su Tang was inexplicably tainted here, then her plot with the male protagonist would probably not develop well. I don't know either. I didn't see it clearly. I'm sorry. I've implicated you. Su Tang lowered her head like a child who had made a mistake and apologized with tears in her eyes. Sherman did not expect to get any information from her. After helping her up from the ground, she pushed her into the arms of the man standing behind her. What are you doing? Yizhang reached out to support Su Tang, but there was no pity in his eyes. If you don't take care of your woman, are you going to throw her to me? Sherman couldn't be bothered to talk to him. At this time, her family must have discovered that she was missing. If she didn't go back soon, something big would probably happen. After dealing with Su Tang, Sherman rushed home as fast as she could. As soon as she entered, she was stopped by her second brother. Sure, you asked nervously, man. Where did you go? I couldn't find you anywhere. I almost called the police. I suddenly wanted to eat snacks, so I went out for a walk and bought some food. Sherman casually threw the snacks she bought from the convenience store into his arms. Brother, do you want to eat? Take whatever you like. Man. Shin Xian wiped her tears and rushed downstairs. She hugged Sherman's slightly hot body and finally relaxed. It's so late. Where did you go? Do you know how worried Mom is about you? Mom, I'm fine. Sherman used to go out at night to complete missions. No one had ever cared about her whereabouts. She would never expose her whereabouts to her colleagues in any organization. Otherwise, she could easily lose her life. Seeing that her daughter had returned safely, Shun Xian's pale face finally turned red. She held her hand and said, Why are you so hot? Did you catch a cold? I'll call Kate over to take a look at you. Mom, there's no need. Sherman hugged her comfortingly and retreated a little. Her hot breath was almost out. I'll go back upstairs to take a shower first. Is Dad not back yet? Not yet. Sure, you kept feeling that his sister was hiding something from them. As a lawyer, he had developed a sharp intuition. However, Sherman was too calm, making him suspect that the abnormality was just his imagination. Fortunately, your father isn't here. Otherwise, he would have taught you a lesson again. Shinxian accompanied Sherman back to her room with heartache before sighing and returning to the living room to wait for her. Sherman filled the bathtub with cold water and sank her body completely into the water. The heat in her chest barely subsided and her thoughts became clear. The mastermind must not have expected her to appear tonight. Otherwise, that person would have long come out to attack Yizhang. It was impossible for him to not show up. She screened everyone she had met in the past few days in her mind, but she could not find a suitable reason for the attack. It was true that the Song family ran the communication technology company, but they had no reason to harm the Sher family. There were too few descriptions of the Sher family in the original book. Most of the plot revolved around the male and female leads, so she could not think of who the potential enemy was for a moment. However, Sherman's expression turned cold. Since that person had offended her several times and couldn't wait to attack the Sher family, he wouldn't stop so easily. As long as the people behind the attacks did not give up their goal, she would have a chance to nab them. After soaking in the cold water for half an hour, the burning sensation was completely removed from her blood. Outside the door, Shinxian saw that Sherman had not moved for so long and could not help but knock on her door worriedly. Man, how are you? If you're not feeling well, tell Mom. As soon as she finished speaking, there was still no movement inside. Shinxian raised her hand worriedly and knocked on the door again. Before her fingers could touch the door was suddenly opened from the inside. A cold breath hit her, and she couldn't help but shiver. Man, you. Shinxian raised her hand to hold Sherman's hand, but the latter avoided it easily. I'm fine. I want to eat something. Sherman was only wearing thin pajamas. The cold air emitted from her body was enough to make one retreat 3 feet. Water was still dripping from her wet hair as if she had just been fished out of the river. Shinxian stuffed her under the blanket silently, took off the rubber band on her hair, and picked up the hairdryer to dry her hair. Sherman jumped up from the bed almost subconsciously. She had just gotten used to being touched by this family and was not used to being vulnerable to others. Lie down. Shinxian stuffed her back into the blanket domineeringly, but her voice was so gentle that it was impossible to refuse. My baby, you don't cherish yourself. How can Mommy be at ease? After Man lay obediently and was fiddled with by Shen Xian, the temperature of her body gradually returned, and the color returned to her face. Shen Xian was slightly relieved. Coincidentally, Butler Qi came to inform them that Shi Zhong had returned. Only then did she bring Man downstairs. At the dining table, Shi Zhong could tell at a glance that Shen Xian's expression was unnatural. He asked with concern, "Did something happen at home?" "What can happen? I'm just a little tired. I went to bed after dinner." Shen Xian naturally let bygones be bygones and did not dare to mention it in front of Shi Zhong. Her heart ached for her daughter more than anyone else. She did not want her daughter to be scolded for no reason. Moreover, Shi Yu had already explained to her clearly that Shi Man had just gone out to buy something to eat. She had made a mountain out of a molehill just now. When Shi Zhong heard her say this, he looked at Shi Man worriedly. Seeing that she was eating normally, he could only clear the doubts in his heart and not pursue this matter. After the meal, Shi Mu mysteriously pulled Shi Man away before sneakily taking out a booklet from his bag and stuffing it into her hand. "What is this?" Shi Man flipped it open suspiciously and realized that it was a complete set of exam questions. "You stole." Shi Mu shushed her in fear and looked around carefully. Then, he lowered his voice and said, "I spent a lot of effort to get this. How is it? Brother is on your side, right?" "I don't need it." Shi Man stuffed the thing back into Shi Mu's arms without thinking. "Besides, why did you think of giving me this? Do you think I care about the exam results?" As Shi Mu hugged the questions aggrievedly, his ears were filled with the gossip he had heard in school today. He frowned angrily. "I just wanted to help you slap those teachers' faces. How dare they speak ill of my sister behind her back?" Shi Man patted his shoulder in amusement and said calmly, "Isn't there enough gossip about me? I don't even care. Why are you so angry?" How could Shi Mu not be angry? His precious sister, whom he doted on, had been criticized by outsiders for no reason because of a man. What was hateful was that although their school was funded by the aristocrats, every family had a clear rule that they could not easily attack the teachers. Otherwise, he would have long taught those despicable people a lesson. Seeing that Shi Mu was becoming more and more upset, Shi Man finally persuaded patiently, "All right, it's just a small monthly exam. Can't I get good results by myself?" Shi Mu's angry expression completely turned into shock. He couldn't help but exclaim, "My precious sister, are you planning to study hard before turning into a top student? I support you. In that case, destroy the test paper to prevent any trouble." Shi Man glanced meaningfully at the figure hiding in the corner and sneered. She opened the door and entered the room. Shi Jing heard their conversation completely and could not help but feel happy. She had just transferred to Castle Academy and was worried about her results. Unexpectedly, a hot pie fell from the sky and landed at her feet. Looking in the direction Shi Mu had left, Shi Jing's eyes were filled with determination. As long as she could get hold of those questions and achieve shocking results in the exam, she could apply to the teacher to transfer to Class S. At that time, Shi Zhong would definitely treat her differently, and the students would naturally compare her favorably to Shi Man. Then, the family would realize that she was 100 times smarter than that brainless fool. She was the person who should replace Shi Man and be doted on. After making up her mind, Shi Jing pretended to be sick the next day and woke up a little late. She waited for Shi Mu to leave his room before sneaking in. At this time, before the servants at home could clean the room, she easily found the abandoned exam questions in the trash can and quietly stuffed the notebook into her clothes. She listened carefully to the movements outside before sneaking back to her room. Shi Man sat in the car and calculated the time. She expected that Shi Jing would have succeeded at this time. An evil smile curled up on her lips. In the classroom, Shi Man immediately saw Su Tang smiling at her from her seat. She was secretly surprised by Su Tang's ability to recover quickly. She thought that after what happened yesterday, she would take leave and not come to school. Walking closer, Shi Man looked down at the textbook filled with annotations in front of her. She raised her hand and flipped to the cover. Seeing the name she had written down, she raised her eyebrows slightly and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "Don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to touch your book." Su Tang was caught red-handed and bit her lower lip helplessly. "I'm sorry. I was thinking that the monthly exam is coming soon. You just came to school and definitely don't know the focus of this exam, so I wanted to help you mark it. Sherman did not speak. Her eyes gestured for Su Tang to make way. Su Tang pursed her lips and stood up timidly to let her get to your seat. Then, she raised her hand and obediently placed the book on her table. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have touched your things. Why don't I compensate you with a new book? Have you marked my textbook? Sherman raised her eyebrows at her. Su Tang quietly looked up at her. Seeing that she didn't look angry, she nodded slowly. Thank you. Sherman picked up the book and read it from the beginning. Su Tang's labeling was very detailed and clear. It was indeed very beneficial for her to revise before the exam. She was not an ungrateful person, so she naturally would not blame Su Tang. Hearing her say this, Su Tang was immediately overjoyed. She happily placed the other basic textbooks neatly at the corner of her desk and instructed worriedly, "Tomorrow is the monthly exam. If you have anything you don't understand, you can ask me." Sherman nodded slightly, her eyes glued to the textbook. Seeing her so focused on revising, Su Tang finally felt relieved. Ever since she came into contact with Sherman, she received her help several times. She had always wanted to find an opportunity to repay her. Unfortunately, Sherman did not lack anything. The only thing she could do was this small matter. As soon as the bell rang, Shermu blocked Sherman's classroom door excitedly. When the girls saw the president of the student union arrive, they immediately screamed and clenched their fists. The entire floor was in a frenzy. "What are you making a fuss about?" No noise in the classroom corridor. Shermu scolded impatiently and frowned. However, not only did these girls not calm down, but they even started to compare themselves to each other excitedly. "He looked at me just now. How can he be so handsome? I don't even have to eat lunch today because he's delicious. He was clearly looking at me. The chairman even smiled at me last time. It's me. It's clearly me." The surrounding voices completely drowned out Shermu's cold words. After all, they were all female students. It was not good for him to be too harsh, but letting them block the corridor was really disrupting the order. Just as he was frowning and wondering how to chase them away, a delicate voice suddenly interrupted. "Are you guys very free? You're so noisy." Her classmates knew how ruthless Sherman was. Seeing her walk out with an irritated expression, they immediately kept quiet and did not dare to argue anymore. When the students of the other classes saw that the person who spoke was Sherman, their expressions changed from disdainful to dumbfounded after seeing the fearful reaction of the students of Class F. What was going on? Had Sherman become a little tyrant in their class? Was this piece of trash capable of doing that? The corridor instantly fell silent. Shermu walked forward in a good mood and looked at Sherman with curved eyes. "Sister, I specially arranged for someone to airlift the king crabs and lobsters that have just been caught this morning. The canteen should be ready by now. Let's eat together?" "Yes." Sherman's cold eyes swept around indifferently. When the students of Class F met her gaze, they immediately straightened their backs and consciously made way for her. It was not until the two of them walked into the elevator that the tense bodies of the students finally relaxed and they heaved a sigh of relief. When the students from the other classes saw this, they looked at one another and smiled. They shook their heads in disdain. "Why do you think everyone in Class F is trash? They're actually so afraid of that idiot. What a joke. The people in their class are so bad at learning. Perhaps there's something wrong with their brains." The student from Class S raised his head proudly and said, "Our teacher said that we have to interact less with the people in their class in the future. Stupidity is contagious." "That's true. No wonder you're all so good at studying." When the students from the other classes heard the people from Class S, they immediately came up to flatter them. Shi Jing stood at the back of the crowd and listened to the discussions of the people around her proudly. The more others slandered Sherman, the more excited she was. "Hey, newbie, your surname is also Shi. Don't tell me you have something to do with that Sherman?" The Class D monitor patted her shoulder curiously. Shi Jing smiled kindly. "I'm her cousin." Seeing that the students of Class D were about to show disdain, Shi Jing smiled and added, "I have a good relationship with Brother Shi. He likes to eat my cooking, but Sister Sherman, she's the apple of the Shi family's eye after all. We rarely talk. I even advised her not to go overboard with Yizhang. Unfortunately, she didn't listen to me." When they heard that she had a good relationship with Shurhi, everyone immediately surrounded her with envious expressions. They all asked her about Shurhi's appearance at home. Where was the disdain from before? Moreover, she had already clarified her relationship with Sherman just now, showing how pitiful she was in the Shur family. This way, when the results were out, everyone would compare her to Sherman. The plan went smoothly. Next, she waited to see Sherman being stepped on by her. In the canteen, Shermu specially arranged for someone to book an entire floor and get the canteen staff to steam the newly arrived seafood. It was rare for him to have a beautiful lunch alone with his sister today. At this moment, Shermu was not in the mood to deal with the work in the morning. At the dining table, Sherman picked up the crab meat that Shermu had peeled and placed it in her mouth. The fragrance of the fresh meat immediately spread in her mouth. In the past, she was busy carrying out missions every day and did not have the time to eat indulgent seafood. She did not expect this thing to be so delicious. She had really missed many delicacies in the past. Seeing that his sister liked it, Shermu felt that it was worth it to go through so much trouble for this lunch. As long as she liked it, he could arrange it like this every day. Anyway, his family had money. By the way, brother, Sherman nibbled on the lobster in her hand and asked casually, "Have you printed the paper for tomorrow's monthly exam?" Shermu thought about it seriously and said calmly, "Not yet. It should be printed this afternoon." "Why?" "It's nothing. I was just asking." Sherman put down her chopsticks and wiped the oil off her hands. She took out her phone and casually operated it for a while before stuffing it back into her pocket. Shermu didn't know why his sister was asking about this. He thought that she was worried about her exam results, so he quickly coaxed her with heartache. "Don't worry. You just entered school. Even if you don't do well, no one will blame you. Brother will still reward you." "Reward for what?" Sherman did not explain the trap she had set to him and only asked curiously. "It's a secret for the time being." Shermu pretended to smile deeply and placed the checked shrimp in her bowl. In the yearhead's office, Shi Jing raised her hand and knocked on the unlocked door, but no one answered. At this time, the teachers had probably gone to the canteen to eat. She pushed open the door in surprise and walked into the office. Seeing that there was no one inside except for the computer screen, she immediately found it unbelievable. Since no one was around, why did Director Zhou suddenly send a message asking her to come to the office? She thought that the other party had something important to tell her. She looked around and did not see anyone. Just as Shi Jing was about to leave, her sharp eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of the computer screen on the desk. On the screen were the questions for the next day's monthly exam. Without thinking, she closed the office door and carefully compared it with the questions she had obtained. After confirming that they were exactly the same, she heaved a sigh of relief and left the office with a determined expression. On the phone screen, Sherman looked at the video from the surveillance camera and smiled coldly. "What are you looking at?" Shermu asked with concern when he saw his sister in a daze. Sherman looked up at the prawn that had been piled into a small mountain by Shermu. She immediately shook her head helplessly and smiled. "Brother, I can't eat anymore." "Eat more. Look at how thin you are." Shermu frowned and continued to throw crab meat into her bowl. He did not eat much. Most of the seafood on the table entered Sherman's stomach. She was really a little stuffed. In the past, she had never dared to eat so much. It would affect her movements. Once she relaxed, she might be assassinated. But now, the person in front of her was afraid that she would eat too little. She treated the warmth brought by this kinship as a treasure, so she picked up her chopsticks again and ate a few more mouthfuls. Seeing that his sister was really full, Shermu stood up in satisfaction and sent her back personally. After school at night, Shi Jing waited at the door of Sherman's classroom early. Seeing her come out, she didn't talk to her much. After leaving everyone's sight, she asked casually, Man, why have you been ignoring me recently? Are you still blaming me?" Sherman sneered and did not answer her. She listened to her nagging expressionlessly. "I really know my mistake. I feel very guilty. That's why I committed suicide last time to make it up to you. If you still blame me, I can only die to apologize." She spoke sincerely with a sad expression. Anyone who saw her would think that Shi Jing had suffered in the Shi family. Sherman's disgust for her deepened, but she did not do anything to her. She let others spread gossip about her and Shi Jing. At the school gate, it was her eldest brother, Shi Ke's turn to pick her up today. When he saw Shi Jing following behind his sister, he frowned slightly and personally opened the passenger door for his sister. Only then did he unhappily agree to Shi Jing getting into the car and going home together. The difference in their treatment was like heaven and earth. The surrounding students saw it clearly and felt that Shi Man was unruly and willful. She even made things difficult for her cousin. Shi Man took in their expressions coldly with a relaxed demeanor. Go ahead and scold her. The more they scolded her now, the more it would hurt in the future. This was Shi Jing taking the initiative to add the chips in her favor. How could she waste her good intentions? In the back seat, Shi Jing put away the guilt on her face and looked at Shi Man in the front seat jealously. She thought to herself that she would let Shi Man be smug for a few more days. After the exam results were out, everyone would know that she was much better than Shi Man. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the monthly examination. There was a special examination hall for this examination. There was only one student sitting in each row to prevent cheating. After Shi Man received the test paper, she glanced at it and saw the extra letters behind a question. She narrowed her eyes dangerously and smiled meaningfully. The teacher from Class S, who was in charge of the invigilation, had been staring in Shi Man's direction. When she saw the smile on her face, she couldn't help but shiver. How strange. She was actually afraid of a piece of trash and was stunned by her smile. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Hu Jing walked down the podium unwillingly and deliberately lingered beside her, wanting to see if she could really answer the question or if she was just pretending. Shi Man sensed Hu Jing's intentions and openly showed her the test paper. Every question here was too simple for her. Yesterday, during class, not only did she memorize all the highlights drawn by Su Tang, but she also memorized the rest that Su Tang had yet to explain. She had always had a photographic memory, so it was not difficult for her to learn such simple knowledge herself. Hu Jing passed by a few times, but did not succeed. When she finally caught a break, she subconsciously slowed down and her gaze lingered on Shi Man's answering area for a long time. After reading the answer on her test paper, Hu Jing couldn't help but gasp. She looked at Shi Man in disbelief, and her shocked gaze suddenly met Shi Man's playful eyes. In the end, she was the first to lose. Her back was covered in cold sweat as she almost fled back to the podium. When she returned to the invigilator's seat, Hu Jing was still panting guiltily. Shi Man's gaze was too cold just now, and even she, who had always prided herself, could not withstand it. She was clearly a scum who only knew how to chase after men and embarrass women, but she actually had such a terrifying aura. Moreover, the questions she had just done were all right. This meant that not only were her academic results not bad, but she was even more outstanding than the students she had personally taught. How was this possible? Unless... A trace of disdain flashed across Hu Jing's eyes. Unless someone was helping Shi Man cheat. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that she had discovered the truth behind why Shi Man was no longer as timid as before. Since the Shi family dared to help their daughter cheat, they should not blame her for exposing Shi Man in public and completely cutting off the Shi family's idea of sending their daughter to Class S. Her class definitely could not tolerate such a poor student. After the exam ended, Hu Jing came down to collect the papers. When it was Shi Man's turn, she deliberately knocked on her table meaningfully and sneered. Don't think I didn't notice that you cheated. Just wait and see. Cheating? Hu Jing's voice was neither loud nor soft, and the students in the examination hall could hear her. They immediately looked at Shi Man with disdain and mockery. Teacher Hu, do you have evidence? Shi Man looked at her leisurely. Initially, she did not want to deal with these people who had nothing to do with the plot. However, Hu Jing insisted on barging in, so she could only accept it. I'll be invigilating the next round. I'll definitely catch you, Hu Jing said ruthlessly, leaving Shi Man alone to suffer the criticism of the surrounding students. This discussion was a common occurrence for Shi Man. She pretended not to hear it and turned to look at the fallen leaves outside the window. Her fingers tapped the table rhythmically as if she was calculating something. In the next exam, Hu Jing stared fixedly at Shi Man, but she did not find any traces of her cheating. This made her panic. If she could not find evidence, Shi Man would really succeed. She bit her lower lip and walked down the podium to look at her paper again. As in the previous exam, her answers were almost all right. No, she must have forgotten something. Could it be? Thinking of the only possibility, Hu Jing felt confident. She took out her phone and sent a message to Director Zhou, requesting to check the surveillance cameras before the exam. Director Zhou was busy with other things and refused to reply. Hu Jing could only stabilize her mind for the time being and sit back down to comfort herself. As long as Man cheated, with her stupidity, she would definitely leave evidence. She did not believe that she could not find any evidence. After a day of exams, second brother Yu came to pick his sister up from school today. Mu had originally planned to rush over to take his sister away after the exam. Unfortunately, he was entangled in the student union's matters. Not only could he not pick his sister up, but he would also have to stay behind to work overtime. He could only watch as his sister got into Yu's car and continued to busy himself with the work at hand. Jing sat in the car and obediently occupied only a small portion of the back seat. Then, she blinked and pretended to be intimate. Man, how did you do today? Not bad. Man looked at Jing's reflection in the rearview mirror and smiled. You must have answered very well, right? Jing pretended to be humble and said, I changed schools late and just did my best. On the surface, she looked shy, but in fact, Jing was overjoyed. Last night, she had memorized the questions in advance. Today, it was effortless for her to do the questions. This time, she would definitely be able to enter Class S easily and leave Man in the dust. Man sneered and leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes to rest. Yu thought that his sister did not do well in the exam today and was shocked. He hurriedly comforted her. It's okay. Even if you don't do well, I will reward you. After all, we have seen your recent efforts. Man opened one eye slightly and looked at his gentle side profile. She couldn't help but laugh. Why are you the same as fourth brother? You have to reward me. Did you discuss it together? Seeing with her own eyes how much the brothers of the family doted on Man, Jing clenched her hands on her knees and gritted her teeth in jealousy. She only hoped that time would pass faster now. She could not wait to see the family being dumbfounded and treating her differently. On the day the results were released, Jing woke up early and ran to school happily. At the entrance of the teaching building, the surrounding students had already caused a congestion. The person who had finally squeezed to the front was shocked when he saw the name on the rankings. How is this possible? Did the teacher make a mistake? What's impossible? Jing squeezed into the front row with curved eyes. As she wished, she saw herself ranked third in the cohort. She immediately felt that the sun had risen for her this morning, but she maintained an incredulous expression. How could this be? How could I have gotten third place? Congratulations, Jing. Her classmates from Class D looked at her sourly. There were few sincere compliments, but this was enough for Jing. She smiled and said a few humble words. She even expressed that she was willing to help her classmates improve in the future and pulled in a wave of good impressions. It was only when a discordant voice barged in that the smile on her face suddenly froze. No. Why are you only concerned about Jing? Didn't you see who ranked fourth in the cohort? A bad feeling arose. Jing suddenly looked up and realized that the person below her was Man. Didn't she decide against looking at the questions? Her shocked expression froze on her face. Noticing the surprised gazes of the surrounding people, she suddenly came back to her senses and said in confusion, Sister hasn't been studying at home recently. I didn't expect her to score so well. You guys don't know yet, right? I was in the same examination hall as her. The boy sitting in the back row of Man during the exam said mysteriously. At that time, Teacher Hu Jing said that Man cheated during the exam. Really? No wonder her results are so good. The person who had praised Jing just now had already treated her as the top student in her class. When he heard this heavy news, he immediately asked maliciously, Won't Man be detained by the teacher? I see. The students of Class S looked at one another and mocked Man before secretly retreating from the crowd to verify this matter with their teacher. In the office, Hu Jing was arguing with Director Zhou. Dean, I told you about the application for surveillance footage previously. Have you forgotten? Now that Man actually surpassed my students, She must have cheated. We can't tolerate such behavior of breaking the examination discipline. Calm down first, Teacher Hu. I can understand your feelings. Director Zhou patiently advised. I've already investigated the surveillance cameras. The person who cheated was not Sherman. Who else could it be? Director Zhou, you can't protect her. And that Jing is actually ranked at the top of the cohort. The two of them must have cheated together. The more Hu Jing thought about it, the angrier she became. At this moment, the two children in the family were really worrisome. One by one, they braced themselves and insisted on squeezing into Class S. They didn't even buy a mirror to look at themselves. Were they worthy? Teacher Hu, you have to have evidence in everything. Director Zhou sighed and stood up to look at the students gathered in front of the rankings outside the window. He said calmly, call Sherman and Jing over. Hu Jing gritted her teeth and nodded. She snorted and left the office. At the entrance of the teaching building, the crowd was still discussing how Sherman had been caught cheating by the teacher. Many students in the examination hall had heard Hu Jing's words that day and felt indignant that the school was protecting Sherman. Jing looked coldly at the crowd gathered to deal with Sherman. From the corner of her eye, she saw a figure. The cold smile on her face quickly turned into pity. Please forgive my sister. She must have taken things too hard for a moment. Why don't we give her a chance and not let the school expel her? Impossible. We have to ask the school to expel Sherman today. Castle Academy can't tolerate such an embarrassing student. The crowd was furious. Seeing that the atmosphere was about right, Jing exclaimed and pointed in the direction of the teaching staircase. Look, isn't that teacher Hu Jing? Could she be here to take Sherman away? When the students heard that Hu Jing was here, they immediately swarmed up and surrounded her, asking how the school would deal with Sherman. The students' emotions had already been completely stoked. They wished they could pull Sherman out and whip her a few times to vent their hatred. They did not like people like Sherman entering Castle Academy, not to mention that she had now done such a thing. Hu Jing only felt that there were countless flies buzzing in her ears. She scolded angrily. Shut up. Do you still have any regard for discipline? Isn't it time for self-study? Hurry up and go back to studying. Teacher. Jing couldn't wait for her classmates to witness Sherman embarrassing herself in public. Naturally, she didn't want her classmates to disperse because of her teacher's scolding. Are you here to look for Sherman? Don't blame the students for delaying their studies. They're so excited because they value academic results. Sherman's cheating concerns everyone. Teacher, please deal with this matter publicly. Although Jing did not have direct evidence to prove that Sherman had cheated, she felt that it must be abnormal for Sherman to have such results. Moreover, didn't Hu Jing say that Sherman had cheated in the examination hall? Jing thought that this matter was almost certain. She only wanted Sherman to embarrass herself in public and have a bad reputation. In the end, she would have no choice but to drop out of Castle Academy. This way, she would be the only daughter of the Shi family who could study here. Hu Jing took a step closer and sized Jing up with a critical expression. In her eyes, Jing was no different from Sherman. However, from her words just now, she seemed to want to punish Sherman immediately. This was really interesting. That's right, teacher. Let us follow you and take a look. We can't let Sherman off easily. Songji had always hated Sherman for humiliating her in front of Feng Han in the mall last time. This time, Sherman gave her something to use against her. How could she not grasp it well? In her eyes, she could put aside the fact that Jing had clinched third place for the time being. After all, what she had just said was completely considered from the perspective of her classmates. However, Sherman was different. She was still unwilling to show her face even now. Even the entire Class F was not present. If that wasn't guilt, what else could it be? Hu Jing glanced at them indifferently and suddenly asked, Where's Gung Hui? Teacher Hu, Songji reminded her softly in her ear. Teacher Gung hasn't shown his face yet. Everyone in their class is not around. Could Gung Hui have helped Sherman cheat? Otherwise, how could she have successfully cheated with her stupidity? Hu Jing's expression darkened. She knew that she had mocked Gung Hui a lot over the years, but if he really hated her and helped Sherman do such a thing, then he should not blame her for chasing Gung Hui and Sherman out of school. Go to their class and call Gung Hui and Sherman to Director Zhou's office. Okay, Song Ji nodded solemnly and agreed. Her clenched fists trembled slightly from excitement. It was finally time for revenge. She wanted Sherman to never be able to raise her head. In Class F's classroom, Gung Hui stood on the podium enthusiastically and praised Sherman's improvement this time. He did not know that the outside world had completely fallen out. Fang Han waited for a long time and finally received a message from Song Ji. She immediately raised her hand and said, "Teacher, I have something to say." Gung Hui adjusted his glasses and asked, "What do you want to say? Stand up and say it." "Teacher." Fang Han pointed at Sherman's back in the front row arrogantly. "You shouldn't have praised Sherman just now. She clearly cheated in this exam to get 4th place in the cohort." "Fang Han, you can't spout nonsense." Gung Hui still had a good impression of Sherman. After all, ever since she came to the class had become much better, allowing him to experience the joy and pride of being a teacher. He subconsciously defended Sherman and waved his hand for Fang Han to sit down. He said earnestly, "Students, you have to accept other people's progress humbly and urge yourself to continue working hard instead of criticizing your classmates without evidence." Fang Han sat down indignantly and glared at Sherman hatefully. "She cheated. Mr. Gung, if you don't believe me, just wait and see." Su Tang turned to look at the expressionless Sherman worriedly. "I believe you didn't cheat, but I think Fang Han has a backup plan. You have to make plans early." "Yes." Sherman nodded lightly. She had always had such a cold personality. Su Tang pursed her lips indifferently, and her docile heart could not help but feel a trace of anger and guilt. If not for her, Sherman would not have offended them. Moreover, the reason why she believed that Sherman did not cheat was not because of her blind confidence in her benefactor, but because she had really seen Sherman's ability. With her capability, it was easy for her to finish reading all the subjects in a day, but this did not seem to prove that she had not cheated. Su Tang could not help but feel anxious for her. After a while, Song Ji knocked on the class door. After greeting Gung Hui, she looked at Sherman with a smug expression. "Come out. Director Zhou wants you to go to the office with Mr. Gung." Fang Han leaned back in her chair and looked like she was watching a good show. She crossed her arms and waited for Sherman to make a fool of herself. Gung Hui knew that this trip would probably be disadvantageous to Sherman and hurriedly asked, "Did Director Zhou say why?" Song Ji raised her head proudly and looked at Sherman disdainfully. She said calmly, "Sherman cheated in the exam, so Director Zhou wants to look for her." As soon as she said this, there was an uproar in the classroom. The students started whispering. They had actually known about this long ago. After all, the commotion at the school gate was not small, but because of Sherman's ruthlessness, they did not dare to say anything in front of her. At this moment, when they heard Song Ji say with absolute certainty that Sherman had cheated, the students immediately felt the pleasure of having their enemy destroyed. Actually, they had been enduring Sherman for a long time. Ever since Sherman joined the class, it had been too boring. They did not even dare to say a few words and could only pass notes humbly. However, now that Sherman had been caught cheating by the dean, she might be chased out of Castle Academy soon. At that time, they could do whatever they wanted in class again. The students rubbed their fists and waited for the teacher to announce Sherman's sentence. They wished they could fly to the director's office and witness her being chased away. Sherman listened to the discussions of the surrounding people. She still stood up expressionlessly and gestured for Su Tang to make way. Song Ji deliberately blocked her body at the classroom door to embarrass her. Unexpectedly, Sherman did not even look at her and knocked her shoulder away as she walked out of the classroom. Song Ji failed to harm anyone and was almost knocked down by her. She was humiliated in front of others and immediately gritted her teeth in hatred. At the entrance of the school building, Shi Jing looked smugly at Song Ji's back view, wishing she could fly to the entrance of Class F. She felt that she was really too smart. However, before she could be satisfied, Hu Jing rolled her eyes at her in disgust and said coldly, "Follow me to Director Zhou's office." Shi Jing followed behind Hu Jing in confusion. Two groups of people bumped into each other at the staircase of Director Zhou's office. Hu Jing gave Song Ji a look. Song Ji nodded slightly and walked to Hu Jing's side, feeling that she should keep a distance from Sherman. She knew that Hu Jing had always been prejudiced against Class F, which was at the bottom of the cohort. Hu Jing did not like her students to be involved with them. So She had always hidden the fact that she and Feng Han were best friends from her. In school, She had always been careful to avoid being seen with Feng Han. Hu Jing was satisfied with her tact. She looked up at Geng Hui, who was walking at the back, with disdain. I'm sorry, Mr. Geng. It wasn't easy for one of your classmates to achieve good results this time, but I'm afraid you'll be happy for nothing. I believe the students in my class will never do such a thing. He glanced at Man with conviction in his eyes. Don't worry. If they can't produce evidence, I'll protect you. This is my duty as a form teacher. Man nodded slightly and did not speak, but she was still a little touched. In her previous life, when she had never been trusted unconditionally, she could only press people under her feet and force them to trust her. However, this feeling of being able to be trusted without doing anything was really not bad. Man smiled slightly in a good mood. Although it was only an extremely small expression, it was already extremely rare for her. Behind her, messy footsteps came. Su Tang ran in front, panting. Behind her were the students of the entire cohort. Of course, everyone present knew very well that other than Su Tang and Geng Hui, everyone else was here to laugh at Man. Su Tang held the cold wall and panted. Man, I'll go with you. Man looked up at Geng Hui and asked him for his opinion. The latter subconsciously looked at Hu Jing's expression. Seeing that she had no intention of objecting, he nodded and said, Then let's go quickly. Don't let Director Zhou wait too long. In the director's office, Director Zhou looked at the surveillance footage many times. She leaned back in her chair and rubbed her eyebrows tiredly. Hu Jing knocked on the door and walked in with the vast number of students. Director, I brought them all here. The other students volunteered to follow. I thought that this matter concerned everyone's results, so I agreed. Yes. Director Zhou opened her eyes and glanced at everyone with a serious expression. Finally, her gaze landed accurately on the girl who had just transferred over. Jing, do you want to say it yourself, or should I say it for you? Jing was still gloating. She did not expect to be called out by the director first. She was stunned on the spot. Director Zhou, what do you want me to say? Hu Jing snorted and mocked. I knew it. Neither of you girls is good. No wonder your results are top. So you're in cahoots with Man. I didn't. Jing immediately pointed at Man in panic. Did you push all the blame on me just now? She lost her composure and screamed. She took 2 steps toward Director Zhou but was frightened by her cold gaze. Director, don't listen to her nonsense. I really didn't. I achieved my current results because of my own hard work. I remember that Jing's results were just enough to enter Class D when she entered school, right? How did she improve so quickly in such a short period of time? Songji stepped on her at the right time. In her opinion, Jing was as brainless as Man. She did not mind chasing these 2 eyesores out of school. I was too nervous during the entrance examination, so I didn't perform well. Jing hurriedly defended herself. At this moment, her heart was beating wildly, and her face was purple, red from embarrassment. However, when she saw Man's unchanged expression, she instantly felt like her lungs were about to explode. Why was she the one everyone was targeting and mocking now? Could Man's cheating be easily let go just because she was the precious daughter of the family? Why didn't you mention Man? Don't you think it's strange? Her improvement is clearly much greater than mine. Jing couldn't care less about maintaining the impression of peace between her and Man in front of her classmates. She wanted to say all kinds of things to slander Man. Although Jing doesn't admit that she cheated, she's not wrong. Hu Jing shifted her gaze to Man calmly. Please explain how you cheated in front of everyone. Did you get the test paper in advance? Everyone's eyes were focused on Man. Everyone thought that they would see the same ugly expression on her face as Jing, but they were destined to be disappointed. Man slowly raised her eyes, still looking indifferent. Her cold eyes landed on Director Zhou. I couldn't figure out why Jing could improve so much. After all, with her stupidity, could she rely on herself? That's simply a fantasy. Jing was so angry that she panted. However, she was frightened by Man's unhurried gaze and shut her mouth. Thank you for your reminder, Teacher Hu Jing. Man looked away calmly. The corners of her lips curled up slightly, but there was no smile in her eyes. So she was peeking at the exam questions. I didn't. Shi Jing panicked. It was only now that she suddenly realized that she had no substantial evidence of Sherman cheating. However, when Sherman saw the results, she might have already guessed that she had stolen the questions that Shermu had thrown away. Fortunately, she had torn the evidence apart and thrown it away. This was the only thing she was glad about now. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a little more confident. So what if Sherman knew that she had stolen it? It was impossible to find any evidence from her now. In that case, she might as well add fuel to the fire. Sherman, I know you've always disliked me and want to chase away the women around you. You have to treat others as your love rivals for Yizheng. But I've really always treated you as my most important sister. Shi Jing's pained expression made the students present unable to help but be a little moved. When they heard Shi Jing's accusation that Sherman did not hesitate to turn against her sister for a man, they felt even more disdain for Sherman. She was a piece of trash whose mind was filled with men. It was not surprising that she would do such a thing. Su Tang's face flushed red. Her voice, which was always lowered, finally became louder. I believe Sherman isn't that kind of person. You've all misunderstood her. Su Tang, who are you? Why are you still talking to us like this? The students of Class S more or less knew the relationship between Su Tang and Yizheng. In their eyes, Su Tang was also a scheming BTCH who relied on men to get to where she was. Otherwise, with her low status, what right did she have to be classmates with them? Geng Hui had not said anything, but when he heard this, he could not help but frown. Su Tang and Sherman are both my students. I won't allow you to slander them again and again. If you can't produce evidence, I'll bring my students back to class. Director Zhou, Hu Jing frowned at the leader, who had not spoken other than when she called out the names. She mustered her courage and asked, what do you think we should do with these two students? I suggest we expel them. Director Zhou watched this farce coldly. Her eyes slowly moved from Shi Jing's panicked face to Sherman. In the end, she sighed wearily. Take a look at this first. On the computer screen was the footage of Shi Jing secretly entering the director's office and secretly looking at the computer screen. Hu Jing immediately revealed a look of joy and pointed at Shi Jing impatiently. So you've already obtained the evidence. That's great. Hurry up and chase them out. Shi Jing did not expect this video to be used as evidence by the teacher. She quickly defended herself. Director Zhou, have you forgotten? You called me to the office that day. Moreover, I only looked at the computer screen and did not look at any questions. When did I send you a message? Director Zhou frowned and looked at her in confusion. I don't know if you guys noticed something amiss with this test paper, but there's an additional row of irrelevant letters behind one of the questions. I checked the test paper just before you came. There definitely won't be such a problem. Moreover, the last time the folder was saved is exactly the same time as when you touched my computer. Director Zhou looked at her stunned expression and slowly stood up to walk to her. I guess you accidentally touched the keyboard after looking at the questions, so you left those letters behind. Do you have anything else to add? I didn't. I really didn't see the questions in advance. Shi Jing was so nervous that she almost cried. She hurriedly picked up her phone to look for the message, but it had disappeared without a trace. Now that the evidence was conclusive, everyone thought that she had stolen the questions. But why could Sherman get out of this unscathed? She was indignant. Shi Jing suddenly glared at the indifferent Sherman and said angrily, she forced me to do this. If I didn't help her steal the questions, she would have chased me out of the Shi family. I've been living a subservient life in the Shi family. I have to listen to her. However, since things have come to this, I can only tell the truth. Songji was waiting for the moment when Shi Jing bit back. She immediately looked at Sherman accusingly. She's your sister after all. How can you be so intolerant? To think you actually believe that my brother will like a vicious woman like you. Dream on. Director Zhou also looked at Sherman with a dark expression. Is Shi Jing telling the truth? Is there a need to ask? Hu Jing snorted and rolled her eyes. If she didn't get the questions, how could she be ranked 4th in the cohort? Director, this incident shows that they are too evil. They actually stole the questions from your office. We have to teach them a lesson. Sister. Just as the bell rang, Shermu rushed to the director's office. He pushed away the crowd outside the door and squeezed his way to Sherman's side. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that she was safe. Director Zhou. Shermu was about to say something when Sherman grabbed his arm and stopped him. Director Zhou, if I can prove that I have the ability to get into the top rankings, can it mean that I didn't collude with Shi Jing and didn't look at the questions in advance? When she said this, not to mention the others present, even Shermu, her brother, felt that it was impossible. Sherman had never liked to read or study since she was young. Her results had always been at the bottom, but her family doted on her. Thinking that she did not need to work hard in the future, they did not force her to learn those things she did not like. The entire family only hoped that she would be happy. But now, his sister seemed to have become a different person. Not only did she not cry and throw herself into his arms to complain and beg for his protection, but she also stopped him from telling the truth and planned to solve the problem herself. Shermu could not accept this change for a moment and stood rooted to the ground. Hu Jing treated Sherman's words as a provocation and immediately said angrily, "If you really have the ability to surpass my students, then I'll admit that you have the ability. You still have to apologize to me." Sherman's black eyes were calm, as if she did not think that she had said something unbelievable. She raised her eyelids lazily and glanced at Songji behind her. "And you have to apologize to me too." "Okay." Songji agreed immediately. She did not believe that Sherman could really do it. She had long felt humiliated that her exam results were below that of Sherman's. She even took the initiative to propose a competition with Sherman in front of all the students. "If your results are higher than mine, I'll naturally apologize to you. But if you can't do it at all, drop out of school. Don't tarnish the reputation of Castle Academy here." Man. Su Tang couldn't help but tug Sherman's arm. "Why don't we think of another way?" Although she was confident in Sherman, the reason why Songji could always be ranked at the top was definitely because of her strength. If Sherman was unlucky this time and could not surpass her, wouldn't she lose her future for nothing? No need. This method is very good. Sherman looked up at Director Zhou. "Then I'll have to trouble you to produce an exam paper on the spot." The teachers clearly did not expect things to develop to this extent, but this was indeed a good idea. Director Zhou nodded in agreement and looked at Shi Jing with uncertain eyes. "Come and take the exam with them." I. Shi Jing's lips were trembling so much that she could not speak. She did not have the confidence to take the test again. She couldn't help but glare at Sherman venomously, hating her for still showing off at a time like this. Director Zhou was familiar with the learning progress of this grade. She quickly produced an exam paper and handed it to the three of them, telling the other students to retreat to the corridor and not to disturb the exam. Songji looked at the question in her hand and started answering confidently. To her, exams had long become a common occurrence. This was simply an easy thing for her. Other than the last big question being a little difficult, she could do the other questions easily. On the other hand, Shi Jing's results were only average. At this moment, she was holding a pen and thinking hard about a few difficult questions. She was conflicted for a long time and did not know how to answer. Songji retracted her gaze smugly. After checking the test paper in her hand, she handed it to Director Zhou and looked at Sherman proudly. Only then did she realize that everyone's gaze was on Sherman, seeing how focused she was on answering the questions. She did not look like she was writing blindly. "She's just pretending." Songji pursed her lips and muttered to herself. Only Hu Jing knew that Sherman's behavior was consistent with how she took the exam that day. She buried her head in her paper and did not show any signs of cheating. She wanted to do the same and walk over to see if Sherman had really answered the questions. However, because Director Zhou was beside her, she could only grit her teeth and endure it. Fortunately, after a while, Sherman put down her pen and skipped the steps of checking the test paper. After writing her name, she handed it to Director Zhou to evaluate the paper. Seeing that the exam had ended, the students outside squeezed in restlessly. Su Tang and Shermu were in front, waiting nervously for the test results. This time, Hu Jing and Gung Hui evaluated the paper together. No one was allowed to play favorites. Director Zhou watched quietly from the side and quickly saw a trace of panic on Hu Jing's face. "Teacher Hu, what's wrong?" Songji also sensed that something was wrong with her. She hurriedly stood up and walked to her side. Looking down at Sherman's paper, Hu Jing's hands trembled. A moment later, She scored full marks in the blank area at the top of Sherman's paper. On the other hand, Songji's attempt had a mistake in the last big question. There was also a mistake in the previous question, and she only got 95 points. Jing's score was even worse. Her answers were a mess, and she did not even pass. How did this happen? Songji could not accept such an outcome. She snatched Sherman's test paper and looked at it repeatedly, but she could not find any problems. Seeing their different reactions, Su Tang knew that Sherman was definitely going to win this time. Her heart finally settled. However, she was timid and did not dare to snatch the paper from Songji. Otherwise, she really wanted to take a good look at Sherman's answer sheet. She was sincerely happy for her. Shermu obviously did not have so many worries. He frowned and took the test paper from Songji's hand worriedly. When he saw the scores on it, his eyes widened in shock. Some of the bolder female students went to Shermu's side. Initially, they only wanted to take the opportunity to get closer to Shermu and make him notice them. However, when their gaze inadvertently landed on the test paper, they could not look away. They even forgot about the handsome Shermu beside them and screamed in fear. How is that possible? Sherman actually got full marks. Everyone did not expect such an outcome in the end. They squeezed over curiously, wanting to see with their own eyes if that person had seen wrongly. Quiet. Shermu retreated from the crowd in frustration. Holding the test paper in his hand, he raised his eyebrows at Hu Jing and Songji in a good mood. Are you convinced? Let's see who still dares to say that my sister's academic results are bad in the future. Among the people present, Shermu was the one who was happier than Sherman herself. He had long disliked these people who talked about his sister behind her back, but because he was the president of the student union, he could not teach them a lesson openly. He did not expect his precious sister to be so hardworking. This gave all of them a resounding slap in the face. His sister was the best. He would see who dared to say anything bad about her in the future. Being criticized by a student in public, Hu Jing felt humiliated even though the student was the third young master of the Shi family and the president of the student union. She glared at Songji, who was still arrogant just now, and vented her anger at her. If not for the fact that she thought highly of herself and insisted on competing, how could she, Hu Jing, the form teacher of Class S, be so embarrassed? If she had known earlier, she shouldn't have believed Songji. If it were the #1 student in their class, the outcome would definitely be completely different. It was all her fault. With this thought in mind, Hu Jing had a lot of resentment toward Songji. Her tone was a little harsh. Go back. If you dare to embarrass yourself again in the future, scram to Class A. Teacher Hu, I'm sorry. Songji's eyes were red. She had always been one of the top students in the class. Usually, because she looked sweet and knew how to flatter, she was well liked by the teachers. It was unprecedented for her to be reprimanded in public like this. She immediately cried aggrievedly. Seeing that she was crying, Hu Jing waved her hand in frustration and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Sherman slowly walked in front of her and blocked her way. Hu Jing looked up and asked impatiently, You've already proven your innocence. What else do you want? Apologize, Sherman said without hesitation. The surrounding students and teachers immediately gasped. They had been in school for so long. So who didn't know that teacher Hu Jing had always been arrogant? She had always been the one to bully others, and she had never apologized to anyone. At this moment, Sherman was really bold. When the students saw this scene, they could not help but admire her. Sherman didn't seem to be as incorrigible as the rumors said. At least she aced the test fair and square. She even obtained full marks with her own ability. No matter how incredulous others felt, this was an unchangeable fact. Not only you but you too. Sherman looked casually at Songji, who was trying her best to hide behind Hu Jing and reduce her presence. She forced the two of them to a dead end in the most casual tone. Hu Jing gritted her teeth. She turned around and left, not wanting to stay and embarrass herself. Without Hu Jing blocking in front of her, Songji was naturally forced to be exposed in front of everyone. She bit her lower lip tightly, her face turning green and white. The blood drained from her face, and her uneasy fingers stirred her clothes. After a while, seeing that no one was speaking up for her, she finally endured the humiliation and said, I'm sorry. Only then did Sherman let her leave. Looking at Song Ji's back as she wiped her tears and fled, she slowly retracted her gaze and looked at Shi Jing, who had long collapsed to the ground. She said slowly, "Director Zhou, I'll leave Shi Jing to you to deal with her impartially according to the school rules. Yes, our Shi family will definitely not cover up for her." Shermu naturally stood on his sister's side. Shi Jing harbored evil intentions and had framed his precious sister more than once. It was already his family's kindness that she could be kept alive until now. Director Zhou nodded in understanding and asked them to go back to class first. She would announce the results later. After returning to the classroom, Fang Han did not dare to make a sound. She no longer had the aura she had before. Like an ostrich, she wished she could stuff her head into the hole in the table and was ashamed to face anyone. Thinking of her aggressive appearance previously, she felt her face hurt. Gung Hui was getting more and more satisfied with Sherman. Not only was she the most outstanding student he had ever taught in his teaching career, but he also saw the calmness in her confrontation with someone just now. Such a student was definitely not the stupid idiot in the rumors. He firmly believed that Sherman's strength was far beyond this. There would definitely be a wider platform for her in the future. Su Tang congratulated her quietly from her seat and even offered to help her take notes and highlight the key points in the future. Sherman could not be bothered to do this. Since Su Tang took the initiative to take over, she did not refuse. The students of Class F had already started class normally, but Class S was in chaos. Song Ji was still crying at the table, and Hu Jing had assigned a lot of homework with a dark expression. In the office, Shi Jing cast aside her pride. She knelt on the ground and begged with tears in her eyes, "Director Zhou, don't expel me. I was just possessed for a moment. I just want to obtain the Shi family's approval." She cried until she was out of breath, and her words were incoherent. You probably don't know yet, right? I'm just a distant relative of the Shi family. I'm just living under someone else's roof in the Shi family. Sherman has always been domineering and bullied me with all kinds of excuses. Her brothers don't care about me either. I just think that if I can shock the world and improve a little, I can at least be a person in the Shi family openly and not live like a dog every day. Director Zhou, I beg you, don't expel me, or my life will be ruined. I'll definitely study hard in the future and turn over a new leaf. Please give me a chance. She cried pitifully, and Director Zhou could not help but feel a little soft-hearted. In the end, although Shi Jing had violated the examination rules this time, fortunately, there were no serious consequences. After all, it was just a simple monthly examination. She just had to recalibrate her results. She thought for a moment and chose to reach out to help the child up from the ground. She handed her a tissue and couldn't help but sigh. I will not expel you, but I'll have to give you a serious demerit. In addition, you have to write a 10,000 word reflection letter to me. If you make another mistake within a year, I won't be able to protect you. At that time, you have to leave the school. I understand. Thank you, Director Zhou. Shi Jing bowed to her gratefully and walked out of the office while wiping her tears. She was too ashamed to return to class now. She could only sit alone in the corner of the field to kill time. The rankings had been amended, and she was now in last place in the entire cohort. Looking at Sherman, who was ranked third, Shi Jing secretly clenched her fists. Her face was filled with hatred. She had been careless this time and accidentally walked into that BTCH's trap. Sherman would never be so lucky next time. During the lunch break, Shi Jing was about to call the teacher for sick leave and go home to rest when the sunlight in front of her was suddenly blocked by a figure. Why are you here? Shi Jing looked up and saw an unfriendly girl looking at her coldly with deep calculation in her eyes. I want to work with you. The girl looked around and gestured for her to walk into the forest behind her. Then she turned around and said with sympathy, I know you want to take down Sherman coincidentally. I do too. So let's work together. Why should I believe you? Shi Jing looked at the other party warily. Her experience just now was probably going to spread throughout the school. She really did not expect anyone to be willing to make a request for cooperation at this time. I believe you know who I am, right? Therefore, you should know that I hate Sherman as much as you do. I hate her so much that I can't wait for her to disappear in front of me immediately. This is the reason why I chose to cooperate with you. This is also helping you, right? Fong Han raised her eyebrows and looked at her with determination. She had never thought that Shi Jing would refuse. Shi Jing did not intend to refuse. She did not know why Shi Man had suddenly become so difficult to deal with. In the past, she would have chased Shi Man out of Castle Academy long ago and would not have ended up like this. I can promise you. Shi Jing nodded. The two of them plodded in the forest for a long time until the bell rang in the afternoon. Then, they returned to the classroom. After school, Shi Mu was the first to rush to the class door to pick up his precious sister. He couldn't hide the smile on his face. Man, I just told the family what happened in the morning. They heard that you got third place in the cohort and said that they wanted to hold a celebratory feast for you. Yes, Shi Man was not interested in these banquets. What she cared about was, are there king crabs and lobsters? Of course. Shi Mu held his sister's soft hand happily and smiled. I could tell that you liked it last time. When I head back, I'll get someone to send another batch over. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. At night, when the entire Shi family was celebrating Shi Man's achievement, only Shi Jing hid in her room and refused to come out. Before school ended, Shi Jing cried and begged the two of them not to tell her family about what happened today. She cried miserably and hinted that she knew that Shi Mu had stolen the exam questions. Shi Mu was guilty. If his family found out about this, Shi Zhong and his brothers would definitely beat him up. He could only keep his mouth shut. Shi Man did not intend to say anything. It was not yet time to chase Shi Jing away. She abided by the same principle. Instead of letting Shi Jing secretly cause trouble for her in a place where she could not see, it was better to keep her under her nose and watch her personally. The dining table tonight was filled with all kinds of seafood. When Shi Ku heard that it was arranged by Shi Mu, he grabbed his collar and brought him to the side to warn him. Don't let your sister eat so much seafood in one meal in the future. It's not good for her health. I understand, brother. Shi Mu released his collar from his hands and nodded submissively. Then, he pushed him to sit at the table. Brother, try it too. These have just been caught. They're especially fresh. Yes. Shi Ku ate a piece of crab meat with restraint. Shi Yu personally picked up a piece of fish and removed the small bones on it before putting it into Shi Man's bowl. Man, eat more if you like it. His training as a professional lawyer made him especially meticulous in his life. When he received the news that Shi Mu was holding a celebration for his sister, his first reaction was suspicion. In addition to his sister's sudden improvement, there was also Shi Mu's overly excited reaction. He used his connections at the law firm to investigate the school surveillance cameras. He knew everything that had happened at school today. However, he still chose to shut up and didn't say anything. He continued to observe quietly in the dark. Our baby is getting more and more outstanding. Shi Zhong, do you still dare to say that your daughter doesn't know anything? Shin Xian raised her eyebrows, her bright eyes flashing with mischief. Shi Zhong coughed dryly and took a sip of wine to hide his embarrassment. He said with a red face, when did I say that about Man? Dad, sister will be even more outstanding in the future. I plan to let sister take over my position in the student union, Shi Mu said confidently, but he looked at Shi Man with anticipation. Man, are you willing? I'll think about it. Shi Man narrowed her eyes and enjoyed the fish in her mouth, letting the delicious taste spread in her mouth. She suddenly felt that she did not have to be concerned about anything. The days of chilling and having someone bring her good food and drinks were really not bad. It was much better than her previous life of licking blood on the tip of a knife. You can do whatever you want. If you want to enter the entertainment industry, I can bring you along. Sure, he flicked his dark brown hair and was as proud as a peacock showing off its feathers. There's no need. I don't have the intention to enter the entertainment industry for the time being. Shi Man took a sip of the wine with low alcoholic content to ease her boredom. She glanced at Shi He, who had not eaten anything from the beginning to the end, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, if you don't like it, I'll make you a private supper tonight. Shi He was used to Shi Jing's cooking and did not have any appetite when he saw the seafood. However, he had been thinking about his sister's cooking for a long time, not to mention that his sister had specially made it for him. Did this mean that his position in his sister's heart was unique? Okay. Shi He nodded heavily. Man looked up and glanced out of the window. She stood up and took the handkerchief from the servant to wipe her hands. Is Man full already? Shermu frowned and stood up. This time, she did not eat as much as she did in school. Was she tired of eating? It seemed like Big Brother was right. He had to find something good for her to eat next time. Okay, I'll go back to my room to rest. You guys eat slowly. Man nodded at them and returned to her room expressionlessly. After locking the door, she changed into her night clothes, which made it easier for her to move. She then took out her gun and dagger from the box and brought them with her. She raised her hand to open the window and jumped out of the Sher family's house from the tree by the balcony. In the alley, one of the mercenaries knelt in front of Man with tears and snot all over his face. Boss, quickly save Brother Sean. He's been taken away. Man's eyes turned cold. She grabbed the man's collar and pulled him up from the ground. She said coldly, let's talk as we walk. The last time they met in Nightless City, Immaculate's mercenaries in City G had all returned to City M to complete missions. Man only found out now that they had returned to City G and had even exposed their whereabouts. When they contacted each other, they were forcefully taken away by a group of people. Tell me what happened. Don't miss a single detail. Man looked serious. The organizations in the novel which might have done this kept flashing through her mind without stopping for a second. Boss, it's like this. Yesterday, we received a mission with an extremely high bounty. It was to find rare medicinal herbs for the leader of an organization. Brother Sean said that that thing is in the territory of G City, and it's not difficult to obtain it. We thought that we could come and see you on the way, so we rushed back overnight. Unexpectedly, as soon as we arrived in G City, a group of people rushed up like crazy to capture him. After taking Brother Sean away, they only left a note saying that you should go over personally to ask for him. Otherwise, they'll kill him. Boss. The mercenary pulled a long face and wiped his tears guiltily. If they hadn't asked you to go personally, we wouldn't have dared to alarm you no matter what. Got it. Man frowned speechlessly and said angrily, why are you crying? Since they want me to go over, Sean is at least safe now. Where's the note? It's here. Man lowered her head and glanced at it before nodding in understanding. Looks like they're really here for me. She already knew who the other party was, but she didn't know why he had to go through so much trouble to meet her. Could it be that he already suspected something? Man narrowed her eyes slightly. The car sped through the night for half an hour before stopping near the abandoned factory written on the note. Get out of the car. Man unbuckled her seatbelt and gently placed her hand on the silver pistol at her waist. Her sharp ears did not miss any movement around her, including the almost inaudible breathing in the factory. Boss. The mercenary was about to say something when Man raised her hand and interrupted him. Be careful. There are 5 people inside. Hearing this precise number, the mercenary widened his eyes in disbelief. He increasingly felt that Boss Sean's judgment was unique. Their current boss looked young and inexperienced and as beautiful as a porcelain doll, but in fact, she was stronger than the internationally renowned mercenaries. To be able to determine the number of enemies based on hearing alone was not something that could be learned overnight. It was simply more skillful than those experienced agents. Put on the mask. Man covered her face. After confirming that she did not reveal any flaws, she raised her hand and pushed open the factory door. The rusty iron door slowly opened with a creaking sound. The darkness in front of her extended into the unseen depths. Only when the weak moonlight shone in could a few figures inside be vaguely seen. Dodge. Man raised her hand and pushed the mercenary away. The two of them swayed and quickly disappeared from the door. Bullets that were like a storm brushed past their clothes and shot out of the door. Boss. Leave. Sean used all his strength to spit out the blood-stained rag in his mouth and shouted at the door at the top of his lungs. When he fought with these people just now, he had already experienced their techniques. That was not something that ordinary mercenaries could compare to. When Man brought only one person over, it was no different from courting death. Nosy. In the depths of the darkness, a man wearing a mask looked down coldly at Sean, who was like an ant on the ground. He raised his leg and repeatedly crushed Sean's weak fingers. Sean's face was twisted in pain, and he could not say a word. Boss Sean. When the mercenary heard his cry of pain, He immediately rushed into the factory without caring about anything else. Sherman shot him coldly in the ear. The bullet stuck to his ear and nailed into the concrete wall behind him, stopping him from courting death. You'll receive him outside. Don't act rashly without my orders. All right. The mercenary was so frightened by that shot that he broke out in cold sweat. He immediately calmed down and sighed in his heart. He had been too rash and almost lost his life for nothing. Sherman loaded the gun and held it in her hand. She carefully identified the positions of the people inside. While the other party was shooting, she stood at the door and fired decisively. The man sneered and curled his lips. He slid the chair to the other side and nimbly avoided the bullet. Then, he clapped his hands to stop his men. Immaculate? Good name. I just wanted to see who it was who gave the Azure Dragon Gang such a refined name. I didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive me. By offense, do you mean kidnapping my people and severely injuring him? Sherman walked into the darkness under the moonlight. Her crisp voice sounded ethereal in the empty factory building, carrying an indescribable pressure. It's the people below who are insensible and misunderstood. I just wanted to see you. The man waved his hand to make the people beside him retreat. He walked up to her. I didn't expect Immaculate's new boss to be a little girl. Sherman ignored the ridicule in his words and snorted coldly. Her gaze landed on Sean as she aimed the silver gun in her hand at his subordinates. Let my men go. Otherwise, I'll accept the lives around you on your behalf. The man smiled coldly and took a step back. He raised his hand and gestured for his subordinates to untie Sean. Brother Sean, how are you? The mercenary ran in from behind the door and supported Sean, whose arms and legs were numb. I'm fine. Sean covered the wound on his finger bone with trembling hands and slowly moved to Sherman's side. Boss, we can't stay here for long. If you have something to say it quickly. I'm in a hurry. Sherman knew the man's identity, but this part of the plot could not be mentioned in the book. She needed to know the man's true motive. Recalling the mission that Immaculate had received to gather rare medicinal herbs on the way here, she could vaguely guess the other party's intentions, but she did not know why he insisted on engaging her. As expected, after hearing her words, the man relaxed and sat back in his chair. He said slowly, I want to ask you to help me with something. I want the ice fragment grass. Coincidentally, only your Azure Dragon Gang knows where this thing is. I'm afraid it's more than that. Sherman sneered and lowered her arm that was holding the silver spear. She said calmly, since you can kidnap Sean openly, you don't have to lure me out. Just let them do it for you. The man's eyes were slightly cold as his gaze slowly landed on her smooth hand. He forced a mocking smile. How about we make a deal? Give me the piece of land where the ice fragment grass grows, and I'll give you 50% of the newly obtained armament. Boss, you can't agree. Sean was afraid that Sherman did not know the value of that piece of land and would easily promise it to others. He quickly explained, there is far more than one treasure on that piece of land. We can't let others take advantage of it for nothing. Of course, Sherman did not intend to sell her territory so cheaply. She sneered and said, You want that thing to treat an illness? I see that the corners of your lips are pale. You must have been poisoned. If I can cure the poison, give me all the ordnance in this factory and give me 5 boxes of ordnance every month. You? The mercenary in the darkness on the right raised his pistol and pointed it at Sherman, trying to force her to agree to his boss's request. Unexpectedly, Sherman reacted extremely quickly and disappeared from her previous position in the blink of an eye. By the time the person realized it, he had already been kicked in the stomach by Sherman. He was in so much pain that he lay on the ground and could not stand up. You! How dare you! Before the mercenary could finish speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood and grabbed her pants weakly. Sherman snorted coldly. When she saw the wound on Sean's hand, a cold glint flashed across her eyes. She raised her leg and mercilessly crushed his finger. She only moved her foot away impatiently when she heard the sound of bones breaking on the ground. It's an eye for an eye. Sherman looked up at the man who was still sitting steadily in the darkness, not worried that he would be angered by her. Although this detail was only briefly mentioned in the original book, Sherman still remembered the man's fatal weakness. He had been infected with an extremely rare heat poison since he was young. Every time his illness acted up, The blood in his entire body was like magma that flowed throughout his entire body. And the only thing in the book that could save him was the rumored ice fragment grass that had never appeared in the world. He was just lucky that she happened to know how to treat this rare disease. Of course, her price would not be cheap. Interesting, I promise you. The man waved his hand and dismissed her. He crossed his legs and smiled playfully at the woman whose aura was not inferior to his. How are you going to treat me? Wait for me here alone tomorrow night. Sherman turned around and left with Sean and the mercenary. When they returned to their base, Sherman lifted Sean's clothes to check his injuries. Seeing that she was looking at him seriously, Sean could only swallow his saliva and wait for her to take a closer look before hurriedly putting on his clothes. I'm fine, boss. I just had a fight with them and suffered a small injury. Okay, bring the herbs over tomorrow. I'll teach you how to brew the herbs and prepare a set of silver needles. After confirming that he was really fine, Sherman stood up and instructed, Boss, are you really going to detoxify him? Sean's jaw dropped in disbelief. Are you a miracle doctor? I just know a little. Sherman did not want to explain. After explaining the rest, she asked the mercenary who had picked her up to drive her back. In the abandoned factory, the man slowly walked into the moonlight. He raised his hand and took off his mask, revealing a pale face. He looked in the direction Sherman had left and muttered softly, How many more secrets do you have that I've never discovered, my fiancé? It was silent in the Sher family's manor. Only the faint chirping of cicadas could be heard. Sherman skillfully entered the house and noticed the footsteps of a person pacing outside the door. She changed into her pajamas, hid her gun and dagger, and opened the door with a sleepy expression. Sure, he was feeling extremely hungry, but no one answered after knocking on the door for a long time. He thought that his sister was asleep. Just as he was thinking about whether he should wake her up, the door opened from the inside. As if he had seen his savior, he suddenly pounced over and grabbed Sherman's arm. Good sister, make me supper. Sherman could tell from his expression that his dependence on the medicine was acting up again. She brushed his hand away unaccustomedly and brought him into the kitchen. She took out the remaining seafood from the fridge and peeled the crab meat and prawn meat. After busying herself for a while, she made a bowl of fragrant and sweet seafood porridge. Sure, he had not eaten anything for the entire night. At this moment, the refreshing fragrance completely whet his appetite. He could not help but pounce forward to pick up the porridge bowl and eat heartily without caring about his image. Sherman sat quietly at the side and watched him eat. Although Shi Jing did not add a lot of the drug every time, he still had a dependency that was difficult to quit because he had taken it for a long time. In order to avoid big problems in the future, she still had to make time for him to eat more of her cooking these few days. The fragrance of the kitchen soon attracted Shermu, who was sleeping at night. His sense of smell was especially sensitive to the fragrance of food. When he smelled it, he realized that he was secretly eating supper. After knowing that it was made by Sherman, he immediately gritted his teeth and wished he could snatch the bowl of porridge away and bring it back to savor. His sister had never cooked for him before. At this moment, he had used some unknown method to trick his sister into personally cooking in the middle of the night. He was really jealous. Sherman watched them bicker with curved eyes. She got up and scooped another bowl of porridge from the pot and placed it on the table. There's more in the pot. Take your time to eat. I'll go back and sleep first. Sister. Shermu was initially holding a bowl of fragrant porridge with a satisfied expression on his face. However, when his sister passed by him, a trace of doubt appeared on his face. You went out just now. Sherman stopped in her tracks and turned to look at him calmly. No, why do you ask? Maybe I was mistaken. It's fine. Go back to sleep. I'll send you to school tomorrow morning. He blinked, and his handsome facial features looked even more lively. If it were an ordinary girl, she would have been infatuated with his youthful smile. However, Sherman was clearly not an ordinary girl. Not only did she not think that his facial features were lively, but she also thought that his facial features were cramping. Without saying a word, she turned around and returned to her room to take a shower. Just now, she had been handling seafood in the kitchen and did not pay attention to the smell on her body from the outside. However, now that there was no additional scent around, she could easily smell the rust from the factory. Unexpectedly, after only staying inside for a short while, even her hair was dyed with the smell. Today, she thought that the man would not believe her easily, but when she simply proposed a verbal agreement, the man did not stop her. She did not know if it was because he really trusted her from the bottom of his heart, or because he was too confident in his strength, so much so that he did not think that she could escape from him. Sherman, who had read the plot in the book, knew very well that the male protagonist, Yizheng, was not a fool who would trust others so easily. He did this because he felt that victory was in his grasp. During the simple exchange in the library, she realized that Yizheng's strength was actually on par with hers. This gave her a sense of urgency. The male protagonist could still fight well under influence of the heat poison. If she cured him tomorrow night, it would be very difficult to deal with him in the future. There was only one way. Sherman clenched the black pearl ring in her hand as a plan surfaced in her mind. At the corner of the stairs, Jing silently looked at the photo she had secretly taken of Sherman on her phone. She sneered and turned to return to her room. She posted the photo on a secret website. Soon, it attracted all sorts of flattery from men. Using Sherman's photo as the avatar, she chatted explicitly with these men and even agreed to meet them in the future. After laying the groundwork, Jing quietly erased all the records of this website on her phone and closed her eyes with a sinister smile. No matter how many schemes and plots there were at night, the next morning would still arrive on time. Sherman finished the last bite of bread. When she picked up her backpack and walked out of the house, Shermu hurriedly ran down the stairs. When he saw his sister driving away again, leaving his face full of dust, Shermu hated himself so much that he gritted his teeth. If not for the fact that he had eaten too much and could not sleep at night because he had snatched the seafood porridge from Shurhi last night, he would not have woken up late this morning and missed the opportunity to send his sister to school again. Shermu glared angrily and looked around for the culprit. However, that guy did not wake up early without benefits. He must be sleeping comfortably under the blanket at this time. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Shermu was no longer in the mood to eat breakfast. He picked up his backpack and walked out with a cold expression. Behind him, Jing called his name timidly. Seeing that he had only stopped in his tracks and had no intention of turning around to look at her, Jing bit her lower lip awkwardly. Her eyes were red and swollen as she said weakly, "Fourth brother, can you take me to school along the way? I'm going to be late soon." "It's not on the way." Shermu shifted his gaze away coldly and looked at the door. "Ask Butler Chi to send a car to you." "Fourth young master," Butler Chi said apologetically. The driver in charge of sending Miss Jing to school suddenly called this morning to ask for leave. Now, the driver at home has been sent out. Only, Butler Chi did not dare to finish his sentence, but everyone present knew what he meant. Shermu gritted his teeth and roared. Since he has applied for leave, he doesn't have to come anymore. Find another person who doesn't apply for leave. These people would make things difficult for him. Initially, Shermu was furious that he could not send his sister to school today. Now that he had completely vented his anger, the servants in the living room held their breaths, afraid that they would provoke him. "Fourth brother, I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble." Jing pretended to be aggrieved and lowered her head, causing the servants who did not know the truth to be moved. Only Shermu glared at her fiercely. He wished he could bore a hole in her head through his glare. He wanted to see what she was up to. "Fourth young master, about Miss Jing going to school." Butler Chi braced himself and lowered his eyes to ask him what he meant. Shermu snorted and walked towards the door. "This is the only time. There won't be a next time." A look of joy appeared on Jing's face. She smiled sweetly and jogged after him. She tactfully sat in the back seat and tried her best to distance herself from the angry man beside her. Shermu thought that she would shamelessly stick to him and play some tricks. Unexpectedly, she turned her head to look out of the window without making any unnecessary movements. This made him feel much better. As long as she did not speak or move, he could completely treat her as heir. The car soon arrived at the entrance of the school. It was the peak period for school. The students who were passing by the entrance could not help but stop when they saw Shermu's car. They just wanted to see Shermu's beautiful face. "Oh my God, I'm so lucky this morning. I can't believe I met Senior Shermu the moment I arrived at school. Fortunately, I woke up late today." I thought I was going to be late. I didn't expect it to be my fate with President Sure. The Sure family's driver was already used to the reactions of these students. He walked out of the driver's seat calmly and raised his hand to open the car door behind him. Shermu walked out of the car expressionlessly. He shifted his gaze slightly to the right and saw a certain woman who insisted on getting a free ride from him open the car door and get out at the same time. When the crowd saw the other person walking out of the car, they froze on the spot as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on them. They watched as Shi Jing walked up to Shermu with an apologetic smile and whispered something to him. Then, her face turned slightly red. She turned around and ran into the teaching building shyly. Then, their senior Shermu followed her into the school without saying a word. What was going on? It was not until the two of them had walked far away that the people at the gate realized what they had just seen. Didn't they hear yesterday that Shi Jing and Shi Man had a huge fight? Shi Jing didn't even return to class after that. They thought that Shi Jing would be completely rejected and would transfer schools not long after. But what was going on this morning? It turned out that Senior Shermu had personally sent her to school and even said something to her at the school gate. Shi Jing blushed and her heart raced. Could it be that they had that kind of relationship? Man. Su Tang went to Gung Hui's office to collect her graded homework. When she returned, she saw Sherman sitting in her seat and fiddling with her phone. I heard that your brother personally sent Shi Jing to school today? Sherman's hand paused for a moment before she asked calmly, Really? I don't know. Seeing that she didn't want to say anything more, Su Tang tactfully shut her mouth. After distributing her homework, she sat back down and couldn't help but say worriedly, You didn't do your homework yesterday. The teacher will check it later. Yesterday, Sherman had gone to settle the matter caused by the male lead, Yi Zhang, and had completely forgotten the homework assigned by the teacher. She looked up at Su Tang and suddenly smiled nastily. Then can't you change your homework to my name? Su Tang was stunned for a moment, then nodded almost without hesitation. Okay. Sherman had already helped her too much and even saved her life a few times. Su Tang felt that this was something she should do. Sherman did not expect to receive such an answer. The mocking smile on her face disappeared. The corners of her lips twitched in boredom. She put down her phone and took out her homework from last night. I don't need you. Su Tang snickered and placed the notes she had memorized yesterday on the corner of her desk. It's all sorted out. You can take a look at it after you finish your homework. Yes. Sherman felt that the person sitting beside her was not the female lead in the original book, but her personal nanny. Not only was she good at everything, but she was also usually long-winded. However, this feeling was not bad. Although her long-windedness occasionally seemed a little annoying, it was at least much better than the pheasant behind her. Ever since Fang Han sat there in the morning, her gaze had never left Sherman's back. These few times, they hit a wall with Sherman. Fang Han and Songji were a little embarrassed. Recently, the two of them rarely even spoke in private. Although Fang Han's family was rich, she was still far inferior to Songji, who could build a relationship with Yi Zhang. It was not easy for her to become Songji's best friend in name. She could not fall out with Songji because of Sherman at this time. Now, she urgently needed a chance to deal with Sherman so that she could claim credit from Songji and reconcile their relationship. Students, let me tell you a piece of good news. Holding the class register, Gung Hui walked up to the podium with a smile on his face. The students below continued to fiddle with their phones without any interest. Only a few people who knew the inside story looked up eagerly at the podium. Gung Hui gently flipped open the name list and placed it on the lecture table. He smiled excitedly and said, Today is Fang Han's birthday. Let's all wish her a happy birthday. Ever since Gung Hui became the form teacher of Class F, he would take the initiative to tell his class every time it was a student's birthday. He would work hard to unite the class and create a warm and big family atmosphere. However, very few of the students below would buy it. This was unless it was the birthday of a student who was already very popular in the class, in which case the students below would excitedly wish their classmate a happy birthday. In the past, Fang Han was recognized as a beauty in the class and had a good relationship with Song Ji from Class S, so her birthday was a lively affair. Although she had repeatedly embarrassed herself in front of Sherman this year, the students in the class were still very willing to celebrate her birthday due to her generosity. As expected, When Fang Han heard Gung Hui say that today was her birthday, she immediately raised her little face and straightened her back proudly. This year, I'll still invite the entire class to play together. Mr. Gung is coming too. You didn't come last year. Gung Hui smiled and shook his head. I won't go with you. If I go, you will definitely feel uncomfortable. Have fun yourselves, but you must be careful. The students below were all looking forward to it. Last year, Fang Han had invited them to the second largest bar in G City, Vanos. She had let many students who had never seen the world have a good time. They did not know where she would choose this year. Fang Han knew that Gung Hui would not go at all, so she deliberately said that to be polite. She retracted her gaze and gently looked at Man in front of her. Then, she took out her phone and sent a message in the group chat. Students, does anyone want Man to attend my birthday banquet? The lively group was originally discussing where to go to play tonight. When they saw her post, they instantly quietened down. After a while, someone replied weakly, does Sister Han want to invite her? We'll listen to your arrangements. After all, it's your birthday. The boys in the group took the opportunity to jeer, it's better not to. What can we do with her around? But Su Tang has to come. Su Tang was listening to the class seriously when her phone suddenly vibrated. She frowned and took out her phone to take a look. Only then did she realize that someone in the group chat mentioned her. When she saw the last message, she resisted and raised her head to look innocently in the direction of the person who spoke. Then, she lowered her head and typed again, I won't go. I still have something on tonight. What can happen to you? Are you showing disrespect to my sister Han? The boy had been coveting Su Tang for a long time, but he had never had the chance to ask her out. This was the perfect opportunity. He did not believe that Su Tang would take the risk of offending Fang Han and refuse to attend her birthday party. As expected, when he said this in the group, the tips of Su Tang's ears turned completely red. The gaze behind her was too aggressive. She could feel the person's threat without turning around. She could only grit her teeth and reply obediently. All right then. After receiving her answer, that person mercifully stopped pestering her and continued to discuss how to play tonight with others. Su Tang pursed her lips and secretly looked at Man, who was also looking down at her phone. She asked softly, Man, the group is talking about Fang Han's birthday tonight. No. Man refused without thinking. She raised her hand and placed the homework she had just completed on her desk. If the teacher comes to collect the homework later, help me turn it in. Okay. Su Tang put away her workbook and hesitated for a moment before asking, do you want to be added to the group chat? Usually, if there's anything, we'll discuss it in the group. Whatever. Man was comparing the map. She did not listen to a word Su Tang said and only answered instinctively. Her response was analyzed by Su Tang, who thought about it repeatedly. In the end, she confirmed that Man had no intention of explicitly rejecting her, so she carefully invited her to join the class group. Then, she shut her mouth and did not dare to disturb Man with something she clearly did not care about. Man confirmed the location of the black market in G City for the entire morning. She was going to treat Izheng at night. She still needed something that she had to get her hands on personally. Even Sean and the others could not tell her easily. Man did not have time to watch the boring discussion in the group. After applying for leave with Gung Hui in the afternoon, she walked out of the school. In order not to attract attention, she deliberately did not drive. She followed the ordnance reaction on her phone that could only be detected with special technology and walked towards the black market alone. During the lunch break, Fang Han passed by Gung Hui's office and happened to hear that Man was going to take leave. She stood upstairs and watched as Man walked out of school alone. She immediately sent the news to Jing. She had been worried that she would not have the chance to make a move. She did not expect Man to be so stupid as to give her the opportunity. When Jing received the message, she immediately understood what she meant. She secretly took out her phone and opened the dark web. She posted a message as Man and waited quietly for the results. Her deskmate, who was reading, saw the strange smile on her face and asked worriedly, Jing, what's wrong? Are you still not feeling well? This morning, many people in the school had witnessed Mu sending Jing to school personally. Those who had initially looked down on her immediately put on a fawning smile. Even her deskmate, who had always been arrogant, began to care about her. This was the effect Shi Jing wanted. Everyone knew that she had criticized Shi Man in public yesterday. If she continued to be alone, her persona as Sister Shi Man's loving sister, which she had painstakingly built up, would be lost. That was why she had planned the scene in the morning. So what if Shi Man ignored her? As long as Shi Mu sent her to school once, even if it was only once, it would be enough for her to regain some dignity and continue to establish an innocent persona in front of her classmates. I'm fine. I'm just a little shocked to hear some news. Shi Man's excuse for not coming back to continue class yesterday was that she was not feeling well. Anyone with a discerning eye would see through her lie, but no one would expose her. Although she had offended Shi Man, Shi Mu still valued her and came to send her to school personally. How could others be so ignorant as to mention what happened yesterday to make her unhappy? At this moment, she only needed to pave the way for what was going to happen next. When the matter fermented, it would completely blow up in everyone's faces. What is it? As expected, her desk mate leaned over curiously and tried to get close to her. Tell me, is it related to that Shi Man? Now, the public enemy of the entire grade was Shi Man. Originally, if she had stayed in class F obediently and waited for death, others would at most mock her. However, now, this publicly acknowledged trash had actually shocked everyone and clinched third place in the grade. She had ruthlessly slapped each of them in the face, upsetting those who looked down on her. Among them was Shi Jing's deskmate. She had always been very hard-working in her studies, but she did not improve much in every exam. This was already a very infuriating thing. Now that a dark horse had appeared out of nowhere and was far ahead of her, she could not help but feel jealous. Even if Shi Man scored full marks in public, she suspected that the Shi family was behind all of this. She did not want to admit that others could easily surpass her. Otherwise, it would seem as if all her efforts were a huge joke. Seeing that she had taken the bait, Shi Jing immediately lowered her voice and said mysteriously, I can't be sure, so I can't tell you yet. It's fine. Tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone. Her deskmate deliberately blocked their conversation with a book and continued to egg her on. Tell me, is it related to Shi Man? Shi Jing nodded gently as if she was in a difficult position. She sighed and said, I saw it by chance just now. Take a look for yourself. She turned the screen of her phone to show her deskmate. It was the latest Little Trail entertainment news. It revealed a message from the dark web. I belong to whoever finds me first tonight. Her deskmate widened her eyes and pointed at the profile picture of the account that posted the post. Is this really Shi Man? She's actually so. She was too embarrassed to say the dirty words, but the disgust in her eyes was not concealed at all. Everyone knew that Shi Man liked Yizheng, but who would have thought that Shi Man, who was shameless on the surface and chased after Yizheng all day, would actually post such a message on the dark web that specialized in dirty things? And judging by her flippant tone and proficiency, this was clearly not the first time. Shi Jing quickly gestured for her to keep quiet. She put away her phone and continued reading as if nothing had happened. Her deskmate didn't dare to say anything in front of her, but she couldn't hold back her fingers. She couldn't wait to send this message to the few small groups she had joined. At first, some people did not believe it. Later, when they went online to find the Little Trail Entertainment account that exposed the screenshot, they found out that the person was really Shi Man herself. The news that Shi Man had secretly seduced a man on the dark web spread like wildfire, attracting overwhelming criticism online. Even Shi, who was participating in the script reading, was alarmed. When Shi saw the message, he immediately stopped reading and ran to the private lounge to call Shi Man repeatedly to confirm her safety. Shi Man's phone was running a special technology. This was developed by her in her previous life. The only flaw was that it could temporarily block signals. She still did not know about the scandal that had been exposed online. She frowned as she stared at the location of the light spots on the screen moving quickly. Just as she was about to approach the black market, a few rough breathing sounds suddenly entered her ears. Shi Man quickly put away her phone and looked up in the direction of the voices. She saw a few men with tattooed arms standing in front of her. We finally found you. Come with us? The man in the lead was bald and had a red silk scarf stuffed into his shirt pocket. He looked out of place. Shi Man took a step back to avoid his strong stench. She said expressionlessly, a good dog doesn't block the way. You little witch, how dare you insult me? The man with yellow hair and teeth stains could be seen as he spoke. He immediately pointed at Sherman and scolded her angrily. Don't be so rough on a little girl. The bald man rubbed his hands wretchedly and sized Sherman up. A trace of lechery flashed across his eyes. We have to be patient with beauties. Girl, didn't we agree that you'll be with whoever finds you first tonight? Why are you changing your mind when you see me? Sherman frowned slightly and looked at the three people in front of her as if they were retarded. I don't know you. You found the wrong person. Why would I? The bald man turned around and glanced behind him. I'm just reminding you out of kindness. Don't go any further. That's not a place for a delicate little girl. It's better to have a good night with your brothers. Sherman snorted and bent down to take out a silver dagger from her boot. Before the three of them could react, she flashed to the bald man's side and kicked the other two who were stunned to the corner of the wall. The dagger was firmly placed in front of the bald man's neck. If you want him dead, go ahead. The cold voice fell into their ears, causing them to tremble in fear. The bald man shrunk his neck in fear and said with a trembling voice, Let's talk things out, sister. We have no ill intentions. Cut the jerk. Sherman could not be bothered to waste time with them. She cut the dagger into his flesh. Seeing the blood flowing down his neck and into his clothes, she retracted her gaze in satisfaction and said sinisterly, Get lost with your men now. If you dare to appear in front of me again, I'll immediately take your wretched lives. All right, all right. The bald man swallowed his saliva and agreed with a dull gaze. She withdrew the dagger and rubbed the blood off his shirt in disgust. Then she kicked the bald man's fat butt and turned into the dark alley that led to the black market. The bald man was already scared out of his wits. With a sudden kick from her, his body fell to the ground uncontrollably. When her back completely disappeared into the dark alley, the other two people reacted and hurriedly went forward to help Baldy up. They said angrily, Big brother, this woman actually dared to trick us. She said that she would go with whoever found her first, but she actually went back on her word. Let's go back and find some people first. We'll teach her a lesson next time. Do I need you to say that? The bald man was embarrassed in front of his subordinates. He raised his hand and slapped each of them fiercely. Trash, you can't even deal with a woman. Get lost. Find a few more brothers and lay an ambush around here every day. I don't believe we can't catch her. Yes, big brother. The blondie was not angry after being beaten up. He helped the bald man out of the dark alley with a fawning expression. Sherman followed the path until she entered a dark alley. Only then did she confirm that she had come to the wrong place. Although this place could be called a black market, it was still far from the place she had seen in her previous life. Clearly, it was not the real underground black market in this city. Fortunately, that thing was not rare. There might be one here. She turned off the black technology and a number of notifications came up on her phone. Seeing that there were many calls from Shurhi, she frowned slightly and called back. Shurhi's suppressed anger came from the other end of the call. Sister, where are you now? The school said that you took leave this afternoon. Where did you go? I'm out shopping. Sherman told the truth, not planning to lie. Shurhi did not heave a sigh of relief when he heard his sister's words. Instead, he asked nervously, Where are you shopping? What do you want to buy? Who else is with you? The three consecutive questions finally made Sherman notice that something was amiss. She stopped in her tracks and her gaze landed on a herb in the stall. Her lips curled into a smile as she gestured to the stall owner. Third brother, what's wrong? I came out to buy something myself. Did something happen? The man at the stall was a smart person. When he saw that she was on the phone, he tactfully did not say anything. He used hand gestures to communicate with her the entire time. She paid and took the goods neatly. After it ended, Sherman heard Shurhi's voice on the phone again. Something happened. Look at the message I sent you. Only then did Sherman realize that she had been exposed on the dark web. No wonder that man had said that just now. She frowned and said calmly, I didn't send it. Of course I know. Of course, Shurhi believed Sherman. The moment he saw the news, he immediately used his influence to find the entertainment tabloid reporter and asked him to delete the news and reveal the mastermind. You have to be more careful these days. If anything happens, contact any one of your brothers. Don't stay outside alone. If you don't want to go to school, Stay home. Sure, he reminded her repeatedly before hanging up. Then, he looked at his assistant coldly and said, "Did they say who did it?" The assistant said nervously, "No. He said that he doesn't know anything. He found out about it himself when he entered the dark web." Sure, he felt that this matter was not that simple, so he took out his phone and called his second brother. Sure, you had just finished dealing with a big case, and the law firm was in a festive mood. Unexpectedly, such a piece of news suddenly came out. No matter how good his temper was, his face could not help but darken. "I'll send someone to investigate this matter, but the reason why the dark web is thus named is that it's extremely confidential. It's very difficult to find the mastermind. Can't we even find any information about that account?" Sure, he did not believe that there was really an impenetrable wall in this world that could protect the person behind it without revealing any flaws. "I can only try my best. During this period of time, we have to take turns to ensure our sister's safety." After hanging up the phone, Shiryu asked his subordinates to investigate this matter. As expected, they found nothing. The dark web was too tight. The client's information was encrypted layer by layer. Moreover, the registration of the account did not require particularly detailed personal information. Even if they found any clues, it would be difficult to find the real mastermind. However, they could not let this matter go just like that. Whoever wanted to taint their sister's innocence would be enemies with the entire Shur family. However, when it came to Shurman herself, she did not think that it was difficult to investigate. There were only a few people who wanted to target her. As long as she followed this person's ultimate goal, it was not difficult to find out who that person was. What she was really interested in now was where the largest black market in this city was. In Venus Bar's VIP room, Fong Han looked at the rumors about Shurman on the internet in satisfaction. She sat in front of Su Tang with a wine glass and snatched her phone. "Who are you calling? Give it back to me. I have something important to talk to Shurman about." Su Tang's face was flushed red. She had already read the dirty words online just now and was about to contact Shurman to tell her not to read the news online for the time being when Fong Han snatched her phone away. "Hey, students, did you hear that? She's looking for Shurman." Fong Han laughed and threw her phone to the boy who walked over. She said maliciously, "Shurman is busy in some man's bed now. How can she have the time to talk to you?" In the private room, the students all knew about what happened online. When they heard this, they laughed loudly and said, that's right. Su Tang, I think you should quickly draw a line with her and play with us. Be careful. Shurman will think that you're snatching her man and commit suicide. Don't talk nonsense." Su Tang was so anxious that her eyes turned red. She bit her lower lip and stood up, wanting to snatch the phone. The boy who walked over, Chun Wei, had a buzz cut. His small eyes narrowed until only a crayon was left. He looked very wretched. He deliberately put the phone in his pants pocket and raised his hands to his sides. He smiled evilly. "You want it? Then take it yourself." "Io, Brother Wei, why are you so bad?" A few boys winked and came over. Their lecherous eyes lingered on Su Tang's fair legs. "Why aren't you doing anything? Don't you want your phone? You guys are too much." Su Tang was bullied to the point of tears. Her hands gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, and she looked as pitiful as a kitten that had been forced into a corner. "Look at how rough you guys are. You're scaring our Tang Tang to tears." Fong Han pretended to be a good person and walked over to hug Su Tang's shoulder. She stuffed the wine glass in her hand into her palm. "Take it. If you drink with me, I'll help you get your phone back. How about that?" The boys knew Fong Han's intentions and surrounded Su Tang. "How is it? Do you want a drink or touch my Brother Wei's pocket? You guys are really bad." Fong Han picked up the tall red wine on the table and raised her chin at Su Tang. "Drink it. You don't really want to touch it, do you?" Su Tang was worried about Shurman and wanted to get her phone back as soon as possible. Although she had never drunk alcohol and did not know how much she could drink, this was the only way to contact Shurman. Frowning, she picked up her glass and downed it in one gulp. The high concentration of alcohol flowed from her esophagus into her stomach with burning pain. It was so uncomfortable that her entire face was scrunched up like a bun. However, Fong Han clearly did not intend to let her off easily. She took the red wine bottle and refilled her glass. I really can't drink anymore." Su Tang's lungs were choking and she was coughing uncomfortably. She coughed dryly and almost vomited the wine she had just drunk. Her nose was filled with the stimulating smell of alcohol, and her eyes were filled with tears. Su-tang, don't forget that I'm helping you. Fong Han smiled and hugged her shoulder, gesturing for her to look up in the direction of Chin Wei. Are you going to do as he says? After I drink this glass, help me get my phone back, Su-tang said with a frown as she held her stinging stomach. You have to finish this bottle. Fong Han raised the bottom of her glass. Drink. Su-tang's hands trembled as she gripped her wine glass tightly. Her vision had already started to blur, but the strong desire to take back her phone grew stronger. She held the glass and downed it in one gulp again. She immediately staggered into the bathroom and vomited. Laughter could be heard from outside. Su-tang's stomach was burning. It was only when the door of the private room was kicked open from the outside that the laughter stopped. In her daze, Su-tang thought that she was in class. The chaotic voices around her made her unable to hear the teacher's lecture clearly until that person arrived at the class. As long as she sat there quietly, the arrogant students did not dare to make a sound. Su-tang leaned against the sink uncomfortably and turned to look at the person frowning at the door. The joy in her heart was suddenly ignited by that person's cold eyes. She held onto the wall and jogged out of the bathroom. She smiled foolishly at the person. Sherman, I knew it was you. Fong Han frowned unhappily and glared at the obviously drunk Su-tang. When she looked up at Sherman, her aura inexplicably decreased by half. Who let you in? You're not welcome at my birthday party. Get out. Since I'm already here, aren't you going to treat me to a good time? Sherman raised her hand and pulled the drunk Su-tang behind her impatiently. She looked at the half-empty wine bottle in Fong Han's hand and smiled sinisterly. Romani, Conti, good wine. How much did you let Su-tang drink? Her gaze landed on a secret door in the private room. Sherman turned off the black technology software on her phone and sat in the middle of the sofa, looking at Fong Han calmly. Why? Do you want to avenge her? Fong Han sat opposite her and called the waiter over to serve a few more bottles of wine. She said coldly, if you can drink all these wines, I promise I won't find trouble with you. Red wine with 15% alcohol was not a good drink. Was Fong Han trying to make her drink until she was unconscious so that she could rub and flatten her? Sherman casually pointed at the dice cup on the other table and crooked her finger. Su-tang immediately took it over and handed it to her. Good girl, Sherman praised casually and pulled Su-tang to sit beside her. Phone. Su-tang was so drunk that she had lost her rationality. She held Sherman's arm affectionately and pouted with a flushed face. The phone is with them. Got it. Sherman pulled her arm out of her arms and looked at Fong Han expressionlessly. Shall we play dice? The loser will kneel down and drink. Sherman, don't go overboard. We're just playing with Su-tang. Seeing her calm expression, Fong Han immediately revealed her fear and did not dare to speak as loudly as before. Are you afraid? Sherman raised her eyebrows and smiled at her. If you're afraid, slap yourself. Apologize to me again, and I'll consider letting you go. Sherman, don't come and mess things up. You're not welcome here. Su-tang's phone was in Chun Wei's pocket. He would definitely be targeted by Sherman later. Instead of taking Fong Han's place to suffer, he might as well speak up and help Fong Han chase Sherman away. Otherwise, he would be the next unlucky one. Being disturbed by an unrelated person, Sherman's expression instantly turned cold. She raised her leg and kicked the bar beside her. The bar, which weighed dozens of kilograms, instantly turned into light foam under her feet. The sound of glass shattering took a long time to stop. Although the students of Class F were usually arrogant and domineering because they were rich, they were all paper tigers who looked good but were useless. They had never seen such a scene before. They were instantly frightened by Sherman's terrifying aura and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Almost instantly, Fong Han's legs went weak and she almost slipped off the sofa in embarrassment. After barely stabilizing herself, she took a deep breath and said with a trembling voice, So be it. It's still uncertain who will win. It's good that you dare to play. Sherman shook the dice in her hand nimbly. Her ears were sensitive enough to distinguish the number facing up. Then, she lowered her arm and placed the dice cup back on the table heavily. You first. Fong Han swallowed her saliva. There were already shameful beads of sweat on her forehead. She widened her eyes and nervously opened the lid. After seeing her good score, she screamed and stood up. 2 6s and 3 5s. Your luck is too good. Chenwei widened his eyes and shouted loudly. He was so excited that it was as if she had not clinched a small dice throw, but a 50 billion grand prize. Fong Han's confidence also increased a little. She put on a posture of holding her head high and puffed out her chest again. She sneered smugly, "It's your turn. I can't wait to see someone kneel down and toast me." Heh. Even Sherman, who had always been expressionless, could not help but smile at Fong Han's stupidity. She was not in a hurry to open the lid. Instead, she crossed her legs and looked at her calmly. "How about we bet on something bigger in the next round?" "What are we betting on?" Fong Han thought that she had already won, so she naturally would not reject her suggestion. Satisfied, Sherman gently placed her hand on the lid. The moment she lifted the lid, her cold words pierced everyone's eardrums. "I'll bet a slap on the next round." "So be it." Before she could finish her sentence, the 5 6s in the dice cup were completely exposed to everyone. The private room was silent for a full 30 seconds before Chenwei was the first to react. His heart felt like it was being squeezed by someone, and his voice was extremely hoarse. "Sister Han, you seem to have lost." "Shut up." Fong Han suddenly turned her head and roared at Chenwei. Her long hair was flung in front of her eyes, making her look like a terrifying female ghost. "I didn't lose. You must have cheated. You did something to the dice, didn't you?" She threw herself at the table in a frenzy. The moment before her fingers touched the dice, she was hit by the cold glass. "If you're willing to bet, you have to admit defeat. We still have another round." Sherman's light words sounded like a demon's whisper in Fong Han's ears. Fong Han could not help but shiver. She finally realized that this piece of trash she used to look down on could easily make her scalp tingle in fear. "All right." Fong Han pressed the tip of her tongue against her teeth and squeezed out this word fiercely. Then, she raised her hand and filled her wine glass. She closed her eyes and knelt on the ground. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'll drink." After drinking it all, Fong Han stood up angrily and smashed the glass. She stared at Sherman as if she wanted to cut her into pieces. Again. "Sister Han." Chenwei could not stand it anymore and wanted to stop her, but Sherman's aura was too strong. He did not dare to speak easily and could only persuade her softly. "It's none of your business." Fong Han was bullied badly and only wanted revenge. She did not believe that Sherman would be so lucky to win every time. "Very good. This is interesting." Sherman was still shaking the dice cup neatly. Then, she calmly admired Fan Han's nervous trembling. "It's agreed that the person who loses this round will be slapped hard." Fong Han glared at Sherman fiercely. Seeing her nod without changing her expression, her lips curled into a sinister smile. She suddenly opened the dice cup, and her pupils constricted the moment she touched the dice. 6, 5, 5, 6, 4. "I'm definitely going to win. Unless you cheat." Fong Han stared at the dice cup in Sherman's hand. Her desire to take revenge on her had already overwhelmed her rationality. Sherman sneered and opened the dice cup without hesitation. In fact, Fong Han's luck was really good, but unfortunately, she had a strong opponent. Open your eyes and see who won. In the dice cup, the 5 dice seemed to have come to an agreement. Their 6s were placed together as if they were mocking Fong Han for overestimating herself. "Impossible. You must have cheated. You tampered with the dice." Fong Han could not accept this result. She rushed forward to pick up the dice and examined them carefully, but she did not find any problems. Sherman admired her flustered look with satisfaction. After watching a good show, her mood improved a lot. Her tone was not as cold as when she first entered. "Why don't we change the dice cup and play another round?" "Fine by me." Fong Han agreed without thinking. Chenwei was so anxious that he no longer cared about being afraid. He hurriedly grabbed Fong Han's arm and advised, "Stop gambling. You can't beat her. Let's go." "Who said I can't win?" Fong Han flung Chenwei's hand away without thinking and shouted at the top of her lungs, "I'll definitely win her next round. Don't worry about me." Seeing her like this, The surrounding students did not dare to stop her. They could only stare at Man in fear and pray that this demon would leave quickly. Humans were all gamblers. After losing a round, they would always think that they would definitely win the next round. Then, they would chase after that, constantly igniting hope to lose everything. What Man wanted was to completely stimulate her gambling nature. It was very likely that she was behind the rumors on the dark web. Even if it was not her, today's commotion could be considered a warning to those women who had nothing better to do so that they would not court death. Let's switch the dice cups. Fong Han snatched the cup and was about to shake the dice when Man grabbed her wrist and stared at her with a smile. Let's settle the score first. Do you want to do it yourself, or should I? You. Fong Han was stunned on the spot. Her muddle-headed mind gradually cooled down. She was about to say something when Man slapped her. Fong Han was caught off guard and fell backward. She lay on the ground in a sorry state. Her face was burning red and swollen. Compared to the pain on her face, the anger in her chest made her feel even worse. Fong Han panted heavily. Her round eyes were about to pop out. How dare you hit me? You said it yourself. You want me to do it? Man waved her wrist casually and sat back in her seat. She raised her hand and made an inviting gesture. She said calmly, continue. You decide what to bet on this round. This slap helped Fong Han regain a lot of her rationality. At this moment, she began to regret her carelessness just now. However, she had been disgraced in front of so many students today. She had to regain her dignity. She forced herself to stand up and said unsteadily, if I win, I want you to go through everything you did to me just now. Sure, Man agreed readily. Then, she raised her eyebrows and asked, what if I win? If you win. Fong Han could not even speak properly. She did not dare to imagine what would happen to her if she lost again. How about this? Man looked at her mercifully this time. Let's play first. I'll tell you when the time comes. The two of them exchanged dice in this round. Fong Han held her breath and focused. After opening the lid with trembling hands, she closed her eyes in resignation. 2, 4, 5, 1, 2. Fong Han did not even need to look to know that she was going to lose this round. A sense of grievance suddenly surged up, forcing her eyes to turn red as she sobbed. Sister Han, why don't we forget it? Chunwei quickly instructed a few classmates to help support the limp Fong Han. He took out Su Tang's phone from his pants pocket and placed it on the table. Man, we're all classmates. Don't go overboard. Let's stop here. Fong Han wiped her tears and glared at the calm Man angrily. What do you want? Tell me. Man pondered for a moment. She looked at the drunk Su Tang beside her and felt a headache. She even had the illusion that she had always been holding the male lead script. Otherwise, why would the opportunity to save the damsel in distress always fall on her? Get the bill and get lost. Simple as that. That's it? Fong Han opened her mouth in disbelief. When she met Man's impatient eyes, her heart skipped a beat. She scrambled out of the private room, afraid that Man would regret it if she was a second slower. After chasing away the extra people, the room was so quiet that only Su Tang's soft snoring could be heard. She put her down on the sofa, and after confirming that she would not roll down, she held her phone tightly and walked into the secret door of the private room. If the black market she wanted just now was just a small market, then the black market in front of her could be described as an underground city. Man was certain that she had come to the right place this time. After knowing the true location of the black market, Man carefully hid her figure and observed for a moment before returning to the private room. It was getting late. Her brothers at home would probably bombard her with calls in a while. Moreover, she had such a problem at hand. She could only find another chance to shop next time. After helping Su Tang out of Venus, Man hired a car to send her back to the Yi family. However, just as she reached the door, she was blocked by Yi Zheng's car. Tangzhe raised his hand and knocked on the window. The driver nervously rolled down the window and asked politely, "What's the matter?" "I'm looking for the lady behind you." Tangzhe smiled and bent down to lean into the car window. He said respectfully, "My master invites you over to talk." "I'm not free." Man opened the door on the other side and pushed the drunk Su Tang out decisively. Then, she said to the driver expressionlessly, "Drive." "Miss Shi, my master wants to see you." Tang Zhe raised his hand and placed it on the roof of the car. His oppressive aura was a little like Yi Zhang's. If it were anyone else, they would probably not be able to withstand his pressure at this moment. Unfortunately, the person facing him was not an ordinary person. Sherman did not even look at him. She said coldly, "Drive. Don't you understand?" "Yes, yes, yes." The driver also wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. He stepped on the accelerator and reversed the car while trembling. After turning into another alley, he suddenly sped up and left. She didn't come. Yi Zhang sat in the car and looked at Su Tang coldly. Investigate what she did today and who she was with. Miss Su Tang? Tang Zhe followed his gaze suspiciously and looked at Su Tang, who was being supported by the butler. He suddenly felt a chill on his neck and quickly changed his words. "Miss Sherman, I'll do it now." In the Sher family's manner, Shi Zhong looked up at the time on the clock. The anger in his heart burned so much that he wished he could capture Sherman personally and teach her a lesson. Although they had tried their best to suppress the matter on the internet today, and the posts on the internet had been completely deleted, they were still treated as gossip by the ignorant masses. The Sher family was the richest family in G City. They had never been so embarrassed. He had been completely embarrassed by that unfilial daughter. I think there's something fishy about this matter. Let's ask Man first before we talk about anything else. Shi Ku was Shi Zhong's most valued son. He knew that his father would more or less listen to him when he spoke. Shi Zhong snorted and pointed at his sons sitting at the side. He could not help but scold. "It's all your fault for spoiling her and raising such bad habits. Are you scolding me too?" Shinxian used this as an excuse and turned around angrily, refusing to look at him. Shi Zhong's aura softened. He hugged her shoulder helplessly and coaxed her softly. "That's not what I meant. How can I bear to scold you? I dote on Man usually, but she's our only daughter. You keep pulling a long face in front of her all day. If I don't dote on her, are you trying to force our daughter to death?" Shinxian couldn't help but cry as she spoke. I complained pitifully. "It's all my fault. Don't cry." Shi Zhong was most afraid of Shinxian. Hence, he immediately brought a tissue to wipe her tears. "I'm sorry. It's my fault. Can you stop crying? When Man comes back later, don't be fierce to her." Shinxian took the tissue herself and pouted pitifully as she asked Shi Zhong to promise. How could Shi Zhong dare to make her sad again? He immediately raised his hand and swore, "I promise, but I still have to teach her a lesson. Otherwise, if she really causes a huge disaster in the future, it'll be too late for us to regret it." "When is Man coming back?" After coaxing Shinxian, Shi Zhong sighed and asked his sons behind him. "She's almost here. Man just sent a message. She just came back from her classmate's birthday party." Sure, he had been sending Sherman messages from time to time the entire afternoon to confirm her safety. That was why he knew so much. Man is willing to attend her classmate's birthday party? Shinxian smiled through her tears in surprise. She also knew her daughter's problem. In the past, she had always been arrogant and refused to be friends with others. Therefore, when she heard that she was actually willing to go out with her classmates today, other than being surprised, she was also a little relieved. Who wouldn't need friends in life? As long as she could be happy, Shinxian had nothing to be dissatisfied with. The Shi family did not lack money. Even if Sherman did not achieve anything in the end, the family could still support her. As they were talking, there was a commotion at the entrance of the manor. Shermu hurriedly ran out to welcome his sister. He held her hand nervously and whispered, "Dad was angry. It wasn't easy for Mom to persuade him. Don't talk back to him when you go in. If anything happens, I'll help you. Don't worry." Was it about the dark web? Sherman stopped in her tracks and turned to look at him. "Do you believe it?" "How can I believe that?" Shermu widened his eyes in anger. "Don't let me find out who did it, or I'll rip his head off." Sherman could not help but chuckle, seeing that she could still smile at this time. The butler could not help but remind her worriedly, "Miss, Master is in a fit of anger." When Sherman stopped smiling, he raised his hand and pushed open the door. He stood respectfully at the side and said, "Master, Miss Shi is back. Unfilial daughter." Cough, cough. Shi Zhong had just cursed when he was interrupted by Shinxian. He could only swallow the anger in his throat. After a while, he said awkwardly, you're back. How do you explain what happened online? I didn't do it. Sherman sat opposite him expressionlessly and drank the hot tea that Butler Chi had just poured to warm her body. Shi Zhong had waited anxiously for the entire night to hear her explain herself. He did not expect her to end it with just one sentence. He immediately glared at her angrily. What evidence do you have to prove that you didn't do it? Then what evidence do you have to prove that I sent it? Sherman asked matter of factly. Her frivolous tone completely angered Shi Zhong. Ignoring Shan Xian's obstruction, Shi Zhong slammed the table angrily. What kind of attitude is this? Do you know that you've embarrassed me today? Dad. Sherman looked up at him calmly. Her aura was not inferior to Shi Zhong's in the business world. After this incident, are you only concerned about whether you're embarrassed and not whether I'll be hurt? Dad, don't say that about sister. She's the victim. Shermu shielded Sherman behind him, his heart aching. Shirku also echoed in disagreement. The dark web really doesn't need any information to register. Anyone who can find a photo of Man can assume her identity. The most important thing is to find the person behind it first. That's right, Dad. Sister must be the most upset. Sure, he walked over and hugged Sherman's shoulder, speaking up for her with heartache. Found it. Sure, you had been working with the technical team at the law firm for almost the entire afternoon to break through the dark web. He had finally found the real address where the post was posted. Where is it? Shirku's face was dark as he asked in a cold tone. It's... Sure, you looked at the location displayed on the computer screen. After confirming it repeatedly, he said in shock, It's at our house. Unfilial daughter. How dare you say that it's not you? When Shi Zhong heard the result, his hope was completely extinguished. He pointed at Sherman and cursed. Xinxian hurriedly walked over to protect her daughter and said pitifully, Does it have to be my baby who did it in our family? Why don't you believe Man? If you can't stand my baby, I'll just take my daughter and run away from home. Honey, do you have to protect her? Shi Zhong sat back on the sofa helplessly and sighed. He glared at Sherman and made his final judgment. Go back to your room and reflect on yourself. Don't go to school for the next few days. Dad. Wait. Sure, you frowned and interrupted his father. It was rare for him to be so unstable, but this matter concerned his sister, so he could not help but be angry. After getting his subordinates to confirm the address, he turned the screen to everyone and said, Although the location is at our house, it wasn't sent using Man's phone. I'll try to connect to the mobile end of the registered account now. I'll be able to find the culprit soon. Sure, you stared at the screen solemnly. After entering a string of codes, he finally clicked on the enter key. Suddenly, the ear-piercing ringtone of a phone rang in the Shi family's villa. Let me see who harmed my sister. Shermu followed the ringtone and found Shi Jing, who was hiding at the corner of the stairs. He dragged her downstairs and threw her on the carpet in the living room. He said angrily, So it's you. How could this be? Shi Jing threw away her phone anxiously as if she had thrown a hot potato. She covered her head and cried in disbelief. Why did my handphone ring? I don't know what the dark web is. Shi Jing crawled to Shi Zhong's legs on her knees and grabbed his pants pitifully. Uncle, it really wasn't me. How could I have harmed Man? I went to Castle Academy to protect her. Someone must have framed me and wanted to sow discord between us. Xinxian had already started to detest Shi Jing the last time. Seeing that she was desperately grabbing her husband's pants and refusing to let go, she immediately pushed her away angrily and said, How dare you quibble? Other than you, who else has tried to harm Man time and time again? I really didn't. Shi Jing cried pitifully. If someone didn't know the truth, they might really believe her. However, no one knew Shi Jing's true colors better than Shermu. He thought that she would be quieter after that incident, but he did not expect her to become worse. He really did not dare to imagine that if his sister was really harmed by her post, he would probably go crazy now. Nonsense. He rushed forward angrily and grabbed Shi Jing's collar. He said fiercely, Do you dare to say that you didn't do it? Then explain to everyone why you only scored 0 in this exam. Shi Zhong's originally shaken heart completely sank when he heard this. He looked at Shi Jing coldly and said word by word, You scored 0? Why? Uncle, I just wanted your approval so badly that I couldn't think straight. cheated in the exam, but I promise that I will work hard next time. This will never happen again. Shi Jing broke free from Shi Mu's restraint and rushed forward to hug Shi Zhong's arm. Shameless. Sure, he knew what his mother hated the most. He stepped forward and forcefully pushed Shi Jing's hand away, forcing her into a corner. Shi Ku had been watching this farce coldly. Now that he saw that his father was willing to trust Shi Man, he slowly explained his guess. You've been in our family for so long, and rich people like us have never lacked food, clothing, and schooling. Although you're only a distant relative, Dad and Mom still treat you well like you are their own niece. But now, you say that you want our approval. Let me ask you, what kind of approval do you need from us? This question struck Shi Jing's heart. What she wanted was far more than being a distant relative of the Shi family. What she wanted was to be the true eldest daughter of the Shi family. When she was young, she often heard from her family that the richest man in the Shi family lived in Ji City. The most powerful man in the entire family was Shi Zhong, and he had 4 handsome sons but only 1 daughter. At that time, Shi Jing often fantasized about how good it would be if she was their only daughter. However, all of this belonged to Shi Man. How could she be willing? I just want to become true family with you and obtain your approval. Shi Jing finally suppressed all her resentment. When she looked up again, her eyes were filled with misery. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have cheated in the exam, but I really want to stay in Castle Academy and study hard. I didn't harm Man. Uncle, you have to believe me. I don't know what the dark web is at all. Xinxian knew how much her husband valued blood ties. Even though Shi Jing's family was not close to them, her words inevitably softened his heart. She said before he made up his mind, even if you insist that you didn't do this, the final location of this message is on your phone after all. Your existence has already endangered Man's safety. We can't keep you. Aunt, I've been in the Shi family for so many years and have always sincerely treated you as family. Seeing that it was useless to cry and beg Xinxian, Shi Jing ran over and pounced in front of Shi He. She grabbed his sleeve and said pitifully, "Third brother, you like the food I make for you the most. If I'm chased away, who will cook for you in the future?" A fleeting hesitation flashed across Shi He's face, but in the end, his taste buds lost to his love for his sister. Her mother was right. Her existence was already a threat to her sister's safety, so she could not be near the family again. After figuring it out, Shi He's expression suddenly turned cold. He suddenly shook off her hand and refused to give her a look. Leave. Our Shi family has already done our best for you. Go back to your home. Third brother, you can't treat me like this. Shi Jing had never thought that she would be exposed so quickly. When Fang Han told her about the plan about the dark web, she clearly said that she would not be found by anyone. Otherwise, even if she was given 100 guts, she would not dare to blow things up. Sadly, she could only insist that this matter had nothing to do with her. Otherwise, there would really be no chance for her to return to the Shi family. Butler Chi followed the order and sent someone to her room. After packing her things, he threw them out. Shi Jing was like an abandoned wild dog overnight. In the long night, there was no place for her to rest. After dealing with Shi Jing, who kept annoying her with her schemes, Shi Man's mood clearly improved. But when she looked at Shi Zhong, there was a sense of distance. After transmigrating to this world, she experienced a rare kinship that was thicker than water. She also wanted to cherish this relationship. However, the original host's father was indeed a little foolish. Under the conclusive evidence just now, he could actually feel compassion for Shi Jing. Since she was not the most important to him, she naturally would not put him in an important position. She turned to look at her brothers and said calmly, "Since the matter has been clarified, I'll go back and rest first. Have dinner without me." Man. Xinxian glared at her husband, who was silent, and then looked at Shi Man guiltily. "Your father's tone was too harsh just now. Don't take it to heart. Mom will always support my baby." That's right. Sister, we will always believe you." Shi Mu was afraid that his sister would be sad, so he quickly came up to express his loyalty. The brothers nodded, their eyes filled with worry. Shi Man smiled at them and nodded slightly. "I know. I'm really tired. I'll sleep first. Good night, Mom, and my brothers." Xinxian watched her daughter go upstairs gently. Only when Sherman's back disappeared did she look at the man at the side with an unfriendly expression. She couldn't help but complain. It's all your fault for not trusting your daughter. Now, she's unwilling to talk to you. Shi Zhong was speechless. He did not expect the truth to come out so quickly. He could not react for a moment and could not humble himself to apologize to his daughter. He could only wave his hand in frustration. I'll go back and rest too. Go to sleep early. Shin Xian rolled her eyes at his back. As soon as she felt relieved, she felt a little hungry. She asked the chef to make a few more good dishes and finish dinner with her sons before returning to her room to sleep. As the night deepened, Sherman changed her clothes and took out her weapons. She sat quietly by the bed and waited. Not long after, there was movement on the tree outside the balcony again. Sherman sighed, pushed open the window, and jumped out of the room to meet Sean, who was waiting outside. Boss, I've brought you everything you wanted. Sean showed her the herbs and silver needles. After Sherman glanced at them, she handed him a prescription she had prepared. Boil the medicine according to this prescription. Then this silver needle. Sean put away the prescription and personally opened the car door for Sherman to sit in the back seat. When he saw her cold gaze, he suddenly realized that he was in the way. He tactfully walked back to the driver's seat and drove. Sherman opened the cloth bag containing the silver needles and smeared the freshly ground herbs evenly on the needle tip. After hiding the green on it, she put away the silver needles again. The black car blended into the night and stopped in front of the abandoned factory. Tangja was already waiting outside the factory with a mask on. When he saw them, he raised his hand and pulled open the iron door. Master is inside. Sean looked at Sherman worriedly and stood by the car with his gun, ready to fight at any time. Boss, I'll be outside. Call me if anything happens. Don't worry. Sherman curled her lips into a cold smile. Even the mask couldn't hide her cold gaze. If anything happens, you can kill this little brother at the door. The girl's voice sounded delicate in his ear, but Tangja still subconsciously shivered. Who would have thought that the ignorant girl, who always chased after his master during the day, would be so terrifying after putting on a mask? Please come in. Tangja did not dare to say anything. He bent down slightly and invited Sherman in respectfully before closing the iron door. In the factory, Yizheng heard the girl's light footsteps and opened his eyes lazily. His voice was actually muddy and tired. You didn't bring anything. How do you plan to detoxify me? Who said I didn't bring anything? Sherman sat on the chair opposite and spread the cloth bag containing the silver needles on the only table. Take it off. Yizheng's lazy eyes turned cold. He frowned and asked suspiciously, What did you say just now? Acupuncture. You've never done it before, but you should have seen it, right? How can I do acupuncture if you don't take off your clothes? Sherman leaned back in her chair and sized him up. Don't worry. In the eyes of a doctor, patients are not differentiated as men or women. Yizheng was originally just a little shy, but after hearing her words, his face immediately turned red. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask so that she wouldn't laugh at him. Since he had to take it off, there was no need for him to be coy. He unbuttoned his shirt quickly, revealing his bare tanned chest. As Sherman had said, there was no difference between men and women in her eyes. No matter how good his figure was, she couldn't be bothered to look at him. After he removed his clothes, she raised her hand and began to perform acupuncture. Every needle hit the acupuncture point without any hesitation. Done. Sherman looked at the man who had been fixed up like a hedgehog in satisfaction. After waiting for half an hour, she raised her hand to retract the needles. That's it? Yizheng put on his clothes skeptically. During the acupuncture process just now, his chest only felt a little cold and he did not feel much. However, it was not until she put away the needle that the hot flame in his body suddenly charged up like a scorching fire dragon that had just woken up. The heat swallowed him up, making his internal organs feel uncomfortable. It will hurt for half an hour. The time and frequency of your relapse will improve in the future. Tomorrow, my subordinate will come here to send you the medicine that has been brewed. Drink it every morning and night. When you have finished the medicine, we will supply it on time as agreed. I'll get Sean to concoct the medicine again. When Sherman stood up and was about to leave, she did not look at the man lying on the table behind her. Wait. Yizheng endured the pain and closed his eyes. He forced himself to straighten his body and said, "How long will it take to treat my illness? My medicine can relieve your relapse, but it will take a long time to treat you. I can't tell how long it will take. It depends on your recovery. I'll ask Sean to inform you in advance if I need to give you acupuncture next time." Sherman did not want to talk to him anymore. After saying something ambiguous, she pushed open the metal door and returned to the car. Behind him, Yizheng wanted to stop her, but the pain made him unable to say a word. He could only clench his fists and let the bean-sized sweat on his forehead flow into his eyes. "Boss, why do I feel that you don't look good?" Sean drove and looked at the girl who had taken off her mask in the back seat of the car through the rearview mirror. "Nothing." Sherman looked at the retreating scenery outside the window expressionlessly. The silver needles she used to treat Yizheng were not poison. They only made his symptoms worse when they acted up. The heat poison would heal slower and would not cause any other damage to his body. From Yizheng's point of view, he might even feel that his poison had really been relieved. Other than Sherman, no one could figure out that she had done something to it. For the sake of the Sher family, she had to leave a backup plan. Even if she had already rewritten a lot of the plot in the book, it was still difficult to guarantee that the future plot development would not converge to the same ending. She had to make plans early. As long as Yizheng became more and more dependent on her treatment methods because of the heat poison, he would not touch her easily. At the critical moment, her identity as the Immaculate Boss might be able to save the Sher family. Moreover, there was an enemy hiding in the dark. It was already halfway through the night. Sherman returned to her room nimbly. After carefully checking that there were no more suspicious cameras around the manor, she changed her clothes and prepared to sleep. After a busy day, Sherman finally had time to rest. Feeling her physical fatigue, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the past, when she was carrying out missions all night, she had never felt tired. She did not expect her body to become delicate after coming to this world for a period of time. In order to help the students maintain physical fitness, Castle Academy would organize practical training for the students in remote military districts at this time every year. This was also the most troublesome time for countless students. The rich children had been pampered since they were young and had never suffered at all. However, they had to be sent to the army at this time and be isolated from the world for a week before they could regain their freedom. Sherman did not care about this at all. She had long wanted to find an opportunity to recover her physical fitness. She did not expect a heaven-sent opportunity to hit her. Compared to the worried faces of the other students, she looked especially calm. After Fang Han's unforgettable birthday banquet yesterday, she walked around Sherman when she saw her. She did not even dare to look at her. It was also rare for Chinwei to be well-behaved. Not all the students in Class F had the guts to go against Sherman. After all, no matter how many rumors the outside world claimed that she was an idiot, they had to be mindful of the Sher family's strength. In the past, they had only colluded with Fang Han and the others and stepped on a few small characters. Now that even Fang Han had admitted defeat in front of Sherman, the others naturally would not stand out again, afraid that they would be targeted by Sherman. They did not know how a rumored piece of trash could change so much. They could only say that rumors could not be trusted. They could only blame themselves for being too stupid in the past. Now, they could not bring themselves to build a good relationship with Sherman. Thinking of this, the students of Class F could not help but envy Su Tang. Now, she was the only one in the class who could talk to Sherman. If it were anyone else, Sherman would ignore them. If she was in a bad mood, she would even ask them to scram. The practical training started in the afternoon. Many students had already prepared all kinds of medicine, snacks, and clothes. Only Sherman sat in the classroom without any preparation. Seeing that she was empty-handed, Su Tang knew that she must not have read the messages in the group yesterday. She chuckled and handed the backpack she had prepared in advance to Sherman. "There are some underwear, snacks, and water inside. Take them and use them first." Sherman looked over in confusion. Her gaze landed on another backpack of the same color behind her. She said calmly, "Did you specially prepare it for me?" Su Tang blushed and nodded. Then, she suddenly thought of something and hurriedly waved her hand shyly. "The clothes are all new. Don't mind them." "Thank you." Sherman took the backpack and weighed it in her hand. She said slowly, "How much is it?" "I'll pay you." "No need. Su Tang quickly shook her head and refused. You've helped me too many times. This is something I should do. I can't take your money, but I remember that you don't have a lot of pocket money. Sherman casually took out a card and stuffed it into her hand. Seeing that she was about to refuse, she frowned impatiently. Take it. In the future, when I ask you to run errands and buy things, use this card. Su Tang was stunned for a moment before nodding hesitantly. All right, look for me anytime if you need anything. Yes. Sherman hung her backpack beside the table and picked up her phone to swipe the screen again. Sensing that the person beside her did not look away for a moment, her relaxed brows furrowed again. Is there anything else? Su Tang rubbed her hands awkwardly. Her lower lip was bitten until it lost its color before she was willing to let go. Can I stay in the same dormitory as you? The dormitory provided by the practical training was only for 2 people. Last year, Su Tang suffered a lot with one of Fong Han's sidekicks. Although Fong Han would not find trouble with her this year, she still wanted to stay with Sherman. As you please. Sherman did not care about this. Instead of being arranged to live with a troublemaker, it was better to have Su Tang. At least she was thoughtful and obedient. Hearing that Sherman did not reject her in disgust, a smile appeared on Su Tang's face. She carefully promised her, I don't snore or grind my teeth when I sleep at night. I can get up in the morning when you wake up. I won't make a sound to wake you up. I can also. All right. Sherman held her forehead speechlessly. Su Tang was good at everything, but sometimes she was a little too long-winded. She looked up at Su Tang impatiently. You're my roommate, not my captive. You don't have to do whatever I want. I understand. Su Tang agreed softly. She lowered her head obediently like a child listening to a parent scolding, but her face was filled with joy. In the afternoon, the training vehicle was driven to the field on time. Shermu watched his precious sister get into the bus reluctantly before turning around to get into the car behind the training vehicle. He instructed the driver, drive. I can't let Man suffer alone. Apart from the grade that was about to graduate, all the other teachers and students were asked to participate in this practical training. Shermu was not in the ranks of this practical training. However, he took advantage of his status as the president of the student union and used his privileges to take the lead. He specially obtained the principal's approval to allow the student union to participate in the training as a supervising entity. The location of the practical training was the same every year. It was an army recruit camp in G City's military district. However, the students would not be required to undergo high-intensity training. They would only do some simple training in the periphery. When Sherman and the others arrived, they happened to encounter rainy weather. According to the rules, as long as it was not a rainstorm that would impact their activities, they had to listen to orders and continue training on the training ground. The students of Class F received their training clothes resentfully and followed the instructor's order to form a line to distribute the dormitory. Su Tang made it a point to stand with Sherman so that the 2 of them would not be separated by the instructor. After changing into her training clothes, she was about to go downstairs to participate in the training. Su Tang jogged behind Sherman and said, It's raining outside. It should be cold at night. Do you need a hand warmer? I have it here. You can use it. Use it yourself. Sherman liked the drizzling weather outside the most. At this time, the training would not be too hot. Instead, it was so cool that every pore on her body felt comfortable. Su Tang put away the hand warmer in embarrassment and did not take it out to use. The longer she interacted with her, the more Su Tang felt that she was far inferior to Sherman. She did not want Sherman to think that she was a delicate and useless friend. She would subconsciously learn from Sherman's sharpness. As time passed, her soft personality would occasionally become sharp. As the instructor blew the whistle, the heckish training life officially began. The instructor of Class F was the most amiable in the entire training ground. His personality was very similar to that of Gung Hui. He stood in front of the class square and introduced himself with a smile. My name is Zhang Cheng. You can call me Instructor Zhang. We will train together for the next week. If you have any questions, you can tell me. I hope you can follow the rules of the collective training and let us experience an unforgettable collective training together. Even though the students of Class F were in agony, they still agreed seriously. Due to the fact that they were usually students who lacked exercise, The instructor did not arrange for difficult training immediately. Instead, he let them run 1,000 meters to warm up. However, this was already an impossible obstacle for students who usually only knew how to eat, drink, and play. Some of the girls raised their hands to report that they were not feeling well and asked for additional concession not to participate in this long-distance training. Instructor Zhang understood the difficulties of the female students. He smiled and nodded. Female classmates who are on your period, try your best to run. If you really can't run, come to my side to rest. Male students, if there are no special circumstances, gather at my place after the class monitor leads the team to finish running 1,000 meters. No one is allowed to be lazy. Otherwise, the entire team will be punished to run another 1,000 meters. Su Tang blushed when she was suddenly called out by Instructor Zhang. Then, she felt a huge pressure fall on her head. Although she was not a lazy person, and her part-time job made her fitter than ordinary girls, 1,000 meters was still too difficult for her. She could barely finish the simple 800 meters at the sports meet, let alone run the entire distance with a boy's speed. She was about to say something, but when she saw the instructor's serious face, she swallowed her words and turned around to run without saying a word. The square for Castle's training was arranged in an empty space on the periphery. It was surrounded by bushes. From time to time, one or two frogs would squat by the roadside and stare at the students undergoing training. Su Tang felt exhausted before she could even reach the halfway mark. Her lower left abdomen was so uncomfortable that it hurt. However, as the class monitor, she had to complete the order given by the instructor. She gritted her teeth and ran. Boys ran faster than girls. Even if she tried her best to keep up with the speed of the main group, she would quickly fall far behind as long as she slowed down a little. Man, if you're tired, go rest. Su Tang was panting from exhaustion, but she did not forget to care about Sherman. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Tang's shoulder was patted. She turned her head and saw Sherman beside her with a normal expression. She couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise. You're the one who should rest, right? Sherman smiled mockingly and raised her eyebrows to signal her to look at the students beside the instructor. Some have already given up. Why are you still insisting? I'm the class monitor. Su Tang's heart was beating so fast that it was difficult to breathe. But Sherman was still persevering. How could she give up halfway? Oh, Sherman could not understand her sense of mission. She had already advised her, but Su Tang did not listen, so there was no need for her to care. Sherman followed behind the main group easily. She sniffed the fresh air in the forest and narrowed her eyes in enjoyment. Compared to the rich life in the city, she was indeed more adapted to this demonic training that felt like a return to her natural environment. Seeing that the 1,000-meter mission was about to be completed, Sherman was regretting that she could not continue when a muffled sound suddenly came from behind, followed by the cries of the students nearby. She had a bad feeling. She turned around and saw Su Tang lying on the ground in a sorry state. Mud splashed on her face, and she looked like an abandoned cat in the rain. When the boys in the class who were still running heard the sound, they quickly ran to Su Tang's side and gathered around to mock her. If you can't run, why are you trying to be strong? It's good to stay at the side and slack off. That's right. Can you still stand? Don't tell me you still want us to carry you back? Hey. Chunwei subconsciously glanced at Sherman, who was walking over, and nudged the person beside him. Stop talking and shut up. What's wrong? The person's words were stuck in his throat. He suddenly met a pair of cold eyes and instantly became mute, not daring to say another word. A tactful boy had already reached out to help Su Tang up, but Sherman beat him to it and pulled her from the ground onto his back. You want to carry me back? Su Tang wiped the dirt off her face in disbelief. Looking at her dirty clothes, she hurriedly exclaimed, Put me down quickly. I'm dirty. You're thinking too much. The instructor is here. Sherman carried her out of the boys' encirclement with a cold expression. After handing her over to Instructor Zhang, she glanced unhappily at the boys who had surrounded her to laugh at her. Instructor, they still have the strength to mock their classmate. I think it's necessary to let them run another 1,000 meters. Instructor Zhang was not blind. He had been watching them and saw the situation of the boys just now. He said in deep thought, this student is right. All the boys in Class F will run another 1,000 meters. In the instructor's opinion, these people's reactions were not even comparable to a female classmate with a weak body. When their classmate fell, they did not quickly help her up. Instead, they chose to stand by and do nothing. He immediately listed this as the first important problem that needed adjustment. Chenwei and the others were angry but did not dare to say anything. They glared at Sherman and kicked away the obstructing stones at their feet in disdain. They turned around and continued running without saying a word. After Sherman stuffed Su Tang to the instructor, she turned around and joined the group of students. This time, not only was the instructor shocked, but even the boys who had been implicated by her words and had to run an additional 1,000 meters were stunned. They looked at her back in a daze and gritted their teeth to follow her rhythm. There were so many boys here. They couldn't lose to a woman in front of everyone. Chenwei and the boy beside him curled their lips and reached out. After living for so long, their remaining competitiveness was miraculously stimulated. They did not believe that a woman like Sherman could outrun them. When she couldn't run anymore later, she shouldn't blame them for mocking her. With this thought in mind, the boys from Class F ran 500 meters behind Sherman before deeply regretting their rashness just now. How could they have forgotten that Sherman was someone who could kick and destroy a bar counter that was over dozens of kilograms? She was not on the same level as them. On the field, almost everyone in the running team stopped and started the next training. Only they were still running in the rain and could not complain easily because the person leading them was Sherman. The group of people could only grit their teeth and continue running. Seeing that the boys were gradually running out of stamina and the few people at the end had already begun to fall behind, Chenwei, who was covered in sweat, panted heavily and shouted, "Sherman, you win. Don't let me seize the opportunity." "Brother Wei." The boy, who was also panting, couldn't help but praise him breathlessly. "You're still the best. You still have the strength to talk at this time. Darn, why is Sherman so good at running? Is she pretending?" Du Ming gritted his teeth and took a few steps forward. He ran to Sherman's side and turned his head to look at her. Only then did he realize that Sherman's face was not even red. Her breathing was even and at ease as if she had walked 1,500 meters instead of running. "Sister, can we stop and rest for a while?" Du Ming rarely felt so embarrassed, but if Sherman did not stop, there would still be 500 meters to go. Then he would probably lose his legs tonight. "Who's your sister?" Sherman glanced at him unhappily and turned around to curl her lips. "If you can't run, go rest with the girls." "UF King." Du Ming was so angry that his lungs hurt. He stopped in place and bent over to catch his breath for a while before continuing to run again. After the 2,000 meter run, other than a few boys who often exercised, the rest of the boys were so tired that they collapsed on the ground. At this moment, they couldn't care less about the mud on the ground. They sat on it and didn't want to get up again. Su Tang limped over and handed Sherman water and tissues. She wanted to wipe the sweat off her face, but she realized that she was not sweating at all. "You're so powerful. I just realized that you're actually so good at running." Su Tang admired Sherman from the bottom of her heart. Her gentle words attracted the attention of the surrounding boys. No matter how much they looked down on Su Tang's identity, they could not deny that Su Tang was a rare beauty who was pretty and cute. In the entire school, there were not many people who were prettier than her. Men had a natural desire to conquer beautiful women, hoping that the gazes of the beautiful women would stay on them. But now, Su Tang clearly only had Sherman in her eyes. The other boys were all clowns compared to her. This made Du Ming and Chenwei jealous. Du Ming was an impulsive person. As soon as he caught his breath, he ran to the instructor and showed off. "Start training, Instructor Zhang. The other classes have long moved on to the next step." "Huh." When Chenwei heard his words, he was so angry that he got up from the ground. "Are you crazy? Young Master Du, at least let us rest for a while." Instructor Zhang was happy to see such an enthusiastic boy. He immediately clapped his hands and organized the students to stand up and line up. Training for students was not as strict as training for real soldiers. They were mainly here for physical training. It was different from ordinary school military training. This time, the instructors had long prepared rock climbing, human walls, and other stimulating items to hone the students' resilience. Due to the fact that the rain was getting heavier today, Instructor Zhang only brought them to the empty space temporarily. After practicing a set of military boxing, he let them disperse and return to the dormitory to rest. The conditions in the army were not as good as those in the school. Students of both genders lived in the same old building. They had to obtain permission to shower. Everyone lined up to wash up at the cement pool outside the dormitory building. Sherman returned to the dormitory and took out the toiletries that Su Tang had prepared for her. Just as she was about to go out, she saw the girl sitting in the chair and grimacing in pain. She suddenly regretted taking someone else's things for nothing, making her unable to move and leaving her alone. "Can you walk?" Sherman turned around in frustration. She took out toiletries from Su Tang's bag and stuffed them into her hand. Then, she turned around and squatted in front of her. "Come up." Su Tang wanted to squirm, but because Sherman's expression was too scary, she finally lay on her back in fear. She lowered her head guiltily and apologized softly. "I'm sorry for implicating you. If you wanted to live in the same dormitory as me, did you not anticipate this long ago?" Sherman opened the door and steadily carried the girl behind her. She smiled and teased her. "No, I really didn't do it on purpose. I stayed in the same dormitory as you because I wanted to take care of you." Su Tang's voice became softer and softer, and she lost all her confidence. Looking at the current situation, it was obvious who was taking care of whom. Instantly ashamed, she closed her mouth and sighed. "I'm sorry. You like to apologize?" In just a few words, Su Tang had already apologized to her twice. Could it be that the female protagonist in the book lived like this? Sherman did not understand, but she still frowned and carried her down the stairs. Soon, they arrived outside the dormitory. At this moment, there was already a long line in front of every pool. Su Tang hurriedly wanted to get off her, but Sherman held her legs firmly. "If you move, I'll throw you down. But I'm very heavy. It's very tiring to carry me like this." Su Tang begged carefully, "You should put me down. I can stand." Feeling her trembling calves, Sherman snorted coldly. Her gaze swept across the first row of people brushing their teeth, and she saw a familiar figure. Sherman walked up to that person and stared at him expressionlessly. "You? What are you doing?" Chun Wei gritted his teeth and asked with foam in his mouth. "Move." Sherman couldn't be bothered to waste her breath on him. Her cold eyes stared at Chun Wei until his hair stood on end. He was so frightened that he hurriedly grabbed his toiletries and retreated to the side. It had to be said that Sherman deliberately released her aura. When she stared at someone, it was really scary. Even Chun Wei, who had always thought that no one dared to provoke him, subconsciously chose to avoid her. After chasing away the irksome man, Sherman gently put Su Tang down and said calmly, "Washington." "Oh." Su Tang subconsciously looked at Chun Wei, whose face was red. She picked up her things and quickly brushed her teeth and washed her face. Then, she obediently moved aside. "It's your turn." Sherman frowned in dissatisfaction and carried her back to the bench at the entrance of the dormitory to sit down. She prepared to stand at the end of the line. Before she left, she decided to explain it to her clearly. "Do you think I'm a bully? I'm very law-abiding." When Chun Wei, who was standing at the side, heard this, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Just now, when she used her eyes to force him to give up his position, wasn't she just a bully who bullied the weak? She actually had the cheek to say that she followed the rules. The classmates who happened to be in front of Sherman and had seen the scene with their own eyes had muttered, "Heavens, Sherman is too scary. Someone save him." Far away in the surveillance room, Shermu, who was crossing his legs, proudly captured this scene and sent it to the family chat group. "Look, Man has really grown up. Not only does she know how to help her classmates, but she's also very polite." On the way back to the dormitory with Su Tang on her back, Sherman passed by the first dormitory facing the staircase and heard a commotion from inside. Behind her, Su Tang gently patted Sherman's shoulder and whispered beside her, "It's Shi Jing." Sherman frowned and sent her back to the dormitory without stopping. She took off her coat and started to change. Su Tang looked away and asked carefully, "Aren't you going to take a look?" "Why should I go?" Sherman picked up the wet towel and wiped her body briefly before opening her backpack and taking out the pajamas Su Tang had prepared. The soft and smooth pure white pajamas were pulled out from the bottom by Sherman. She couldn't help but rub it in her hand, and her eyebrows twitched unconsciously. Don't you like it? Su Tang probed. If you don't like it, I have another pink one here. No need. Sherman didn't hesitate anymore. She put on the comfortable pajamas before turning around to pour a cup of hot water. Although there was no place to wash up in this dormitory building, there was still a hot water room that could provide the students with drinking water. Jing treated you like that last time. It's only right that you don't go to see her. Su Tang was a little shy to change in front of others, but she had fallen to the ground today, and her clothes should have been changed and washed long ago. She could only find something to talk about with Sherman to ease her embarrassment. I thought you would say that she's my sister after all, and ask me to help her. Sherman curled her lips and glanced at her mockingly. Her gaze met Su Tang's fair and smooth skin, and she looked away indifferently as her gaze landed on her toes. I won't say that. Su Tang had changed and was fumbling with buttons, her face a faint pink. She's not good to you. You're not obligated to help her. You're quite unusual as the female lead. Sherman raised her eyebrows in surprise. Su Tang did not understand her words. She looked up and asked in a daze, what female lead? Sherman changed the topic expressionlessly. Nothing. Your legs should be treated. Do you need help? No need. I can do it myself. Although it was very inconvenient for Su Tang to go up and down the stairs with her injured knee, she could still walk slowly in the dormitory. She didn't want to trouble Sherman over a small matter. Since she had said so, Sherman did not ask anymore and took out her phone to look at it for a while. The rain outside became heavier and heavier, only stopping in the morning. Because of Su Tang's leg injury, she did not need to participate in many of the training sessions. She only found a place to sit and watch the other students train. Due to Sherman's outstanding performance yesterday, she was appointed by Instructor Zhang as the acting class monitor of Class F to assist him in training students. Training their physical fitness was a gradual process, but because this activity was only for a week, the instructors focused on training their leg muscles and limb coordination in the first 5 days to prepare for the highlight of the last 2 days. After 5 days of baptism, the students of Castle Academy visibly lost weight. During these few days of training, not only did they eat simple and light food, but the intensity of the activities also made the students who already did not have much of an appetite even more unwilling to move their chopsticks. Even walking became a problem now, and their movements up and down the stairs became slow. Only a few students with strong adaptability could still walk quickly and be in high spirits. One of them was Sherman. She quickly scooped the food and found an empty seat to sit down. Even if it was just light stir, fried vegetables, the dish seemed to have become a delicacy in front of her. She ate without even frowning. Su Tang, who was beside her, had almost recovered from her leg injury. She had participated in training normally today. Compared to the other girls who complained about being tired, Su Tang could already be considered a heroine. She followed Sherman to participate in high-intensity training and did not complain that she was tired. She gritted her teeth and insisted on following her. Man, I don't like eggs. I'll give this to you. Su Tang was worried that Sherman would not be full due to her intense exercise. She had to share some of the untouched dishes with Sherman every time. This had already become a tacit understanding between the two of them. Not only did Sherman have to follow Class F for normal training, but she also had to be sent by the instructor to participate in other additional training. Every time she returned, it would be dark outside. Su Tang was very worried about her health. Thank you. Sherman took the egg and finished it in small bites. Then, she put down her chopsticks and stretched. It's comfortable. Eat slowly. I still have to go to the instructor's office. All right, we just finished eating. Walk slower, Su Tang instructed softly. Then, she lowered her head and continued eating quietly. Fong Han stared at her for a long time. Finally, when Sherman left the canteen, she sat in her seat with the plate and said coldly, Are you on good terms with Sherman? Then do you know what she's busy with every day when she's not training? I don't know. Su Tang shook her head warily. Fong Han didn't have a good relationship with her. Now that she suddenly asked her about Sherman, she must be plotting something. Su Tang could tell that Sherman enjoyed this practical training. She did not want anyone to disturb Sherman. Fong Han sneered when she heard this. She suddenly raised her hand and grabbed Su Tang's collar. She said fiercely, Come out with me for a while. Su Tang was hauled out of the canteen like a chick. Fong Han only let go when she reached a quiet corner. She took out a tissue in disgust and said slowly, "Do you think I can't do anything to you just because Sherman protects you sometimes? Don't forget that you were just an obedient dog under me in the past." Fong Han's words were very unpleasant. She knew that she could not afford to offend Sherman now, but seeing that Su Tang was living so comfortably by Sherman's side while she had to tuck her tail between her legs, their identities were suddenly reversed. She could not take this lying down. If it were not for the fact that she could not offend Sherman, would she still be stepped on by a lowly person like Su Tang? Fong Han raised her hand to grab Su Tang's hair and grabbed a piece of soft flesh at her waist. She leaned close to her ear and muttered fiercely, "I won't let you off, let alone Sherman. Since she's so busy now, I'll play with you first. What do you want?" Su Tang bit her lower lip and pushed her hand away. Just as she caught a break, a girl suddenly walked over from the corner and took off Su Tang's clothes without any explanation. Fong Han quickly covered Su Tang's mouth before she could shout for help. She cooperated with the person to take a few private photos of her before curling her lips in satisfaction and saying sarcastically, "Do something for us. Otherwise, I'll send your photo to thirsty old men. You can forget about living a good life in the future." "Sure, Jing." Su Tang panted as she covered her body. The corners of her eyes were forced to turn red. "What do you want me to do?" "It's very simple. Isn't Sherman very well, liked by Instructor Zhang now?" Fong Han squatted down with a smile and lifted her chin. "I have a bracelet here. Just quietly stuff it into her pocket. You don't have to worry about anything else." "No, I can't do this." Su Tang bit her lower lip, her wet eyes filled with determination. This was a plan that Fong Han and Shi Jing had painstakingly discussed. They could not let all their efforts go to waste with Su Tang. Seeing that more and more students were walking out of the canteen after dinner, Shi Jing gave Fong Han a look. The two of them gagged her and took off her clothes. They took more than 10 different nude photos before letting her go in satisfaction. The flash shone on Su Tang's face, and Fong Han's smile became even more sinister. "If you don't agree, I'll spread these photos all over the school now. Let's see how you can go to school." Su Tang was already sobbing in her struggle. Tears fell to the ground one by one, but she still refused to agree. Fong Han pinched her face angrily and lowered her voice. "Think about your uncle and aunt. Are you going to waste the school opportunity they fought for you? Are you worthy of them?" Su Tang stood rooted to the ground in a daze. The blood on her lips faded, and her entire body trembled. "Uncle, that's right. We've long investigated you. Before your uncle died, he entrusted you to Yizheng so that you could come to Castle Academy to study. But now, you want to waste his feelings for an unimportant woman. Don't forget that Sherman hasn't broken off her engagement with Yizheng. She'll deal with you sooner or later." Shi Jing squatted down and leaned close to her ear. She gritted her teeth and said, "She won't let you off. Now, your chance is right in front of you. Cooperate with us and chase Sherman away. After this is done, we will delete the photos. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Su Tang subconsciously trembled, her mind filled with her uncle's expectant gaze before he died. She lowered her head. The loose hair on both sides covered her eyes, making it impossible to see her emotions. After a long silence, just before Shi Jing and Fong Han completely lost their patience, Su Tang finally nodded slowly. She raised her hand to take the bracelet and put it in her pocket. She said calmly, "I will do it." "That's good." Shi Jing gave Fong Han a smug look. The two of them walked out of the corner one after another, waiting to watch the show tomorrow. The news of Shi Jing being chased out of the Shi family had yet to spread. In the past few days, she had completely established the persona of a gentle big sister in front of her classmates. She used Shermu to send her to school and roped in many classmates. She had only used some tricks to test her status in the class previously. Indeed, many students were already willing to stand on her side. Since she already had support, there was no reason for her to continue letting Sherman be smug. Shi Jing had learned her lesson from the last time. She used the incident regarding the dark web as leverage to force Fong Han to attack. She was only in charge of cooperating with Fong Han. Even if the truth was exposed, no one would be able to trace it to her. Everything was ready. As long as Su Tang succeeded, they could immediately consign Sherman to eternal damnation. Today's training ended very early. The instructors asked the students to eat early and go back to rest to prepare for the rock climbing competition tomorrow, which was a highlight of the training. Sherman's additional training in the past few days was with the official army. The instructors and trainees valued her ability very much. Many officers had already thrown her an olive branch, wanting to keep such a talent in the army. However, Sherman refused without thinking. She did not want to repeat the same mistake in her previous life. It was interesting to have a different life. Moreover, she participated in training only out of personal interest, not for her future. There was no mission tonight. Sherman was about to return to the dormitory after dinner when she was stopped by the sneaky Shermu. His heart ached when he saw what his sister was eating these few days. He specially came to deliver food to her and stuffed the meat buns he had painstakingly bought into her hand. He said mysteriously, "Don't be discovered. I secretly brought these in." Sherman returned the buns to him in amusement. "Brother, you should keep them for yourself. I just ate. I'm not hungry now. How can that do? Look at how thin you've been these past few days." Brother's heart is aching. Shermu stuffed the bun into her hand without any explanation and pursed his lips as he swallowed. "Eat quickly. If Mom finds out that I didn't take good care of you, she'll skin me alive when I head back. Then let's split them equally." Sherman knew that he had come to this bitter place for her. These few days, he had always been hanging around in front of her when he had nothing to do, but because of the strict discipline, he never had the opportunity to say a word to her. As her brother, he felt sorry for her from the bottom of his heart. Sherman would not reject him. She took out 2 buns and placed them in his hand. She smiled and said, "Brother, eat too. Don't worry, I can take care of myself." Shermu was so touched that tears streamed down his face. His sister was really an angel. Yijang really had no taste. His sister was so beautiful and good, but he didn't like her. At the mention of that person, Shermu felt resentful. He couldn't help but remind her sister, "Yijang is here too. If you meet him, you have to stay far away. Don't get involved in bad luck and affect your mood." "He's actually here?" Sherman raised her eyebrows in surprise, but she was not interested in knowing why he suddenly came to this place. She nodded with a smile, stuffed the buns into her pocket, and returned to the dormitory. As soon as she pushed open the dormitory door, Sherman acutely heard a sob. However, when she frowned and looked over, she could not find any traces of crying on Su Tang's face. She closed the door skeptically and shook the empty warm water bottle. She poured the last cup of hot water and sat opposite Su Tang. She said in a low voice, "What's wrong?" "It's fine." Su Tang had closed the distance between her and Sherman these past few days. Sometimes, Sherman was willing to talk to her when she was not busy. Thinking of how she had finally become friends with Sherman but was forced to betray her, Su Tang couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. Perhaps they had specially looked for her because they could tell that Sherman was close to her. After all, no one else could do that now. With just a glance, Sherman could tell that Su Tang was hiding something from her. This female protagonist was innocent and kind and could not hide her thoughts. No wonder the male protagonist, Yijang, chose to be with her. No man would have the heart to reject such an innocent and kind girl for too long. Forget it if you don't want to say it. Sherman took out a bun and threw it to her. She took off her coat and hung it on the wall. She picked up the thermos bottle and turned to go out to get water. Su Tang silently clenched the meat bun in her hand and slowly got up from the bed. She touched the warm bracelet in her pocket and gritted her teeth. Her heart was pounding as she walked to the wall. She raised her hand and touched Sherman's jacket. Even from a distance, Su Tang could still smell Sherman's unique scent on the jacket. The smell was extremely faint, but it always wafted in her nose, like the fragrance of fragrant grass. After smelling it for a long time, it would make one feel as if they were in paradise. "I'm sorry." Su Tang lowered her eyes, hating herself for being useless. Tears silently rolled down the corners of her eyes. When Sherman returned, Su Tang was already sitting by the bed with her usual expression. She held the hot meat bun and ate it in small bites. Seeing her return, Su Tang immediately smiled. "Where did you get the meat bun? This isn't what the canteen is serving tonight. My brother gave it to me." Sherman didn't have much need for meat, but she saw that Su Tang liked it, so she threw it to her. Senior Shermu? Su Tang suddenly regretted eating someone else's bun. She didn't know if she should swallow the fragrant beef. This is your brother's gift. I won't eat it. There's one left that I haven't touched. Eat it. I don't want it. Sherman walked to the window impatiently and glanced at the long line in front of the sink downstairs. She frowned fiercely and said casually, Yi Zheng is here. Do you know? Huh. Su Tang clearly did not expect to suddenly hear this name from her. She shook her head and said, I don't know. There was suddenly silence in the dormitory. Su Tang pursed her thin lips and stared fixedly at Sherman's side profile, wanting to see her emotions. However, even if she stared at her face, she did not notice any difference in how Sherman regarded Yi Zheng. Su Tang asked worriedly, Do you really not like him anymore? She still remembered what Shi Jing had said today. In her heart, she believed Sherman, but there was always a thought lingering in her mind, making her so frustrated that she only wanted to hear Sherman's answer with her own ears. Sherman raised her eyebrows and looked at her playfully as if she was facing a great enemy. She said in amusement, Why? Are you afraid that I'll snatch him from you? Man, Yi Zheng really took care of me because of my uncle. Su Tang didn't want her to misunderstand. Hearing that she was still misinterpreting her relationship with Yi Zheng, she quickly explained anxiously, There's really nothing between him and me, and we're not very close. Yes. Even if there was nothing now, there would always be something in the future. Yi Zheng must have suddenly come to practical training to develop the plot with the female protagonist. Sherman waved her hand perfunctorily and lay back on the bed to look at her phone, her thoughts slowly drifting away. She remembered that the male protagonist should have had a lot of contact with the female protagonist at this point. The two of them were supposed to be in the ambiguous stage, but now, it seemed that the female protagonist was closer to her and did not seem to have much interaction with the male protagonist. Sherman pursed her lips disapprovingly. Anyway, her mission was only to protect the Shi family. It had nothing to do with her when the female protagonist and male protagonist started walking the emotional path. She was here to experience a different life, not to be a matchmaker. Su Tang could tell that Sherman was being perfunctory, but she could only bite off the meat bun in her hand helplessly and vent her anger and helplessness on the innocent bun. The faint fragrance of meat spread in the small dormitory. Su Tang quietly looked up at Sherman, but she was caught off guard and met her playful eyes. She immediately said nervously, Why are you looking at me like that? Sherman did not answer. She put away her playful smile, put on her coat, and went out with her toiletries. Just now, she actually felt that Su Tang looked especially cute eating the bun as if she was venting her anger. Could it be that she had unintentionally taken the wrong script and had the male lead's plot transferred to her? Sherman shook her head hard and waved away the messy thoughts in her mind. She regained her composure and washed up expressionlessly before returning to her room to sleep. The next morning, after the school leaders organized an early morning lecture, the official rock climbing competition began. This competition was a speed competition. The results of the competition were ranked according to the time of completion. In order to take care of the students of Castle Academy, the rock climbing speed path had a height of 10 meters and a tilt of 5 degrees. Everyone only had one chance to climb. In the end, the team would give the champion of this competition a certificate. Before the competition began, there was a small interlude. Songji from Class S looked for the instructor anxiously and said that she had lost an important bracelet. However, the competition was imminent, and she did not have the time to help her find the bracelet. She could only report this matter to the student union, which was in charge of supervising the patrol. When Shermu received the news, he reluctantly sent his student union members to help look for the bracelet. This small interlude did not affect the official competition at all. As Sherman's name was at the back of the list, it was not her turn to go on stage until the end. After putting on the protection equipment, Sherman gently moved her limbs. As the command was given, she climbed up agilely. Even the professionally trained instructor was stunned by her speed. Up until now, many students had lost midway because of insufficient arm strength or lack of technique. There were very few students who could reach the peak, let alone with such a deft movement technique. For a moment, Sherman immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even Zhang, who was sitting steadily on the rostrum, could not help but look over. Shermu was on tenterhooks about his sister's dangerous competition when he suddenly saw the man's gaze from the corner of his eye. He immediately mocked him as if he was facing a great enemy. My sister has long disliked you. For the sake of our families not falling out in the future, I advise you not to pester her. Did I say I wanted to pester her? Zhang sneered. His expression suddenly darkened as he looked at the girl on the rock-climbing wall. Shermu was right about one thing. It was precisely because he did not want the two families to fall out that he rejected this girl coldly from the beginning. However, recently, he accidentally discovered too many secrets about Sherman. There were so many that the Sher family might not know Sherman as well as he did. The more he understood, the more shocked he was. She was just a little girl who had yet to graduate, but she could wield control of Immaculate and had hundreds of mercenaries under her. What was even more mysterious was that she actually knew how to treat his heat poison. Zhang couldn't guess when she learned these things, including her precise spearmanship and the ingenious movement technique she used to fight him in the library. His intuition told him that Sherman's secrets were probably far more than this. This made him want to approach her. He was curious about how many more secrets she was hiding. In the arena, the screams caused by Sherman were endless. In a few breaths, she successfully climbed to the peak. The time displayed on the timer broke the army record, making Instructor Zhang take Sherman seriously again. The person competing with Sherman was Su Tang. She did not have enough strength in her arms and was so afraid that she did not dare to move. The breeze blew gently and swayed her body slightly, scaring her so much that she immediately screamed and fell. Sherman frowned and reacted extremely quickly. She slid down the rope and climbed the rock, steadily bringing Su Tang into her arms. The fresh fragrance of the fragrant grass entered Su Tang's nose. The moment she landed, a crisp sound sounded under their feet. Sherman let go of her body and looked down. It was an exquisite and expensive-looking bracelet. Wow, Sherman is so cool. I'm about to fall in love with her. Someone came back to their senses and screamed. Immediately after, the instructor came back to his senses and walked up to check if the two of them were injured. Sherman ignored the noisy surroundings and bent down to pick up the bracelet on the ground. Su Tang subconsciously stopped her hand. When she saw Shi Jing's threatening gaze from the corner of her eye, she retracted her hand. The instructor looked at the bracelet and couldn't help but praise, "Student Sherman, if you can join the army for training, our country will have another capable general with great potential." That's right. Student Sherman Instructor Zhang couldn't help but walk up and sigh sincerely. There aren't many girls like you who can endure hardships, but I didn't expect you to like such a cute bracelet. I thought you would be more interested in guns. This isn't mine. Compared to these useless things, I like firearms more, Sherman replied calmly. Just now, there were only two of them. She naturally thought that this thing would belong to Su Tang. When the surrounding students heard the instructor praise her, they did not degrade Sherman this time. Her performance over the past few days was seen by everyone, including her care and consideration for Su Tang. The news that she had personally carried Su Tang upstairs to wash up that day had completely spread. A small portion of the girls had already started to have a good impression of her and no longer rejected her like before. Other than the few people who had always disliked Sherman saying a few ugly words, the others did not express any dissatisfaction with Sherman's limelight. Fong Han looked angrily at the few people in the class who were looking at Sherman in admiration. Suddenly, she deliberately exclaimed exaggeratedly to attract the attention of everyone present. Being the focus of everyone again, Fong Han wanted to raise her head arrogantly and mock Sherman, but she still needed to complete the last step of the meticulous plan she had set up with Shi Jing. She deliberately covered her mouth and stared at the bracelet in Sherman's hand in shock. She said exaggeratedly, "Isn't that Songji's bracelet? I saw her wear it." Songji was suddenly called out and looked at Fong Han in confusion before turning to Sherman. When she saw the bracelet in her hand, she immediately widened her eyes and said angrily, "So you stole it?" "Instructor, that's the bracelet I said I lost just now." Instructor Zhang did not believe that Sherman would do such a thing. He took the bracelet and handed it to Songji for her to confirm again. Songji nodded affirmatively and said, "That's it. I can't be wrong. This is a birthday gift from cousin Zhang." I've been wearing it. Many students have seen it. Hearing her say this, Instructor Zhang looked away at the students beside her. Seeing them nod solemnly, he immediately looked at Man in confusion. Did you pick it up from somewhere? The instructor's expression darkened. He originally thought very highly of Man's personal ability. She would definitely win the rock climbing championship this time. However, if Man picked up something and kept it for herself, it would be a huge taboo in the army. That good impression would completely disappear. The moment the students who had changed their opinion of Man heard she say the words Yizhang, they widened their eyes in realization. They suddenly thought of the Man's rumored infatuation with Yizhang. Could it be that she was stubborn and wanted to take it for herself after hearing that it was given to Songji by Yizhang? Facing the disdainful gazes around her, Man was already completely used to their lack of brains. She looked at Instructor Zhang with her usual expression. I didn't pick up this thing. I thought. Man glanced at Su Tang indifferently and lowered her eyes to hide the emotions in them. Forget it. It has nothing to do with me anyway. You think you can just forget it? Songji had finally caught hold of Man's weakness. How could she waste this heaven-sent opportunity? She pointed at Man and said angrily, Instructor, she stole my bracelet and broke it. A diamond on it fell off. She has to compensate me. Songji had always treasured this bracelet, but when she was washing up last night, she realized that the bracelet had disappeared for some reason. She searched downstairs alone for a long time, but could not find it. She told the instructor today because she wanted him to deploy more people to help her find the bracelet. She did not expect it to be stolen by that BTSH Man. If Man had not been careless and accidentally dropped this bracelet, she would not have been able to find it after the practical training ended. Man raised her eyebrows and glanced at Su Tang, who had her head lowered. She said calmly, I told you, I didn't steal it. I didn't pick up this bracelet. Don't you understand human language? You're still trying to reason after stealing. Songji was so anxious that her eyes turned red. She grabbed Su Tang's arm in exasperation and asked, Do you think this thing fell from Man just now? Su Tang looked up at Man helplessly with her wet eyes. She pursed her thin lips and refused to speak. Jing hurriedly gave Fong Han a look. The latter understood and surrounded her with her lackeys. She looked at Su Tang threateningly. Say something. Only you and Man were together just now. No one knows better than you. Su Tang gritted her teeth, her pale lips trembling slightly. She stubbornly lowered her head and refused to answer. Seeing her like this, Songji thought that she was going to protect Man. She immediately suggested to the instructor unhappily, if Man can't explain why this bracelet appeared under her feet, does that mean that she stole my bracelet and is refusing to tell the truth? Instructor Zhang, you might not know. Fong Han deliberately pushed Su Tang away and walked to Zhang Cheng's side. She rolled her eyes at Man in disdain. In the past, Man liked Yizhang very much and wanted to marry him. Songji's bracelet was given to her by Yizhang. Man must be jealous of Songji, so she took her things for herself. Is there such a thing? Instructor Zhang still refused to believe that he had misjudged. Man was indeed the most talented student he had seen since he became an instructor. He walked up to Man amiably and explained softly, It's okay. You can say whatever you want. It's just a bracelet. It's not a big mistake. Just a bracelet? My bracelet is worth millions. Songji held the broken bracelet in her palm aggrievedly, wishing she could cut Man into pieces. When Instructor Zhang heard the value of this bracelet, his expression changed. So expensive? Is it made of gold? Student Man, you should explain it to this student. After all, it fell from your body. I told you, I didn't steal it or pick it up. As for how it got under my feet, I'm not sure. Man looked at the disdainful people around her mockingly and finally looked at Su Tang meaningfully. At that time, there were only the two of them under the rock climbing wall. Unless that thing had grown long legs and found its way here, Su Tang had deliberately done this. She knew this very well, but she did not intend to expose it. After interacting with Su Tang for so long, Man could see what kind of person she was. That was why she had been calmly letting others discuss her and could not be bothered to defend herself. The commotion here had long attracted the attention of the rostrum. Mu ran over anxiously. He first looked up and down to see if Sherman was injured because of the rock climbing before greeting Instructor Zhang politely. Instructor, I don't think my sister would do such a thing. Someone must have done it deliberately. Songji knew what Shermu looked like when he protected his sister. Just as she was about to pout and retort a little, she saw a familiar figure from the corner of her eye and immediately shouted in surprise, "Cousin, why are you here?" Songji walked to Yizheng's side happily, but she did not dare to get too close. Seeing that he had been staring at Sherman, she immediately added fuel to the fire. "Cousin, Sherman stole my bracelet and broke it. You gave it to me. Sherman is too despicable. It's fine if she usually comes to disturb you, but now she even wants to covet my things. Is that so?" Yizheng curled his thin lips coldly and looked at Sherman frivolously. His voice was low and magnetic. "You covet what I gave someone else?" Huh. Even the instructors present subconsciously held their breaths. Only Sherman looked at him expressionlessly, and what she said shocked everyone. "Are you as narcissistic as your sister?" Yizheng's expression darkened visibly, and the students couldn't help but gasp. Wasn't it rumored that Sherman would chase after Yizheng like a mad dog seeing a meat bone? Why did she seem to despise Yizheng now? Not to mention how shocking Sherman's attitude towards Yizheng was. Even Sherman's recent performance had nothing to do with the trash in the rumors. What else could be believed in the rumors? "What did you say?" Yizheng took a step closer with a cold expression. The surrounding students subconsciously retreated a distance and looked at the confrontation between the two of them in a daze. Sherman was a new student at Castle Academy. Although many people were familiar with her name, very few people had actually seen her, let alone the legendary classic scene of a woman chasing after a man. They did not expect to see such an exciting scene at the end of this painful practical training. The surrounding people immediately did not dare to breathe loudly and quietly acted as background. Sherman narrowed her eyes and stared at his approaching footsteps. Suddenly, she frowned and said in disgust, "I've already explained many times. Are you deaf? If you think I stole it, call the police." Yizheng raised his eyebrows and laughed in anger. Where did this woman get the guts to act like a scoundrel in front of him? Did she think that she could muddle through just because she was a scoundrel? He did not think that the current Sherman would steal a useless bracelet, but he inexplicably wanted to make things difficult for her. He wanted to see if she would have the same stupid expression as before when facing him now. "If you can't prove yourself, then this time." Before Yizheng could finish, Su Tang, who had been hiding behind Sherman, suddenly raised her face and stood up. She said firmly, "I picked it up." As soon as she said this, the gazes that were looking back and forth between the two of them landed on her. Fang Han gritted her teeth and stared at Su Tang's back. She did not expect her to choose to betray her at this time. "Where did you pick it up?" "I picked it up from under the dormitory building." Su Tang insisted that this thing had fallen from her body. She looked up at Songji and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. Whether you believe me or not, this matter really has nothing to do with Sherman." Her disdainful gaze turned into a sharp blade that pierced into her heart with the whispers of the surrounding people. She bit her lower lip to stop herself from crying easily. When she gave up on stuffing the bracelet into Sherman's pocket yesterday, she had already thought of the consequences. The reason why she only stood up to clarify now was that she wanted to wait for Yizheng to appear and not let the two of them have a misunderstanding because of her. Fang Han and Shi Jing's goal was nothing more than to make a fuss about Sherman chasing Yizheng in the past. She just had to admit it. No matter what the consequences were, she was willing to bear them. She was already very satisfied to be able to come to Castle Academy to study. Even if she could not continue in the future, she had nothing to regret, having gotten to know Sherman at the academy. Perhaps everything was predestined. As Su Tang lowered her head, tears welled up in her eyes. The tip of her nose was red, but she refused to cry. It was not until her wrist was grabbed by someone and a force pulled her away from the spot that she looked up in shock. The tears that she was about to not be able to hold back immediately poured out when they met those obviously mocking eyes. "I thought you could hold it in for a long time." Sherman pulled Su Tang behind her and blocked her from the vision of the rest of the people. There was an evil smile on her lips. "Tell me who made you cry yesterday. I'll help you deal with all the threats." You know?" Su Tang rubbed her eyes in disbelief and grabbed Sherman's arm uneasily. "Hey, What are you doing? Do you think just anyone can stand up and take the blame? Songji frowned in confusion and pouted as she stood beside Yizhang coquettishly. Cousin, let's not waste time with them. We might as well arrest them. Yizhang glanced at her coldly and shifted his gaze to Sherman. He asked expressionlessly, "Deal with it?" Fong Han looked at Shi Jing in panic, but the latter had long disappeared from the crowd. It was obvious that Shi Jing had seen that the situation was not right and abandoned her to escape alone. She hurriedly looked at Su Teng again, afraid that she would really expose her. She nervously raised her right hand, which was holding the phone tightly, wondering if she should spread the photos before Su Teng said her name. Found it. Sherman glanced indifferently in someone's direction and moved slightly. Under everyone's gaze, she was so fast that she turned into an afterimage. Then, they heard a plop. Fong Han sat on the ground in fear. Her right hand looked like it was still holding something, but her phone was already in Sherman's hand. No one present, including the instructor, saw Sherman's movements clearly. Only Yizhang kept staring at her crisp movement technique. The girl was no longer wearing clothes in bad taste. She was now draped in a heroic-looking camouflage uniform. She made people fear her just by standing in the crowd made. He shifted his gaze indifferently to her face. From a distance, he could still clearly see the undisguised disgust in the girl's eyes. As if she had found something she had expected, her eyebrows raised slightly, and her lazy, watery eyes instantly became sharp with undisguised killing intent. If Yizhang didn't know Sherman's past, he would definitely think that she was a killer with a well-concealed identity. Is this what made you give up on your studies? The calmer Sherman acted, the more guilty Su Teng felt. She looked away and nodded weakly, her tears falling like pearls. I can't let myself ruin you. It would be a lie to say that Sherman was not moved. Sherman was used to seeing idiots backstabbing their friends just to save their lives. This was the first time she had seen a foolish person like Su Teng. She would rather sacrifice her future to protect a classmate who had nothing to do with her. Clutching the phone, she walked up to Fong Han and looked down at her panic. Who asked you to do this? I don't know what you're talking about. I found these photos online. Fong Han denied it and crawled up to snatch the phone, but she was no match for Sherman. She easily avoided Fong Han's hand and turned to look at Instructor Zhang. We can trace the time at which the photos on this phone were taken. They can be used as evidence, but I can't show them to you. Get a female instructor here. Okay. Zhang Cheng was dizzy from this farce. He was actually stunned by Sherman's aura and forgot that he was the instructor who led the students. Instead, he treated her words as an order and found one of the few female instructors in the army without a word. On the way here, the female instructor had already heard Zhang Cheng tell her about what had happened. She immediately thought of school violence. So much effort had been made to pull her in as a witness, so it must be that the photos could not be made public. She knew what to do. She walked up to Sherman and introduced herself seriously. My name is Yu Ying. I've been an instructor in the army for 5 years. You can trust me. Sherman turned her head to look at Su Teng. After receiving her confirmation, she handed the phone to Yu Ying. At first glance, Yu Ying was so angry that she almost threw the phone when she saw the girl in the photo being pressed to the ground and stripped of her clothes. She barely held back her anger and panted as she looked at the surrounding students. Whose phone is this? Who took these messy photos? Instructor Yu, you don't have to worry about the rest. Sherman took back her phone and looked straight at Yizhang. After watching the commotion for so long, I don't need to explain the ins and outs again, right? Yizhang retracted his gaze indifferently. The smile on his lips deepened, and even his eyes were filled with dense joy. There's no need. Since we've caught them red-handed, we'll hand them over to the president of the student union to bring back to school to deal with. Seeing that the two of them were about to convict her, Fong Han immediately roared indignantly, Why did you take my phone? Aren't you going to pursue the matter of Sherman stealing the bracelet? Songji did not understand what Sherman meant. Seeing that her good friend was suddenly involved, she was a little anxious. Cousin, what's going on? What photo? And what does this have to do with Fong Han? At this point, anyone with a discerning eye could actually tell who was right and who was wrong, but there would always be someone like Songji who wanted to grab hold of Sherman and not let her go. She had to distinguish the matter clearly before she was willing to stop. Yi Zhang had not looked at Song Ji from the beginning to the end. When he heard her question, he could not be bothered to look at her. His cold eyes landed on Su Tang, and he said calmly, "Explain." Su Tang nodded and obediently recounted what had happened yesterday. Just as she was about to mention Shi Jing, she was suddenly interrupted by Fang Han. "Enough. I did it. Okay? I picked up the bracelet. I knew that it belonged to Song Ji at that time, so I thought of this. I did it alone." Su Tang opened her mouth speechlessly. When she saw Sherman's cold expression, she slowly shut her mouth and did not say anything else. For Fang Han to take all the responsibility at this moment, Shi Jing might have had something on her. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, Shi Jing could only be considered an accomplice. Even if she said it, she would probably have a way to quibble. In the end, Shi Jing was Sherman's sister. She should not talk too much at this time and involve another person. It was not until she heard with her own ears that Fang Han had done so much that Songji suddenly understood. After glaring at her resentfully, she waved her hand in annoyance. "Forget it. I won't pursue the matter of the bracelet. Let's end this matter here. I'm afraid it's not up to Miss Songji now." After Shi Mu heard Su Tang's words, he instructed the members of the student union to bring Fang Han back to the office. Then, he looked at Yi Zhang and said angrily, "There should be an explanation for your cousin criticizing my sister in public, right?" Everyone originally thought that Yi Zhang would protect Song Ji, but they did not expect him to leave the rock climbing venue as if it had nothing to do with him with a cold sentence. "Do whatever you want." Song Ji thought that victory was in her hands this time, and that Sherman would be in the wrong for once. Unexpectedly, she became the target of public criticism again. Her eyes immediately turned red from grievance. In front of the entire grade, she said "I'm sorry" aggrievedly and covered her face as she ran back to the dormitory. The farce finally ended, and the rock climbing competition came to a close. Sherman was naturally the undisputed champion. Holding the useless certificate, she and Su Tang walked into the canteen to eat. After personally witnessing Sherman's attitude towards Yi Zhang, almost no students in Castle Academy dared to provoke her anymore. Putting aside the fact that she had once chased after a man, what they knew of Sherman's family background, appearance, and ruthless deeds in Class F was enough for them to completely recognize reality. Sherman was someone none of them could afford to offend. Even Song Ji, who had always considered herself Yi Zhang's cousin, had to apologize to her in public. It could be seen what the consequences would be if this matter fell on them. Sherman stood at the end of the line with a tray with a cold expression. The students in front immediately avoided her and Su Tang. The students of Class F seemed to be avoiding the plague. They wished they could get as far away from her as possible so that she wouldn't remember the times when they rolled their eyes at her and seek trouble with them. Chunwei used to follow Fang Han. Now that he saw Sherman, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. Thinking that he was still going against her during the past few days of training, he immediately braced himself and leaned in front of her. "Sister man, what do you want to eat? I'll get you food. Just sit here and wait." "Oh?" Sherman's lips twitched with a fake smile. She turned around and looked down at Su Tang. "Are you willing to let him get you food?" Su Tang glanced at Chunwei, who was always bullying her. She pouted and shook her head reluctantly. Sherman immediately looked at Chunwei in disgust. "Get lost." Chunwei was stunned for a moment. He looked at Su Tang and hurriedly ran away with his plate as he refreshed his impression of Su Tang. It seemed that if he wanted to build a good relationship with Sherman in the future, he had to please Su Tang first. Sherman and Su Tang had just sat down after scooping the food when the uninvited guest strode over and sat in the empty seat opposite. Sherman ignored him and couldn't even be bothered to look up. It was Su Tang who timidly called him Brother E, preventing his face from turning as dark as the bottom of a pot. "I haven't had the chance to ask you where you learned your skills." Yi Zhang didn't waste his breath on her and went straight to the point. Sherman slowly took a sip of soup before looking up and asking curiously, "Why should I tell you?" Yi Zhang smiled instead of being angry. Seeing her put the egg in Su Tang's bowl into her mouth, he frowned and said unhappily, "The two of you are very close." Sherman chewed the egg in her mouth speechlessly, wishing she could pry open the male protagonist's brain and see what was inside. Why had she gained favorability with the female protagonist for no reason? Wasn't it because he was too incompetent as the male protagonist? He always disappeared at the critical moment, making her to save his woman again and again. Now, she had only eaten an egg from Su Tang, but he was still being sarcastic. How ridiculous. Man rolled her eyes and swallowed the egg. She deliberately mocked. Not bad. Not as close as the two of you. Man, Brother E and I are really not what you think. Su Tang was about to explain when Man picked up a steamed bun and stuffed it into her mouth. You don't have to explain. I don't want to hear it. Yizheng stopped smiling and stared at her coldly and distantly. Even if you don't want to hear it, I have to say that the engagement between the two of us hasn't been annulled. Before that, I won't engage in anything I shouldn't do with any woman. This is my duty. Man did not want to get involved in the relationship between the male and female leads. It was not easy for the two of them to appear at the same time. They should take the opportunity to develop their relationship. Why did they run to her and were in a hurry to cut ties between each other? As you please. Man ate the food in a few bites before putting down her chopsticks and looking at him seriously. If this marriage contract that was wrong from the beginning has already caused such a huge obstacle to your search for happiness, I think we should cancel it as soon as possible. The families of both parties did not say anything about this matter, and it was delayed until now. Moreover, the male lead had personally come to her to hint at her. She could take advantage of the situation. It would be best if she could finalize the date of the annulment now, so that they could relax. Yi Zheng's expression darkened. He looked at the face opposite him, which was no longer filled with a fawning smile. Now, she only knew how to treat him with a distant and repulsed expression. She kept saying that she wanted to cut ties with him, but the more she acted like this, the more he wanted to investigate her feelings for him. Moreover, she was filled with mysteries now. If he could not figure out her secret, he would not cancel the marriage so easily. I don't have time now. We'll talk about this later. Yizheng left the canteen with a straight face as if he didn't want to discuss it anymore. The last day of practical training was the human wall segment. This event was not a competition, but a test to see if the students could work together. Legend had it that in wartime, in order to survive, the men on this side of the city wall spontaneously stood in a row under the wall, letting the trapped old people, women, and children step on their shoulders so that they could get to the other side of the city wall. Using their flesh and blood to forge a ladder to survival, they saved tens of thousands of innocent lives. The Army's chief instructor stood on the 4-meter-tall city wall and looked down at the students lined up below. His voice was thick and powerful. Students, I know you were born in peacetime and don't understand the cruelty of war very well, but now that you've come to the practical base, it's my duty as an officer to fill your knowledge gaps about the war. He raised his hand and pointed at the ground under his feet, shouting heroically, where you are standing now, there has been the blood of countless seniors. If the war starts immediately, and getting to the other side of the city wall is the only possibility for you to survive, will you choose to wait for death or not give up any hope and save others with your flesh and blood? I know that many people might only want to save their own lives. Then I have to tell you very cruelly that the only way to get to the other side of the city wall is to step on your companion's shoulders and use their chance of survival to exchange for yours. It was rare for the instructor to give a wake-up call to the students who usually only cared about burying their heads in their books and chasing after the rankings. They were used to living a pampered life and would never think for others or suffer easily. But now, when they looked at the familiar faces of the people around them, they could suddenly put themselves in the other party's shoes and think about living or sacrificing. The chief instructor looked at their thoughtful expressions in satisfaction. He changed the topic and impassionedly mobilized their morale. But I believe that the students of Castle Academy will not give up on any student until the last moment. Now, I'll give you this only wall that can lead to survival. I hope that in the end, every student can successfully climb over the wall. As soon as the instructor finished speaking, inspiring music suddenly resounded throughout the venue. The sound of artillery fire suddenly sounded from behind. The timid students were so frightened that they screamed. They seemed to have been thrown into the real battlefield the moment the music sounded. Students, don't be afraid. Someone's loud voice made the panicked students in the venue quiet down. After a short silence, The boys of Castle Academy looked at one another. Unexpectedly, they spontaneously rushed to the foot of the city wall and were willing to be the wall at the bottom. The sound of the guns gradually became hurried behind them. Dust gradually rose, and thick fog filled the entire venue. Su Tang grabbed Sherman's sleeve nervously and looked up at her in fear. "What should we do, man? Are we really going up? Are you afraid?" Sherman held her hand and rushed to the edge of the city wall with her, carrying her to the shoulder of the wall. Su Tang's body trembled in fear. Her fingers clung to the cold and damp wall. The boy who rushed to the city wall grabbed her hand and pushed her up. Sherman glanced at Chinwei in front of her and smiled without mockery for the first time. "I'm sorry. I'll pull you up later. Hurry up and go up. Sister Man, you're welcome. Please step on me as much as you want." Chinwei had just endured the weight of a person. At this moment, his shoulder hurt badly, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. Sherman adjusted her strength and did not place all her weight on him alone. She nimbly climbed up the city wall and turned around to follow Su Tang and the others to pick up the student who had climbed up the city wall. The students at the bottom endured a few stomps and could not help but look ferocious as they gritted their teeth. The cold sweat on their foreheads flowed into their stuffy clothes, but no one was willing to say anything. Sherman frowned and could tell that they were in a bad state. She stood on the city wall and said loudly, "Give me your hands and I'll pull you up." "Sherman, what are you trying to do? How strong can a woman like you be?" The boy below was stimulated and gritted his teeth to send another girl up. "How can you talk to my sister man like that? Darn it, if you don't switch, I won't switch either." Chinwei rolled up his sleeves and grabbed a thin female classmate. He bent down and said, "Come on. What are you waiting for? I'm a man. I won't die." The female classmate was already afraid of the current atmosphere. Her eyes turned red when she was caught off guard by his roar. She crawled onto his body with her hands and feet, and her legs almost slipped several times. The sound of artillery fire was endless, and dust covered every pure and white face. Sparks began to spread from the surroundings of the venue to the center, and smoke suddenly rushed into everyone's noses. "Is there a need to be so serious? Do you want to burn us to death?" A student's eyes were bloodshot from the smoke. He grabbed the arm of the human wall in front of him and forcefully pushed her up. "If you can't, get lost. It's my turn." One after another, the students reacted. This was no longer a simple practical training. The dust and fog in the air were getting thicker. If this dragged on for too long, they might really be in danger. The girl, who was still in a daze behind the human wall, was suddenly grabbed by the arm and pushed onto the shoulder of the person in front of her. "Why are you in a daze? Do you want to die?" On the city wall, Su Tang and another boy pulled a student up. The thick smoke choked her lungs and she couldn't help but bend down and cough. "Move away first. Leave this to me." Sherman pushed her out without thinking. According to the chief instructor, as long as they got to the other side of the city wall, they could survive. As long as Su Tang went down to the other side of the city wall, she would be safe. Man. Su Tang held her hand firmly, her soft eyes filled with unfamiliar ruthlessness. "I'll accompany you. Can anyone help me? Please." Outside the city wall, another student climbed up, but because there were not enough people on the wall, he was left on the spot. Chinwei, who was supporting him, felt that his shoulder blades were about to be crushed by him, but he still persisted and swallowed. He gritted his teeth and didn't even have the strength to care about the sweat flowing into his eyes. "Darn, sister man, hurry up. I can't hold on anymore." Sherman did not have the time to persuade Su Tang to leave. She could only let Su Tang stay with her. The two of them pulled the student hanging on the city wall up. Chinwei finally lost his burden and fell to the ground, no longer having the strength to stand up. "Chinwei." Du Ming stood behind him hesitantly and clenched his fists. "I'll send you up. You can't hold on anymore." Chinwei got up and wiped the sweat off his face. He nodded heavily. "All right." Time passed minute by minute. More and more students gathered on the other side of the city wall. Those who were strong would take the initiative to replace the students on the city wall. Those who were weak stared fixedly at the commotion above, hoping that this practical training would end quickly. There was no need for anyone to give commands in the venue. The students could finally climb the city wall in an orderly manner. The human wall changed wave after wave. The students in charge of receiving them on the wall mechanically held pairs of hands and brought them to the other students above. Suddenly, there was an explosion at the edge of the venue. Sherman frowned and looked over. Through the thick smoke, she acutely saw that a circle of small bombs on the outer edge was being detonated one by one. The students standing nearby were affected by the tremor and fell forward uncontrollably. "Why are you still standing there? Come over quickly," Chinwei urged anxiously on the city wall. He wished he could jump down and throw those people onto the city wall. Shi Jing and a few students were so frightened that their bodies were trembling. They hurriedly got up from the ground and pushed through the crowd to rush towards the human wall crazily, squeezing into the orderly queue in front. "Let me go up. I don't want to be here anymore. I've had enough." Shi Jing stepped on the thigh used to support her body in a panic and looked up at the wall pleadingly. She was caught off guard and met Sherman's cold eyes. As if someone had splashed a basin of cold water on her head, she retracted her foot in shock and gritted her teeth to pull the girl back. "I'll take the back. You guys go first." Her rationality finally overcame her panic. Shi Jing closed her eyes and silently retreated to the back of the team. Now that all the students in the school were watching, she could not embarrass herself. This interlude was quickly forgotten. The students in front were still in order as if they were real soldiers who had been trained thousands of times. There were fewer and fewer students left under the wall. Finally, it was Shi Jing's turn. She looked at the exhausted classmate in front of her and stood on his shoulder without any delay. She raised her hand and reached out to Sherman. A pair of cold hands suddenly pulled her back. Shi Jing couldn't help but look up and see Sherman pulling her up with a serious expression. Her eyes were cold as if she had just pulled a corpse up. Shi Jing patted the dust off her body and rolled her eyes. "Saving me really disgusts you. You're thinking too much." Sherman continued to reach out to scoop up the next person. She took the time to reply, "It's just that you don't deserve to die." Shi Jing was stunned. She suddenly curled her lips and sneered, as if this was the only way to suppress the throbbing in her heart. "I won't thank you. I won't let you off in the future." Sherman glanced at her indifferently and said casually, "If you want to die, go ahead." The smoke of the battlefield made everyone's eyes red. In her days, Shi Jing actually saw a completely unfamiliar ruthless girl through Sherman. Soon, there was only one person left below the city wall. But this became everyone's problem. The city wall was too high, and it was impossible to pull him up without anyone else supporting him below. Sister Man Shinwei thought about it seriously and suggested, "Why don't I borrow a rope from the instructor?" "No need." Sherman looked at Su Tang and Shinwei and said calmly, "You just have to hold on to me tightly later." Man, what are you doing?" Su Tang grabbed her hand worriedly and realized that a wound had appeared on her usually fair and tender palm. "You're bleeding. There's too much dust here. Be careful of infection. I'll take you to the infirmary to deal with it." Su Tang didn't dare touch her hand again. Instead, she took her arm and tried to pull her down the city wall. "I'm fine. It's just a small injury." Sherman looked at the edge of the venue. Seeing that the miniature bomb that had been set up in advance was about to explode at the foot of the city wall, she jumped onto the edge of the city wall and hooked her knee tightly onto the wall, hanging upside down. On the rostrum, Shermu couldn't help but stand up in fear. The city wall was more than 4 meters tall. If Sherman accidentally fell, adopting such a posture was no different from taking the initiative to die. "Stop. Stop quickly." He rushed to the commander, Chief crazily, trying to use the Shi family's power to end this training in advance. "There's no hurry." Yizhang looked at the girl hanging upside down on the wall with certainty. He knew Sherman's strength better than anyone, but for some reason, his heart was still in his throat. However, this nervousness had long been hidden by his coldness. "If anything happens to my sister because of this training, I won't let any of you off." Shermu glared at Yizhang fiercely, his fists clenched by his sides. On the city wall, everyone held their breaths because of Sherman's actions. Man. Su Tang was the first to react. She pounced on her in shock and hugged her waist, so frightened that tears flowed out. "Sister Man, let me help you." After Chinwei pounced over to help her stabilize her legs, Sherman reached out and grabbed the hands of the last person under the wall. The veins on her arms bulged, and a powerful force erupted from her waist. Finally, with everyone's combined efforts, she successfully helped the last student cross the city wall. Seeing that his training goal had been achieved, the chief instructor immediately ordered the removal of all the simulated combat equipment and the bombs. The dust gradually dissipated, revealing the blue sky. The sunlight shone on everyone for a long time, letting these students, who had been pampered since they were born, realize for the first time how rare and beautiful peace was. The chief instructor clapped his hands and stood on the rostrum in relief. He praised, as expected of students of Castle Academy, "You used the shortest time since the launch of the organization's practical training to complete this mission efficiently. Every one of you will become the pride of the future motherland." Joy filled every face after surviving a calamity. This practical training made people see many things clearly. The most outstanding student was Sherman. Her final decisiveness on the city wall was deeply engraved in everyone's minds. Later on, when the students mentioned Sherman, they would always think of her bravery and courage that day. No one would associate her with the title of trash anymore. Instead, they would worship her from the bottom of their hearts. The practical training ended successfully with everyone working together. Before packing up and returning to school, Shermu ran to the dormitory to look for her in fear. He held her hand and saw the wound on it. His heart ached so much that his eyes turned red. "Sister, if I had known this would happen, I would have brought you home yesterday. Why are you bringing me home?" Sherman put away her backpack and looked at him in confusion. "It's quite interesting. If only I could have simulated combat training." Thinking of the advanced guns in their hands during military training, Sherman felt envious. Unfortunately, she could not touch such good weapons casually. If she wanted it, she could only try her luck in the black market or extort them from Yizheng. Thinking of that man, Sherman asked casually, "Where's Yizheng? Has he left? You care about him?" Shermu frowned as if she was talking about the Sher family's irreconcilable enemy. He disliked Yizheng 100 times now, and was afraid that his sister would still be reluctant to part with him. He really could not understand how such a cold-blooded man was worthy of his precious sister's love. He was not worthy of their Sher family's treasure at all. Su Tang paused in her packing and stiffened her body as she pricked up her ears to listen to her answer. Sherman did not expect her casual words to make the two of them react so strongly. She smiled awkwardly and carried her bag. "Why should I care about him? Didn't the two of you have a conflict on the rostrum just now?" "Sister." Shermu immediately turned his grief and indignation into relief and gratitude. He pounced on Sherman and hugged her shoulder tightly. He said pitifully, "So you didn't forget to pay attention to me at such a dangerous time. I didn't dote on you in vain. When we go back, I'll treat you to king crab." "Sure." Sherman smiled. When she saw Su Tang smiling quietly, she suddenly said, "Are you coming to my house?" "Huh." Su Tang looked up at her in a daze. Seeing the surprise in her eyes, Sherman's lips curled into shallow dimples. "Okay, I'm very willing." Man, aren't you very?" Shermu swallowed his words. When she defended Su Tang that day, he could tell that Sherman would no longer target Su Tang because of Yizheng. Was this another confirmation that his sister really did not have a good impression of Yizheng? At the thought that his sister was no longer sad and jealous of other women, Shermu was in a good mood. He smiled brightly and said, "This is the first time Man has invited her friend to our house to play. If our family finds out, they will definitely be very happy. It's good that I won't disturb you." Su Tang lowered her head shyly, a blush flashing across her face. The word friend fell into her heart, making her savor it repeatedly in joy. "Take my car later. Don't squeeze into the bus. Let's go home for dinner. I'll call and order seafood now." Shermu was a man of action. He was not willing to wait at all. He took his phone and left the dormitory to arrange dinner. "Let's go." Sherman looked calm, but her heart was already in turmoil. She had yet to recover from the invitation she blurted out. She did not like to be too close to others. Friends were undoubtedly a moving weakness for her, but her current life was different from before. Perhaps she could try to accept someone into her life. Her thoughtful gaze did not leave Su Tang for a moment, making Su Tang blush and nod shyly. All right, thank you for making me your good friend. Is there a need to thank me? Sherman asked seriously. She thought that being good friends was the closest relationship between two people who were not related by blood, but she did not know that one had to thank another for being a good friend. Su Tang was stunned by her question, then shook her head in amusement. No need. I'm too polite. Sherman smiled and walked out of the dormitory with Su Tang. For the first time, she knew how wonderful it was to have a good friend she could trust. The two of them sat side by side in the back seat of Shermu's car. Along the way, Shermu asked about Su Tang's situation in detail. After confirming that she really would not pose any threat to his sister, he let down his guard and warmly accepted her. At the entrance of the practical base and in front of the bus, Shi Jing clenched her fists angrily and watched as Sherman and the other two got into the car and left. If not for Fong Han's lousy idea that caused her to be chased out of the Shi family, the person who could leave with Shermu openly would have been her, and not Su Tang, who had no status. Jing, why do I seem to see Shermu and Sherman leave together? Aren't you going with them? Shi Jing's deskmate looked curious, but she actually leaned towards Shi Jing and asked loudly. Shi Jing glanced at her without changing her expression and said calmly, I still have something on tonight. A driver will send me back later. Oh. She deliberately dragged out the word meaningfully and rolled her eyes at Shi Jing in disdain. She turned around and walked into the bus. There was quite a commotion here. Many students heard their conversation and looked at Shi Jing strangely. The reason they accepted Shi Jing was all because of her relationship with Shermu. However, if her status in the Shi family was insignificant, there was no need for them to coax her and play with her. Of course, Shi Jing knew what they were thinking. She had to do her utmost to maintain her expression of indifference. She raised her head proudly and walked into the bus to find an empty seat to sit down. Sitting beside her was a little girl with a baby face. The young lady's name was Bai Yao. Due to her delicate appearance, she had always been quite popular in class. Many boys would more or less favor her. She lifted the hair at her temples and turned to look at the frustrated Shi Jing with a faint smile. Sister Jing, you'll become old and ugly if you keep frowning. My mother said so. The Bai family was considered an elite family in G-City. Their strength was average. Although they were not the richest family like the Shi family, they were still a family that did not lack money to spend. The daughter they raised was fair and tender, and she looked like an innocent little princess. The little princess spoke to her seriously, making it difficult for Shi Jing to vent her anger on her. She could only swallow her anger and say perfunctorily, I understand. I'll be careful. You're really obedient. Fortunately, you learned to be smarter this time. Bai Yao leaned closer to Shi Jing and said slowly in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Otherwise, Fong Han wouldn't be the only one who got into trouble. Shi Jing widened her eyes in shock and looked at her. She saw Bai Yao smiling innocently. She retreated a little and tilted her head to look at her. Am I right, Sister Shi Jing? At the Shi family, Shun Xian hugged Sherman lovingly and stroked the top of her head gently. My poor baby, you suffered in that place. If I had known, I would have let you enter school after the practical training. Isn't it good to train? Shi Zhong didn't want his wife to be sad, so he quickly hugged her from behind and comforted her softly. You can't wait for our baby to suffer more, right? Shin Xian glared at him and punched his chest. This is the last baby I gave birth to. If you don't dote on her, I'll ignore you again. I was wrong, honey. Shi Zhong did not dare to go against her. He quickly hugged her and coaxed her until she smiled. Shermu coughed awkwardly. When his parents were done, he took a step aside and revealed Su Tang, who was hiding behind him. Dad, Mom, Man even brought her classmate back to play this time. Man has a good friend. Shin Xian immediately forgot about that unhappiness and looked at the door excitedly. However, her gaze suddenly stopped when she saw Su Tang's face. Shin Xian frowned and examined Su Tang seriously. If she remembered correctly, wasn't this girl the one who was placed in the Yi family? Was she actually brought back by Man herself? Didn't Man hate her the most in the past and think of ways to target her? Glancing at Sherman's wooden face, Shun Xian's heart skipped a beat. Her intuition told her that this might be a trap set by her daughter. Did Man want to bring her home to torture her? She looked at Shi Zhong and coughed lightly. She probed carefully, Man. You know who she is, right? I know. Shi Man looked at her mother strangely, not understanding why she asked such a question. Shen Xian's heart skipped a beat again. She continued to probe, Man, Mom supports all your decisions, but since we're going to cancel the engagement with the Yi family, do we have to bring her home? Don't you like me bringing my friend back? Shi Man looked at Shen Xian thoughtfully. Could it be that she was taking into account Su Tang and Yi Zheng's identities and was unwilling to let her come to the house? Friend? Shen Xian was shocked by this form of address. This was the first time she had heard this status from her daughter. She immediately glared at Su Tang in surprise. Are you saying that you've already become friends? Yes. Shi Man nodded factly. Looking at her shocked expression, she suddenly realized something and shook her head helplessly with a smile. My friendship with Su Tang has nothing to do with Yi Zheng. That's good. Shen Xian heaved a sigh of relief. She smiled kindly and took Su Tang's hand to sit on the sofa. How did you become friends with Man? Auntie, we're in the same class. I'm Man's deskmate. Su Tang introduced herself politely to Shen Xian. This was the first time she had come to the Shi family. She was very happy to be brought home by Shi Man as her best friend. I see. Shen Xian held her hand kindly and asked her many questions about Shi Man in school. Speaking of this practical training, Su Tang even told her about Shi Man taking care of her. Shen Xian's eyelids twitched when she heard this. No matter what, she could not link the helpful girl she mentioned to her daughter. Seeing that Shen Xian did not believe what she heard, Shi took out his phone and pulled up the video he took of the human wall challenge. He showed her Shi Man's performance from the beginning to the end and the magnificent feat at the end. This time, not only was Shen Xian shocked, but even Shi Zhong stared at his daughter in disbelief. He never expected his daughter, who was always unruly and domineering and caused trouble every day, to do such a righteous thing at the critical moment. To be fair, even if it was Shi Zhong himself, he might not have had the courage to do something like hanging from the city wall under such urgent circumstances. It turned out that his daughter had really grown up. Shi Zhong smiled in relief. His eyes turned red uncontrollably, and his arm that was hugging Shen Xian trembled slightly. Shen Xian hugged Shi Man happily and refused to let go. Her daughter was becoming more and more outstanding. As a mother, she was undoubtedly relieved, although her heart ached. If possible, she would rather Shi Man be unruly and willful for the rest of her life. Anyway, she would always have her daughter's back. Man is indeed very powerful. If not for her this time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to endure the practical training. Su Tang was telling the truth. The content of the practical training the previous time was actually similar to military training. As long as she endured it, she would be able to survive. However, this time, in terms of strength and content, it was at a higher level. If not for Shi Man, she might really hide under the blanket and cry every day. Shen Xian happily hugged her phone and watched Shi Man's video repeatedly. She even proudly sent a copy of the video to Yi Zheng's parents to let them see how blind their son was. When the other three brothers entered the living room, they saw their beautiful mother sitting on the sofa holding her phone and smiling foolishly. Beside her were their sister and an unfamiliar girl. Su Tang? Sure, you saw who it was, and his expression suddenly darkened. Shi quickly walked over and explained on Shi Man's behalf. Only then did the few of them heave a sigh of relief. They sat around Shi Man and asked about her well-being. Shi sized Shi Man up and suddenly frowned. He picked up her hand and stared at the wound on her palm. He asked with heartache, "How did this happen? Man, why didn't you say that you were injured?" Shen Xian immediately called a servant to treat Shi Man's wound. Shi punched the sofa in self-reproach. Just now, he had been too enthralled watching his sister's exciting performance. He had actually carelessly forgotten that his sister was injured. What an incompetent brother he was. Shi picked up his phone and looked at the recording. When he saw the last scene, he couldn't help but sigh. Silly sister, it's too dangerous for you to do this. You're not allowed to do this in the future. Sister, you're really too cool. He hugged Shi Man's shoulder and praised her from the bottom of his heart. If this action was in a movie, I can guarantee that you would definitely be praised as a goddess. Sister, why don't you enter the entertainment industry with me to act? What's so good about the entertainment industry? Sister, why don't you take over the position of the president of my student union first? Shermu pushed Shurhi away and promoted himself actively. Seeing the two of them promote themselves to Sherman the way vendors sold cabbages, Su Tang looked at Sherman enviously and was really happy for her. In her heart, Sherman deserved the best. Stop looking at me like that. I'll get very annoyed. Sherman pretended to be troubled and held her forehead. Although her brothers doted on her, they were too noisy. When the four of them spoke together, there was simply no peace when they were jealous of one another. Su Tang couldn't help but laugh and say sincerely, I finally know why Man is so outstanding. Your family is really good. Su Tang had lost her biological parents at a young age. She had been raised by her uncle's family. Her aunt was kind and treated her very well, but her life was very tight. The family often had to work tirelessly every day to make a living. In order to be able to afford her favorite beef and seafood during the new year, her uncle would even work 3 jobs a day and only sleep 3 to 4 hours a day. He supported a large family with his meager salary. Her heart ached for her uncle and aunt's hard work. She had never dared to hope that she could go to university one day, but she did not expect such an opportunity to have been given to her with the lives of all her loved ones in exchange. What are you thinking about? Sherman, he supported a large family with his meager salary. Her heart ached for her uncle and aunt's hard work. She had never dared to hope that she could go to university one day, but she did not expect such an opportunity to have been given to her with the lives of all her loved ones in exchange. What are you thinking about? Nothing. I'm sorry. I was distracted. You like to apologize. Sherman turned around and stared at her seriously. Have you let me down in so many areas? Don't talk nonsense. Su Tang blushed and smiled. She pursed her lips and stammered, then I won't say it again. You also don't have to thank me for the things I do. That's for the best. It's simple and convenient to communicate. Sherman raised her eyebrows and pulled her to the table to sit down. Afraid that she would be embarrassed to eat, she put on gloves and personally took the fattest piece of crab meat and placed it on her plate. Try it. I think it's quite fresh. Su Tang put on her gloves, picked up the crab meat, and ate it in small bites. Her fair face was dyed pink by the warm atmosphere. It's indeed delicious. I've never eaten such a big crab. Then you can come often in the future. Shermu peeled the crab meat for the two of them enthusiastically. To him, as long as his sister was happy, he was willing to accommodate what she loved and treat her best friend generously. Su Tang smiled and thanked him softly. Not to be outdone, sure he also fought to peel crab meat for Sherman. Seeing the two of them compete childishly, the others shook their heads helplessly and let these two clowns do whatever they wanted. After the meal, the family was sitting on the sofa chatting to digest their food when Butler Chi suddenly walked in with a strange expression and interrupted the relaxed and warm atmosphere. Master, madam, Yi Zhang is here. The car is already parked outside. Should we let him in? What is he doing here? Shermu felt angry when he heard his name. He stood up impulsively and pointed in the direction of the door. Close the door and let him go home. I'm annoyed when I see him. Shermu, shut up. Shi Zhong berated his son coldly. He looked up at Butler Chi and said, Invite him in. Dad. Shermu was dissatisfied and wanted to accuse Yi Zhang of being indifferent to Sherman on the rostrum, but Shiryu raised his hand to stop him. He's from the Yi family. It's not good to not let him in. Besides, he raised his chin slightly and pointed at the girl beside Sherman. I'm afraid he's here to bring her back. Yi Zhang was wearing a black suit and a black coat. After entering, he took off his coat and handed it to Butler Chi for safekeeping. Then, he nodded politely at Xin Xian and Shi Zhong. Uncle Shi, Aunt Shun. I took the liberty to visit and brought a small gift. I hope you like it. He turned his head and glanced at his assistant. Tangji immediately took a step forward and handed over an elegantly decorated black box that was lined with gold. CEO Shi, Mrs. Shun, this is an emerald ornament that my master especially got someone to find. Please take a look. There's no need to take a look. Yi Zhang is very considerate. Xin Xian waved her hand and asked Butler Chi to accept the things. She lazily picked up the teacup and took a sip before saying calmly, Sit. What Xin Xian meant was what Shi Zhong meant. Yi Zhang lowered his eyes and sat opposite her respectfully. His gaze swept across Sherman, who was drinking tea expressionlessly. He suddenly smiled and said, "Man-Man's performance today is very outstanding. She's very different from before. Our Man-Man has always been very outstanding, but some people are too blind and delayed my Man-Man for no reason." Shermu simply didn't like him and couldn't help but scold him. Yizhang pursed his lips and stopped talking. Shiryu coughed lightly and glared at Shermu. He smiled and said, "Are you here to bring Miss Su Teng back?" "Not entirely." Yizhang did not take Shermu's words to heart. He still maintained a faint smile on his lips. "I came this time because I haven't visited Uncle Shi and Aunt Shan in a long time. I should come and visit. Yizhang, we've watched you grow up and know your personality. However, you have to know that Sherman is our Shi family's treasure. We can't let anyone bully her easily." Shinxian looked calm, but her words were filled with warning. Yizhang understood and nodded. "Aunt Shun, don't worry. I won't mistreat Man-Man." Shinxian thought that he would say something about the annulment, but she did not expect him to agree. She looked at Shi Zhong in confusion. Hiss. Shermu's hair stood on end from Yizhang's words tonight. He couldn't help but shiver. "Stop, stop, stop. Yizhang, don't tell me you've suddenly changed. Didn't you address my sister using her full name in the past?" Sure, you also found it strange. He had the best relationship with Yizhang and had never seen Yizhang call a girl by her nickname so intimately. Could it be that he didn't want to cancel the engagement with Man-Man? If he was sincere, sure you would naturally be happy to see it happen. However, if he had other motives, sure you would not let him treat his precious sister as a chess piece. Yizhang, the person my sister is going to marry in the future must sincerely love her. Do you understand? Yizhang glanced at Sherman, who looked like she had nothing to do with him, and smiled deeply. I understand. Sherman held her forehead speechlessly. She put down her teacup and glared at him. It's too late. Like I said, I want to. All right, it's getting late. I'll leave first. Yizhang stood up and bid farewell to Shi Zhong and Shinxian before Sherman could finish. He took the coat from Butler Qi and placed it in the crook of his arm. He looked at Sherman meaningfully and left with Su Tang. When the car arrived outside the Yi family's door, Tangja glanced at his master through the rearview mirror and frowned slightly. Miss Su, please go in first. Su Tang did not dare to ask about Yizhang and nodded obediently. Then I'll go in first. Brother Yi, rest early. Yizhang was unmoved and sat indifferently in the back seat. It was not until she got out of the car and opened the door, allowing a cold wind to blow in, that his body trembled imperceptibly. Master, your poison is acting up again. Although there was nothing abnormal about Yizhang from his performance, Tangja could still deduce his physical condition from the details. He asked worriedly, why don't I inform Immaculate now and get them to prepare to give you acupuncture? Arrange it for tomorrow night. Sherman had just returned home from practical training today and should rest well for the night. He endured another burning pain in his body and felt a little better. Tangja quickly got out of the car and opened the door. He took the coat and draped it over his shoulder. Master, I'll heat up today's medicine for you. You can sleep after drinking it. Yes. Yizhang walked through the door without changing his expression. He suddenly thought of something and stopped in his tracks. Have you done a stocktake of the firearms brought back from the army? Yes, I have. Tangja nodded and reported the statistics. He frowned and asked, Master, how do you plan to deal with it? Yizhang suddenly thought of the silver-carved pistol he had seen on the surveillance camera that day and the girl's valiant figure. He raised his hand and fiddled with the golden jade ring on his thumb. He said calmly, I'll give them all to Immaculate. Master? Tangja did not expect Yizhang to be willing to part with this batch of precious firearms. Although they had promised to hand over a fixed number of firearms to Immaculate on time every month, it did not have to be this batch. Yizhang had gone through a lot of trouble to get this. So it was for Sherman? The next day was a rest day. Sherman had nothing to do. So she left the Shi family and came to the stronghold where she had first encountered Sean and the others to see what they were doing. Before she could walk into the factory, she was shocked by the ear-piercing screams inside. She kicked open the door angrily and looked coldly at the men making noise inside. When Sean saw her, he hurriedly went up to her with his lackeys. Boss, I was about to get someone to invite you. See what treasure that person sent us. What made you so excited? Sherman glared at them unhappily before casually looking at the boxes in the middle of the factory. They must be the batch of ordnance they had agreed on previously. What was there to be excited about? She had seen those things before. Although they were of high quality, they were not rare items. If she wanted them, she could also obtain them. This is? Sherman picked up a standard sniper rifle in surprise and skillfully removed the magazine to play with it in her hand. Isn't this the Army's special armament? Did they send these over? Yes, they completed the handover with us this morning. They still want you to treat their boss again tonight. Sean was overjoyed. Once again, he felt that the decision to acknowledge Sherman as their boss was very wise. If not for Sherman, they would not have had the chance to touch this batch of firearms in their lives. Then prepare yourself. Wear a mask and follow me tonight. Don't let anyone get on my trail. Sherman felt that this matter was too strange. The batch of firearms she wanted was far more basic than these. There was no need for Yizheng to especially give her this gift. One who was solicitous out of the blue was definitely up to no good. She was worried that Yizheng wanted to take this opportunity to make her lower her guard and uncover her true identity. She did not want to cause trouble for herself. She could not wait to cut ties with Yizheng. I know, boss. If they dare to harm you, I'll be the first to stand up and fight them to the death. Sean smiled foolishly with his bald head. He had always been like this. He was loyal and bold. Otherwise, Sherman would not have kept them until now. That's right, boss. Don't worry, we will definitely protect you well. The other mercenaries expressed their determination. Now that they had this batch of firearms, would they have to worry about not being able to unify M-City? If their strength could expand further, the brothers would live a good life in the future and never lick blood at the tip of a knife again. With just you? Sherman threw a wet blanket on them. Even if you attack me together, I won't take you seriously. How dare you say you want to protect me? Well, we're indeed far inferior to Boss. Sean scratched his head in embarrassment. Although Boss was not an ordinary person, it was not glorious to say that a few men had lost to a weak-looking little girl. Seeing that they had put away their smug expressions and looked a little ashamed, Sherman sat back at the head of the table and said calmly, "So in order for you to do your respective jobs in the future, I want to train your skills from now on. With Sean as the leader, you have to undergo physical training every day according to the plan. I have a set of punitive measures for those who don't pass. If you want to try, feel free to slack off. Boss, are you going to teach us your skills personally?" Sean looked at his brothers in surprise and turned to Sherman. He would do anything to please her. Don't worry. As long as you don't hesitate to teach us, we will definitely learn from you and not embarrass you. That's good. Sherman took out a plan sheet from her bag and handed it to Sean. Your daily training content is written in detail. I'll come and check from time to time. All right. Sean put away the plan like a treasure. It had to be known that Sherman could easily subdue them at a young age. Her skills were at a level that ordinary people could not reach in their entire lives. If they could really learn a little from her, it would be very beneficial to them. I'll do a simple test for you today. Sherman leaned against the armrest of the chair and raised her chin to signal Sean and the others to choose a gun. She pointed at the target on the wall and said calmly, "Within 10 shots, whoever has the highest hit rate will win." Great. I can finally use the ordnance that only those army officers are qualified to use. Sean excitedly picked up a pistol, loaded it, flicked the bolt, and fired at the target. The bullet hit the bullseye. The lackeys cheered in reverence and picked out their pistols. But the guns didn't seem to obey them when they were in their hands. It was always difficult to aim. Only 1 or 2 of the 10 shots hit the bullseye. The rest hit the outer ring. Compared to Sean, who had hit the target 7 times, the technical difference was too great. It seems that you don't have the ability to control these guns yet. Sherman stood up slowly and casually picked up a lighter pistol. There was almost no need to aim. She tapped the panel machine and the bullet drew a straight line in the air, accurately hitting the bullseye. These are all good guns, but they're not suitable for you to use now. Sherman put down the gun and saw the stunned people. Are you shocked just like that? As long as you practice well, you can do it. Boss, I want to learn from you. Sean admired her so much that he wished he could bring his subordinates to kneel and acknowledge Sherman as their master. Sherman waved her hand helplessly and said, "Put these things away first and run 3,000 meters around the warehouse to warm up. I'll bring Sean to the black market first to buy some ordnance suitable for practice at your current stage." "Is Boss going to the black market? But I don't know where the black market in G-City is hidden." Sean smiled shyly. It was a shame to say this. Although they were a mercenary group that had missions around the country, their foundation was still in M-City. To the local forces in the other cities, they were like fugitives, so until now, they did not know where the black markets in the other provinces were hidden. "I know." Sherman picked up the mask she had brought and handed it to Sean. "Just come with me." "Boss, you even know this." Sean couldn't help but let his thoughts run wild. On the surface, Sherman looked like a young lady who had yet to graduate, but the Sher family had secretly nurtured her like a leader of the underworld. It had to be said that the Sher family's true motive was shockingly terrifying. He couldn't be blamed for thinking too much. Everyone knew the Sher family's status as the richest family in G-City. On the surface, the Sher family's business could be moved to the sunshine industry mentioned in front of others. However, now that Sherman had been nurtured into a top killer by them, he couldn't help but suspect that the Sher family was interested in the gray industry. Sherman raised her hand and put on her mask. She snapped her fingers in front of his stunned eyes. "What are you plotting against me?" Sean instantly came back to his senses. He looked up and saw the faint smile on her face. He immediately shivered in fear and hurriedly shook his head. "How would I dare to scheme against you? Don't think that we're doing shameful things, but we brothers are the most loyal. We agreed to acknowledge you as our boss, so you'll be our boss for the rest of our lives." Sherman looked at his nervous explanation in amusement and waved her hand casually. "I'm just saying and you got nervous. All right, let's go." Sean did not dare to think too much about the Sher family. He instructed the others to train and sat in the car with the car keys. Following Sherman's instructions, the two of them quickly parked the car outside Venus. After walking into the private room from last time, Sherman skillfully opened the secret door and brought Sean into the dark passageway. "Boss, how did you find this place?" Sean never expected that one of the entrances to the black market was in a private room of a bar. "I have my means." Sherman smiled. Through the ghostly mask, one would feel that her smile had a deeper meaning. The black market was the shadiest commercial street in the city. In addition to the prohibited armaments, some would even sell human lives. Many mercenaries would choose to meet here to look for business. Most of the employers who could come here were either rich or noble. Everyone strolling in the black market would follow an unwritten rule and wear a mask to protect their true identity. Everyone walking on the streets was serious and cautious, careful of everyone passing by. This was the first time a girl as carefree as Sherman was spotted in the black market. The vendor who was selling guns raised his hand to stop her. He smiled apologetically and said, "I don't think you're familiar. This should be your first time here, right? The guns I have here are most suitable for a young lady like you. Take a look and choose whichever you like." Sherman raised her eyebrows and looked at the enthusiastic boss in surprise, as if he had invited her to pick out the gold and silver jewelry that a young lady liked to wear. Sweeping her gaze across the goods in the stall, Sherman smiled disdainfully. "Boss, the goods here are not up to standard. If you're not sincere and just want to fool me because I'm young, I'll have to go to another shop to take a look." "Io, young lady, you have good eyesight." The boss's eyes lit up in surprise. He put away his cheeky expression and respectfully made his way into the shop. "Esteemed guest, please come in." Sherman and Sean walked into the shop. The outer area was filled with ordinary sniper rifles. Only when they walked further in could they see items that were barely acceptable. She picked a pistol carved with golden dragons and roses and looked at it carefully. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the door. "Boss, you promised to keep this gun for me. How can you show it to others?" The person who came was a young man in his 20s. He had short black curly hair and wore a purple ghost mask. His peach blossom eyes looked over reproachfully, making him look like a fox that had wandered into the mortal world. "Io, why are you here again? I already said that my shop doesn't entertain bargains. This gun costs 500,000, not a single cent less." The boss waved his hand to chase him away. A trace of anger appeared in that person's beautiful eyes. He gritted his teeth and glared at Sherman. He raised his hand and slapped a bank card on the counter. Swipe the card. I must have it. You saved enough money so quickly? The boss swiped the card in disbelief and returned the bank card to him helplessly. Young master, stop fooling around with me. There's not enough money on your card. How is that possible? I clearly saved enough. He took back the card and took out his phone to check his balance. When he saw a few $1,000s missing, he was furious. That little BT swiped my card again. The boss's patience was exhausted. He didn't want to delay his business because of him anymore. He hurriedly pushed him out of the shop. If you really like guns, buy some cheap ones. They're enough for you. Look at the goods outside. They're all cheaper than that. I want that. The man stormed past the boss and shouted, Little girl, can you buy something else? Keep this for me. Man raised her eyebrows and sized up the other anomaly in the black market. She held the gun in her hand and cocked it. The black muzzle was aimed at the man's head, and the golden dragons were vivid in her hand. How about I give it to you if you take a shot from me? Io, that won't do. Stop fooling around. You can't aim this at people. The boss was so frightened that his face turned pale. He immediately went forward to snatch the gun from Sherman's hand. Sean frowned and stopped his arm. He grabbed him and pressed him against the door. He said viciously, Don't interfere in my master's matters. The man was pointed at by a gun and instantly lost his playfulness. His lips trembled nervously, but he still swallowed and begged, Let's talk calmly. Why don't we change our conditions? Sherman slowly retracted her pistol and aimed at the target on the side. Then, she placed the pistol on the tray at the side and asked with a smile, It's indeed a good gun. Tell me, what are your conditions? Well, I'm quite good looking. Seeing her put down the pistol, the man immediately became bolder and went to her side to promote himself. Why don't I play with you after we get out of here? That's it? Sherman raised her eyebrows and was unmoved. However, she had a question that needed to be verified. She suddenly asked without changing her expression, What's your name? The man thought that she was interested and quickly stuffed his business card into her hand. Zhang Sheng, how is it? Do you want to go out for a cup of coffee and chat? Heh. Sherman sneered and slapped the business card into his hand again. She stood arrogantly on the steps and looked down at him. There's no need. We'll meet again in the future. She said something without meaning it. She didn't care if he understood or not. She walked back into the shop and picked a batch of guns and other weapons suitable for training her men in immaculate. She filled a huge box. The boss counted with a smile. It was a total of $5.33 million. Sherman did not even pause. She reached into her bag, took out her bank card, and handed it over. She swiped her card, paid the bill, and left. Sherman never looked at Zhang Sheng again. It was not until they left the black market that Sean asked suspiciously, Don't you like that pistol? I thought you wouldn't give it to others. It's just a pistol. Sherman did not say much. She asked Sean to bring the things back to the base, while she took a taxi back to the Sher family. At night, Sherman went to look for Yizheng as usual. She took out the silver needles that had been applied to other herbs and decisively inserted them into his acupuncture points. If I didn't know that you were here to treat me, I would have thought that you were here to kill me. Yizheng chatted with her indifferently. Now, he was more and more interested in Sherman's secret. When he saw her, a certain part of his heart would still beat excitedly. I really want to stab you to death and take your power for myself. As Sherman glared at him expressionlessly, the killing intent in her eyes was undisguised. Yizheng smiled in amusement. Suddenly, he was not satisfied with looking at her through the mask. He reached out behind her head to undo the straps of the mask. However, Sherman increased the pressure on her hand before he could touch her. She slapped his arm away with her other hand and sneered. You're so curious. Be careful that you won't be able to detoxify the heat poison for the rest of your life. You're ruthless. Yizheng endured the pain in his chest and retracted his hand in embarrassment. She had been merciless just now. If it were anyone else, they would have long wailed and begged for mercy. However, Yizheng had been tortured by the heat poison all year round and had better endurance than others. However, he could not help but grunt. His low and magnetic voice seemed very ambiguous in the empty factory. It takes one to know one. Sherman sat aside expressionlessly, in case he suddenly wanted to take off her mask again. Done. After half an hour, Man put away the silver needles. Before she left, she suddenly mentioned that he had given her a few boxes of firearms. I didn't expect you to keep your promise. As long as you don't ask about anything else, I'll treat your illness. Yizhang buttoned his shirt. He looked up and asked, do you like them? Huh. As if she did not expect him to ask this, Man was unnaturally stunned for a moment before returning to normal. Do you care if I like them or not? I care. Yizhang sat upright and looked at her calmly. This might affect the time I recover, right? Man's eyebrows twitched. For some reason, she felt that he knew that she had secretly done something. She hesitated for a moment and felt that there was no possibility, so she said indifferently, it seems that you know the reason why you have to give a gift to the attending doctor. The items are very good. I'll accept them. Goodbye. Man left the factory and asked Sean to drive around the city until he was sure that no one was following them before returning to the family. The next day, Man parked the car steadily at the school gate. Just as she stepped into the school, a figure suddenly darted out from the corner. Sister Man, I didn't see you this weekend. I simply can't eat or sleep. Chinwei's acting skills were exaggerated as he expressed his loyalty at the school gate. Then, he took out a bouquet of flowers from behind and held it in front of her. This is for you. I hope you won't take offense and take me in as your follower. Man rolled her eyes and walked around this embarrassing thing expressionlessly toward the teaching building. Chinwei hurriedly followed and told her how much he missed her this weekend. Even when she returned to her seat, he still insisted on sitting down at Su Tang's seat. Man raised her leg and kicked him to the ground. She scolded coldly from above, get lost. If you continue talking nonsense, I'll sew your mouth shut. Yes, yes, yes. Chinwei returned to his seat with a cheeky smile, but his eyes were fixed in Man's direction. Why did he only realize now that Man was actually the best-looking girl in their class? No, in the entire school. Not only was she heroic and handsome, but she was also very loyal to her friends. If he could follow her, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in school in the future? Man flipped open the notes Su Tang had written down for her and calmed down to look at the key points, but she could not ignore the irksome gazes behind her. Actually, after coming to school today, she realized that the atmosphere in the school was different, especially the gazes of the students in the class. They actually landed on her. Fang Han did not come to school today. According to Mu's style, he would not let her off easily. She did not care what punishment Fang Han would receive, but she was a little surprised that Su Tang did not appear until the end of the morning self-study period. The class bell finally rang. Su Tang rushed into the classroom and sat beside Man with a cold aura. Where did you go? Man turned her head and stared at her suspiciously. I was helping the teacher deal with the reception mission. Su Tang sighed and rubbed her cold and red hands. She smiled and said, guess who's coming to our school? I don't know. Man didn't care much about other people's matters and continued to flip through the notes in her hand without interest. Su Tang leaned over and whispered in her ear, it's your third brother. Movie King sure he is coming, so Teacher Gung asked me to help with some work arrangements. My brother? Man frowned as she thought of He, who never woke up early. She couldn't imagine why he suddenly came to school. I guess he's here to see you. Su Tang blinked enviously. The work has been roughly arranged. He should be here in a while. Whatever. Man casually took out the buns and porridge that the servant had packed in the morning and handed them to her. Eat the leftovers from the morning. Huh. Su Tang hesitantly opened the thermos lid. The refreshing umami smell immediately filled the classroom, arousing the taste buds of countless people. Wow, seafood porridge. Su Tang picked up the spoon happily and ate it in small spoonfuls, completely ignoring Man's words. She did not believe that Man would really bring leftovers to school for her to eat. She did not expect Man to still have such a tsundere personality. Coupled with her usual expressionless and cold style, she really looked a little cute. Man smiled and flipped through her notes until the end. Although she had never made very good friends, she still understood the logic of good friends exchanging gifts and goodwill. Since Su Tang had to take additional notes for her every day, why couldn't she just bring some breakfast to feed her? The school bell had been ringing for a long time before Gung Hui arrived with a solemn expression. Standing on the podium, he hesitated for a long time before saying unwillingly, "Let me tell everyone a piece of news. A celebrity is coming to visit the class. There will be a video halfway. In the end, it will be edited into a promotional video for Castle Academy. Everyone, keep quiet and pay attention to the class order." When the students of Class F heard that a celebrity was coming and that he was coming to their class with the worst results, they were so shocked that they slapped the table and stood up. "Which celebrity is it? Why haven't I heard of it? Could it be my idol? How strange. Why didn't he go to Class S for the teaching promotional video? Why did he come to our class? That's right. Besides, I haven't heard of any celebrities holding an event in G-City recently, right?" "Hey," a voice interrupted carefully. That person leaned on the table and pointed in Sherman's direction. "Have you forgotten who's in our class? Do you still have to guess which celebrity is coming?" The whispering discussion fell silent for a moment before intense screams suddenly erupted. The students who were discussing excitedly just now immediately became even more excited. Everyone knew that Sherman's third brother was the famous best actor, Sure He. Was Sure He actually coming? Seeing that the class was getting noisier and noisier, Gung Hui sighed melancholically. He patted the table weakly, wanting the students to calm down. But the effect was minimal. No one would listen to him. When he heard that Sure He was coming, Gung Hui had already expected the situation in the class. It was a pity that he had not enjoyed the quiet class for long, but now it was going to be even more chaotic than before. TSK, so noisy. Sherman turned around impatiently and looked around coldly. The noisy classroom instantly became silent, as if everyone had all become mute. No one dared to say a word. Su Tang looked at Sherman in admiration. She stared at the clock and reminded her, "Mr. Gung, the visitors should have arrived." As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a deafening scream from the classroom next door. Countless heads pressed against the window and looked down curiously. The dark brown business car drove into Castle Academy on time. The car door pulled open, and Ning Hui went around to the other side to open the door for Sure He, who had insisted on coming to see his sister in class. His shiny black leather shoes reached out of the car and stepped onto the gray road. Immediately after, pure white trousers were revealed. Sure He was wearing sunglasses. As he stood up, he buttoned up his blue suit. Surrounded by many staff and school leaders, he walked into the teaching building. At this moment, the students upstairs were so excited that they were about to go crazy. After chasing celebrities for so long, this was the first time they were lucky enough to see one in person. Sure He walked down the long corridor. Every time he passed a door, many students would stick their heads out the door to greet him. He waved politely and only stopped when he reached the door of Class F at the end of the corridor. "Hecko, everyone. I'm Sure He. I decided to attend your class at the last minute today. You won't mind me coming uninvited, right?" Sure He took off his sunglasses and blinked his phoenix eyes to release his charm. The mole at the corner of his eye was even more eye-catching. It's really Sure He. Sure He is talking to me. I'm so happy." The students of Class F were so excited that they were about to lose their minds. They did not expect Best Actor Sure He to be so gentle and private. He did not have the airs of a big star at all. They couldn't help but surround him. The bolder ones took off their blazers and revealed the pure white shirt inside, wanting him to sign his name on it. Gung Hui coughed lightly. He wanted his students to hurry back to their seats, but it was useless. He could only look at Sherman for help. Gung Hui knew very well that only Sherman could control these students who treated class discipline as nothing. Sherman was also very annoyed by their chatter. From time to time, she had to endure one or two ear-piercing screams. She raised her hand and knocked on the table. Her tone was calm and cold. "Third brother, come in and sit down." The other students paused and realized that his biological sister was still sitting in the classroom. Then, they saw Sure He, who was constantly shooting glances at them, suddenly become serious. He stepped into the classroom seriously and sat in the last row of seats specially prepared for him, sitting upright and waiting for class. Ning Hui secretly gave Sherman a grateful look and led the staff to quietly put down the equipment and start recording. The other students hurriedly returned to their seats, wishing they could have an extra pair of eyes at the back of their heads so that they could look at He's divine face at all times. Only the students sitting in the last row were the happiest. They were the closest to He and could smell the faint perfume on his body from time to time. They were so intoxicated that their faces turned red for the entire class. Gung Hui was also very happy in this class. Ever since he taught in Castle Academy, he had never seen his students straighten their backs and raise their faces, listening to his class seriously like sunflowers. It was not until today that he realized that there was an unfamiliar sense of happiness in being watched by the students. Gung Hui, who was originally quite worried about He's sudden arrival, instantly changed his attitude. He even began to expect He to come often. This way, his class's academic results might even improve greatly. Man held her chin and listened to Gung Hui's class with indifference. Every time she glanced at the back row, she would meet He's eyes. It turned out that his sister was so serious in class. No wonder she could improve so quickly and clinch third place in the cohort. He was proud and complacent, and the corners of his eyes were dyed with smugness. In order to increase the fun and interaction in the classroom, the production team had arranged a small livening segment this time. Mr. Gung Hui would ask questions about what he had just taught. The students who answered would receive a postcard with He's signature and a box of candy. In order to get his autograph, the students of Class F raised their hands desperately, fighting for Gung Hui to click on their names. Gung Hui took into account the class's honor and did not want them to answer randomly just to get an autograph. When the video was broadcast, others would say that the students of Class F were ignorant and incompetent. Therefore, he only planned to choose from a few students who were relatively good at studying. Thinking of this, his gaze involuntarily landed on Man. When the best in the class came to mind, it would always be linked to Man. But looking at her indifferent expression, she didn't seem to want to be in the limelight. He swallowed and chose Su Tang's name. Su Tang stood up in a daze and walked to the podium to solve the questions on the blackboard. The camera was aimed at her from a flattering angle, highlighting the girl's gentle eyebrows. As promised, he personally walked to the podium with the autographed photo and candy and handed them to her as if he was giving an award. He lowered his voice and said in a volume that was only audible to the two of them, "Help me take care of Man." Su Tang took it and nodded solemnly when she heard his words. She smiled and thanked him before returning to her seat. The other students were so envious that their eyes turned red, but they could not openly raise objections in front of the camera. They could only wait for the next opportunity and hope that Gung Hui could take another look at them. Their desire to show their faces in front of he was already greater than their rationality. They completely ignored their academic results. They felt that as long as they had the chance to be called up to answer questions, He's reward would be readily available. Su Tang sat back in her seat and quietly stuffed the candy into Man's table. She whispered, "It's for you." Man smiled in amusement. "Do I look like someone who likes candy?" She stuffed the candy back without explanation, making the students behind her want to stand up and say, "Give it to me if you don't want it." Gung Hui had never felt the students' enthusiasm for learning in this class. He was so touched that he almost cried, wishing that the bell would never ring. Unfortunately, time was the fairest thing. It would never stop for anyone. The bell rang amid Gung Hui's reluctance. When he said the last sentence, "Class dismissed," the students below could not help but rush forward and surround He, hoping that his gaze would stay on them for a second longer. He smiled gently and patiently answered a few questions as he walked to Man's side nonchalantly. Su Tang tactfully made way. After he thanked her, he sat in her seat and became desk mates with his sister. Man, I specially came to see you. Are you happy?" He lowered his voice and asked softly. Man looked up at him expressionlessly. Seeing the smile on his face gradually disappear as time passed, she could only sigh helplessly and say calmly, "I'm happy. Third brother took the time to visit me amidst his busy schedule. How can I not be happy?" The smile that was about to disappear was completely maximized. He secretly admired his own intelligence. Only he could think of such a perfect idea and seize the opportunity to see Man in class with his own eyes. "As long as you're happy, I brought you a lot of snacks." He asked the staff to bring over the snack gift bag he had prepared and placed it on Man's table. But you're not allowed to eat too much. You have to eat well, understand? Yes. Sure Man nodded indifferently. Actually, she did not have much desire for snacks. However, this was sure he's kind intention after all, and in front of the camera, she could only accept it with a smile and act like a weak sister who needed her brother to take care of her. The surrounding students had already gone crazy from jealousy when sure he took the initiative to sit beside Sure Man. However, they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction with Sure Man openly now. Otherwise, what awaited them would be the same outcome as Fong Han. Ning Hui was very surprised that this lawless little princess could perform so innocently today. Before coming, he was worried that she would say something that had to be edited in front of the camera. It seemed that after Sure Man gave up on Yizheng, her lost intelligence finally returned to her mind. The short break was about to end, so Ning Hui had no choice but to remind him, "It's time to return to your seats. The teacher will come in for class later." Sure, he wished he could be demoted and return to Castle Academy to accompany his sister. However, under the urging of his agent, he could only sit reluctantly at the back. Unexpectedly, before the teacher could enter, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared outside the classroom. Sure Mu stood at the classroom door angrily and looked warily at the person beside Sure Man. Then, he looked around, and when he saw Sure He, who was in the last row, he flew into a rage. "Brother, come out with me. What are you doing?" Sure He adjusted his suit cufflinks and walked over slowly. Before he could walk slowly to the door, Sure Mu raised his hand anxiously and pulled him out. He glared at him warily. "Why are you suddenly at school? Are you having lunch with Man? Sure He was amused by his guarded expression. Meeting his angry gaze, he nodded proudly. "That's right. I'm going to bring Man out for lunch alone." He emphasized the word alone, which turned into a blatant provocation in Sure Mu's ears. "No, I haven't eaten with Man for a long time. She has to come with me at noon." Sure Mu glared at him angrily and made a gesture to chase him away. Sure He quickly raised his hand and took a step back. He smiled leisurely and said, "This isn't up to you. Man belongs to me this afternoon. Go to the canteen to eat alone." The two of them stood at the door childishly fighting for the chance to eat with their sister at noon. One gritted his teeth, while the other smiled casually. The students in the classroom could not help but be curious about what they were talking about. They could not help but discuss in a low voice, "Are they arguing? Senior Sure Mu looks so angry. I also think Senior Sure Mu is in an extremely bad mood. Look at him. He has only spoken a few words to Sure He, but he has scratched his head 4 times. Could it be a brotherly quarrel? Senior Sure Mu is so handsome when he's angry, and Brother Sure He can actually smile so sweetly." 2 handsome men appeared at the same time. "I want to take a photo as a memento." Ahem. Ning Hui coughed dryly and interrupted their conversation. He quickly stopped the girl from taking photos and said calmly, "Student, please cooperate. Don't use your phone to record or take photos." "Thank you." The girl quickly put away her phone shyly and lowered her head, not daring to speak. It was not until Sure He walked into the classroom with a smile that she raised her head shyly and stared at him intently. Then, she saw her idol shouting angrily at Sure Mu outside the classroom in front of all the students, "You can't win against me. I'll bring Man out to eat at noon. Don't even think about snatching my sister from me." The students who had guessed that the brothers had quarreled were completely stunned on the spot. To think that they were worried that the two of them would have a conflict which would affect the brotherly relationship between the handsome men. They did not expect them to argue outside the door for so long, just to snatch the chance to have lunch with Sure Man. Heavens, Sure Man's life is too good. I also want to have 2 such handsome brothers. The female classmate who had witnessed the entire process by the window pounded the table with tears in her eyes. The other students nodded in agreement. If they could have a handsome brother who doted on his sister, they were willing to be born a few years later. Who didn't want to be a little princess doted on by her brother? However, Sure Man, whom they treated like a princess, did not grow into a princess at all. It was not even an exaggeration to describe her as a demon. At this moment, the demon was sitting in her seat in frustration. She took out a bag of snacks and fed them to her deskmate. "Take whatever you want to eat. I don't like snacks." "Okay." Su Tang smiled and nodded in agreement. She put the snacks into the drawer of the table and sat quietly waiting for the teacher to come in for class. This was one of the reasons why Man was willing to accept Su Tang. She was always very tactful and knew when to speak and when to be quiet. Not only would Su Tang not hinder her, but she could even take meticulous care of her sometimes. Man was increasingly satisfied with Su Tang, so much so that she had to bring her along for lunch break. Mu was careful this time and waited for He at the classroom door early. Hence, the plan that He had been looking forward to eating alone with his sis for the entire morning became a four-person meal. In the hotel's private room, four faces with different expressions looked at one another. He glared at his brother, who had caused him trouble since he was young. He held the menu in Man's hand and smiled gently. "Sister, order whatever you want. I'm fine with anything." Man threw the menu into Su Tang's hand. "You do it. Anyway, someone will pay the bill. Order a few more dishes." He couldn't help but touch his nose. He felt that the meaning of his existence was a payment tool that didn't need emotions. He looked at Man's expression and said carefully, "Sister, do you not like to eat here?" Man was stunned for a moment before smiling. "No, I can eat anything with my brothers." Man looked sweet. Such a sincere smile pierced through one's heart. His heart immediately softened. "Sister, brother will definitely come and eat with you often in the future." Halfway through the meal, Su Tang suddenly felt discomfort in her stomach. She went out alone for a long time and did not return. Man was a little worried and put down her chopsticks to go out to look for her. However, she bumped into Tang Jia in the hotel stairwell. Tang Jia smiled and raised his hand to invite her into a private room. Man glanced at him coldly and silently pushed open the door of the private room. As expected, Su Tang and Yi Zheng were inside. Man. When Su Tang saw her, she immediately stood up and said apologetically, "I didn't mean to not go back. Brother Yi Zheng invited me in to wait for someone." "Yes." Man looked coldly at the aloof man opposite her. She pulled out a chair and sat down. She raised her eyebrows and asked, "I'm here. What do you want to say? How did you know that I was waiting for you?" Yi Zheng raised his hand and personally poured her a glass of wine, his lips curling into an inexperienced smile. "If there's nothing else, we'll go back and eat." Man didn't want to waste time with him here. She hadn't finished her meal yet, but this person actually butted in to cause trouble. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have come out just now and let him have some time alone with Su Tang. "What do you like to eat? It's not like I don't have it here." Yi Zheng wanted to keep her, so he gestured for Tang Ji to put the menu in front of her. "Yi Zheng, it seems that you've forgotten everything I said." Man looked at him calmly. In terms of aura, the two of them were actually evenly matched, but Man knew the other party's strength clearly. If he attacked, it would indeed be difficult for her to escape with Su Tang. "I haven't forgotten, but I don't want to break off the engagement." Yi Zheng smiled devilishly and said openly in front of Su Tang and Tang Jia, "I want to try to understand you." "Can I?" When Yi Zheng went to the family personally that day, Su Tang had a faint premonition. She did not expect her premonition to be confirmed so quickly. Yi Zheng really changed his mind and started to be interested in Man. She looked at Man happily, but she saw that the other party seemed to have encountered something extremely troublesome. She frowned and looked at Yi Zheng as if he was the trouble. "A good horse doesn't turn back. Haven't you heard of this saying? I don't like you anymore. I don't need you to understand me. Our relationship is already in the past." Man rejected Yi Zheng bluntly. In her opinion, Yi Zheng's sudden change must be up to no good. She could not give him any chance to hurt the family. She could not wait for Yi Zheng to get lost and never appear in front of her again. "All right then." Yi Zheng nodded slightly. Just as Tang Jia thought that his master would say that he would give up and let Man leave, he did not expect his next words to be even more shocking. "Then it's my turn to pursue you. I want to understand you. If we can be in love, there's no need to cancel the engagement." Yi Zheng's words were usually concise. This was the first time he had said so much to a woman in one go. However, it was not surprising that the person he was facing was Man. After all, from the perspective of outsiders, Man said even less when facing Yi Zheng. Moreover, most of it was about breaking off the engagement with him. Tang Jia tried his best to reduce his presence. He wished he could dig a hole in the ground with his toes and hide in it, lest his master poison him into deafness and muteness in order to prevent this conversation from leaking out. Su Tang also looked incredulous. For some reason, she suddenly wanted to know Sherman's reaction and looked nervously at her. Whatever. Go ahead and try. Sherman did not believe that she would be tempted by him. She had never loved a man. She would never be with a murderer like Yi Zheng, who was ruthless in the original book and did not hesitate to kill her entire family. After saying this, Sherman did not want to waste another second with him. She stood up and walked out of the private room. Su Tang naturally followed. Watching her leave, Yi Zheng's smiling eyes darkened, and his voice was so low that it made people shiver. Send a few people to escort her back to school. Nothing must happen. Yes. Tang Zhou accepted the order and went to make arrangements. Just this morning, Yi Zheng, who collected information in the dark, unexpectedly received a mission to assist in an assassination in the black market. The target was his fiancée, Sherman. He accepted the mission without batting an eyelid because he wanted to lure the snake out of its hole and catch the mastermind in one fell swoop. However, this way, it was inevitable that Sherman would become bait, which was why this scene just now happened. He had come to look for her only to bring her with him in case anything happened to her. However, he did not expect Sherman to hate him to this extent. A part of his heart seemed to be blocked by a huge rock. Yi Zheng slowly turned the ring on his thumb, and his deep eyes landed calmly on the wine glass opposite him. Sherman, who appeared in front of him, was sometimes wearing a mask and sometimes saying expressionlessly that she no longer liked him. Even Yi Zheng, who always had strong self-control, had to admit that Sherman was like a wild rose with thorns to him. She was so beautiful that he could not restrain himself. In the private room, He and Mu competed with each other and fought to put food into Sherman's bowl. Seeing that it had already piled up into a small mountain, He slammed his chopsticks down and said angrily, "Who asked you to follow me? I want to treat my sister to a meal alone. Sister invited me." Mu smiled smugly. He rolled up his sleeves and pretended to go out to look for his sister to support him. When Sherman returned to the private room, she saw that her two brothers were still secretly competing. They squeezed at the door and refused to give in. "Baby sister, I was looking for you." When he saw Sherman, he immediately stood up and distanced himself from Mu in disgust. He smiled and held her hand, bringing her to the table to sit down. Su Tang looked at the small mountain in disbelief and couldn't help but laugh. The family really doted on Sherman. She was very envious but not jealous. She was just happy for her from the bottom of her heart. The meal ended with the two of them arguing with each other. When they came, in order to avoid being followed by fans, they took a detour. Halfway through, they changed cars to shake off the following media. Now, this car was parked in the back alley by the hotel staff. They could only take the elevator down to the basement level and turn out of the hotel from the back door to pick up the car. Mu and he had drunk just now, so Sherman took the initiative to get into the driver's seat. Su Tang got into the front passenger seat. He frowned worriedly. "Why don't I get Ning Hui to drive over? Sister can just sit in the back with us." "No need. Class is about to start. There's no time to wait for Ning Hui." Sherman fastened her seatbelt without explanation. He and Mu looked at each other and could only get into the car on tenterhooks. This was the first time they were sitting in their sister's car. In disbelief, they could not help but feel a little nervous. They were worried that their sister's driving skills would be bad and an accident would happen. When their sister was injured, the two of them would become the sinners of the entire family. "What are you afraid of?" Through the rearview mirror, Sherman could see that the two of them were nervous. She smiled and pressed the handbrake, stepped on the accelerator, and sped out of the back alley. Slow down, my baby. You scared me to death." He held the armrest and widened his eyes to the maximum. He looked out of the window nervously and helped her look out for the cars in front and behind. Sherman smiled casually and glanced at Su Tang, who was sitting steadily in the front passenger seat. She suddenly asked, "Aren't you afraid?" "I'm not afraid." Su Tang shook her head in embarrassment. "I believe in your strength." Although she did not know how good Sherman's skills were, she inexplicably trusted Sherman. She felt that anything could be easily resolved in Sherman's hands. Sherman smiled. Before she could speak, her light, colored eyes suddenly turned cold. She looked coldly at a bright spot, reflecting a cold light in the rearview mirror. Looks like someone can't hold back anymore. What? Su Tang did not understand what she meant. She looked up in a daze and saw Sherman's tense profile. There was a mocking smile on her lips and a crazy look in her eyes. Hold on tight, Sherman growled. She held the steering wheel with one hand and used the other to press the control lever on the accelerator under her feet to raise the car to the highest speed. The car almost overtook the car on the right. The driver behind her, who did not know the truth, honked crazily. The honk resounded through the entire street. Sister, what are you doing? Sure, he grabbed the armrest nervously and advised anxiously, don't drive so fast. Slow down. It's too dangerous. It's only dangerous if we don't drive faster. Sherman stared darkly at the car that was flashing with silver light. Someone is following us. The gun is about to hit our heads. What did you say? A gun? Sure, he pulled down the window in disbelief and stuck his head out to look behind. Sherman immediately turned the steering wheel and changed her position to a safe place. The bullet brushed past the car. As long as Sherman was a step slower, the bullet would undoubtedly enter Sherhe's head. Close the car window and stay in, Sherman ordered coldly. However, she couldn't help but think of Yi Zheng, who had suddenly appeared in the afternoon. She felt that this matter must have something to do with him. Sister, what should we do now? These people really have guns. Is this still a lawful society? Sure, he was trembling in fear. He had just been on the verge of death. If not for Sherman's fast reaction, his body would have been cold. Shermu was still calm, but his hands were trembling. He pressed the button for a long time, but could not make the call. It's okay. You just have to sit tight and not cause trouble. Sherman stared at the car's actions and took the time to deal with her frightened brothers. The honking of cars outside grew louder. Many cars driving on the road noticed the gunshots and were so frightened that they couldn't care less about obeying the traffic rules. They began to rampage on the road, afraid that they would become the next target. Another bullet hit the back of the car. The ejected bullet hit the windshield of the car behind. Sherman frowned and took the time to throw the phone to Su Tang, asking her to call Immaculate. He Wong's sparkling peach blossom eyes curved, making his entire face look very gentle. My surname is He. I'm Dr. Wen's colleague who gave you a psychological consultation just now. Are you a psychiatrist too? Yes. He Wong smiled. When Qixia heard that the other party was a psychiatrist, her good impression of him quickly disappeared. She snatched the pin back from He Wong's hand and said with a cold expression, My mentality is very stable. I don't have the pressure to study, and myself. Awareness isn't limited. My family relationship is harmonious and beautiful. I don't need to do a psychological evaluation. Now I'm going back to class. The psychological evaluation arranged by the school could not be completed in a day. After all, every student's psychological evaluation time was different. Some psychological situations were tricky, and mental consultants would spend more time. Moreover, the teacher would not tell everyone in advance. Only one student at a time is taken to the school counseling room. When Qixia came with the teacher, she did not know that it was a mental evaluation arranged by the school. However, when the teacher was around, she was very obedient and cooperative. Once the teacher left, she was not so cooperative. She firmly expressed that she would not do a mental review. At this moment, Qixia stood up and was about to leave. He Wong did not stop her from leaving. He suddenly said, That pin. Qixia stopped in her tracks and turned to look at He Wong. When He Wong smiled, his beautiful peach blossom eyes gradually became charming. What brand is that pin? It looks like it's easy to spin. I want to buy one too. Qixia looked at that beautiful face and hesitated. Do you know how to spin a pin? He Wong smiled. Yes, and I know how to spin a pin fancily. Do you want to admire it? Qixia's face was filled with disbelief. He Wong took the initiative to step forward and take the pin from Qixia's hand. He said politely, I'll borrow it. Then, in front of Qixia, he casually made a gesture. The pin seemed to suddenly have a soul as it spun back and forth between He Wong's fingers. At first, it was just a simple entry-level spinning method, which was the kind of spinning method that Qixia knew. But as he spun, it became a fancy spinning pin. Every finger of his was very agile, and the pin danced in reverse on his fingertips. Every time Qixia thought that the pin would fall, the pin remained firmly in his hand. Qixia was dumbfounded. The last time she was so stunned was by Pei Yuan. However, Pei Yuan had not come to school recently. The teacher said that he was sick and took leave to go home to rest. Huang deliberately acted cool in front of Qixia. Qixia subconsciously wanted to dodge, but Huang grabbed the tip of his pin, his hand still hanging in midair. Huang smiled. "Are you frightened?" Xixia's heart raced. "Yes, a little." The smile on Huang's lips faded, and he looked sincere. "Sorry." Qixia shook her head. "I'm fine." After a pause, she pointed at the pin in Huang's hand. "I'll give you this pin." Huang smiled, his peach blossom eyes becoming even more seductive. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." "Thank you. If you want to learn how to spin a pin, I can teach you." Wen Yi, who was standing silently outside the door, "Sin, are you really willing to teach me?" Qixia was skeptical. Huang said, "You gave me a pin. I'll teach you in return." Xixia's interest was piqued. "Then teach me." Huang smiled. "Okay." Huang taught her seriously, and Qixia learned seriously. The two of them gradually established a preliminary trust relationship. When she was almost done learning, Qixia was obviously in a good mood. She casually found a topic and asked, "Is that Dr. Wen your colleague?" "Yes." Huang pulled a chair over gentlemanly. "Please sit." Qixia sat down. At the age of 16 or 17, she spoke without restraint. "But that Dr. Wen looks much older than you." Huang maintained the smile on his lips and sat down opposite Qixia. He replied calmly, "He might look older than he is." Outside the door, Wen Yi, "You're the one who looks older. Your whole family looks older." "Darn show off." Qixia expressed her understanding and asked, "Does every student have to undergo a psychological assessment?" Huang raised his eyebrows. "Now, the Ministry of Education is very concerned about the mental health of every student. They conduct mental health screening not only for every student, but also for teachers and parents." These words were very official. Qixia did not like to hear this. At this moment, Huang suddenly said, "Actually, I think this is quite troublesome." Qixia perked up. "Troublesome?" Huang smiled and said deliberately, "Actually, people who are really unhealthy will take the initiative to look for a psychiatrist. The school's arrangement is unnecessary." Qixia found a resonance at once. "Yes, that's what I think." Huang followed the topic and asked, "How do you feel about your mental state?" Qixia said, "My grades are not bad, and my mother is very relaxed about me. The teachers are also very concerned about my results. There's almost no pressure on my body and mind." Huang clapped his hands. "That's a good thing." Qixia smiled faintly. "Right? I also think I'm very healthy physically and mentally. I don't need a psychological evaluation." The smile on Huang's face became gentler. "It's good to be free of pressure. Then, do you have any other worries?" Qixia was not guarded against Huang at all. "No, I have no worries at all." Huang asked, "Do you usually look forward to your home leave?" Qixia said without thinking, "I'm looking forward to it. In the past, every time I went back, my mother would prepare a large table of dishes. Now that I have a sister-in-law, she will prepare a large table of dishes for me every time I go back." Huang raised his eyebrows. "Your sister-in-law is very good." "It's all right. I think my brother disciplined her well." Once Qixia trusted the other party, she spoke without thinking. Huang raised his eyebrows. "Discipline?" Qixia raised her hand to support her chin. "My sister-in-law used to be a high and mighty person. No one could woo her, but my brother wooed her and even disciplined her. I think my brother is very powerful." Huang. Qixia looked yearning. "I just hope that I can be as good as my brother. When I become an adult and fall in love, I'll be the one in control." Huang pressed the tip of his tongue against his cheek. "So, you admire your brother a lot?" Qixia nodded. "That's right. My brother is very powerful, so I admire him very much. There's nothing he can't control, so I have to learn from him." Huang's forehead twitched slightly. It was really like the saying, "The son is as bad as the mother." They couldn't chat for long. Huang casually cut to the chase. "Can you share with me how your brother controlled your sister-in-law and made her follow him wholeheartedly?